Thanks for support, like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel. Chapter 101, In the palm of your hand, the clone suppresses the tailed beast. Gaara was breathing heavily. He glared at Naruto, his eyes constantly changing, as if something wanted to rush out, struggling frantically. Damn you, damn you, damn you! He roared, the breath on his body became more and more dangerous, and the strange chakra kept coming out of him, making his whole person exude an ominous smell. Oops, Shaohui is coming out. Temari and Kankuro were terrified and their faces were extremely ugly. They can all see that Gaara is now on the verge of sanity collapse. Once he can't keep his sanity, the one-tail Shaohui in his body will completely occupy Gaara's body and turn into a complete body-tailed beast. By then, the situation will be more serious. Little devil, you can't even control the mere one tail, what kind of ninja are you? Go home and plant trees. Naruto's face didn't change at all, still smiling. In Naruto's body, in the sealed space, Kurama was lying on the ground, watching with a smile. The melon-eating crowd was relaxed. 067 This guy, Shaohui, don't hesitate, come out quickly, it's not easy at all. Hurry up, come out and let this evil star teach you a good lesson and give you a bruised face. That scene must be very beautiful. Ha 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 ha, 1. Kurama laughed wildly, schadenfreude on his face. BD, how dare you underestimate your lord, I will tear you apart. Gaara let out a roar like a beast, and in the blink of an eye, half of his face turned into the face of the tailed beast Shaohui, and the sand rustled down. Shaohui's mouth twitched and he let out an angry roar. It was stimulated by Naruto's words. Little thing, I don't have your share of words here. Naruto slapped Shikaku in the face. Boom. Shaohui let out a pained cry and shrank back. Gaara's face returned to normal again. The eyes just lit up a little bit of inspiration, and they were pressed back in an instant. Shaohui went completely berserk. The deafening roar resounded through the sky, making people shudder. Sand filled the air, and half of the street was occupied by sand. Only behind Naruto was safe. Shaohui appeared most of his body, and Gaara had fallen into the depths of the sand and disappeared completely. Little civet cat, if you don't restrain yourself, I'll catch you and put you in the sea for 3 years, so that you can taste the taste of sea water. Naruto raised his eyebrows, his eyes suddenly cold. In an instant, Shaohui felt that the sky was dark, and a pair of incomparably huge eyes seemed to appear in the sky, staring at it coldly, like a god, aloof and unparalleled. Ugh! The irritable Shaohui felt that Kabuto had poured a basin of ice water on his head, and his whole body was cold to the core, and his heart was cold. That sense of oppression is not from the chakra level, but directly from the soul level. That's the difference in the nature of creatures, the suppression of the soul of the superior to the inferior. It screamed strangely, and its eyes were full of fear. The sand quickly shrank back. Gaara was exposed again, and the street quickly became clean, as if nothing had happened. Shaohui hid back in Gaara's body, curled up into a ball, shivering. Gaara looked at Naruto blankly. This series of experiences made him as strange as a dream. Shaohui, who had been chattering so much that he could never rest, was now as quiet as a kitten. For the first time, Gaara felt that the world was so peaceful. This feeling is so wonderful. Gaara closed her eyes and 2 tears slid down, tears of joy. Boy, a tailed beast, if you are strong, it will be weak, and if you are weak, it will be strong. So, don't blame others, let yourself become stronger. A mere tailed beast, isn't it easy to handle it? Gaara opened her eyes and looked at Naruto, remembering his words. Also, I don't care what you Tsunade have in mind for bringing the tailed beast Jinchuriki to Konoha village. But if you dare to do anything wrong and cause any harm to Konoha village, I will send you Tsunade's entire village up. Listen. Is it clear? Naruto looked at Temari and Kankuro with a serious expression. Temari and Kankuro nodded, keeping silent. Okay, there's still a week before the Chuunin exam starts. During this time, you can visit Konoha at will, or you can go to the training ground to practice. It's okay to exchange ideas with each other, but don't hurt people's lives. Can you hear me clearly? This time, even Gaara nodded. Okay, enjoy this leisurely time. Naruto nodded to the 3 of them, and gave Xiang Phosphor a meaningful smile. Boom! A cloud of white smoke exploded, and it was a clone. Hiss! The 3 of Gaara couldn't help gasping for breath. They thought it was Uzumaki Naruto's main body. Even if they showed overwhelming strength, they were shocked and took it for granted. After all, this one was a powerful existence who had defeated their Feng-Ying father and drove Luosha to flee. Possessing this kind of power is not surprising. But now, the 3 of them couldn't help their scalp tingling. Horrible. Is it just a clone? A clone, take Gaara, who is one-tailed Jinchuriki at will. Even when Shaohui ran wild, a look scared Shaohui, turning him into a well-behaved civet cat. My god, what kind of monster is this Uzumaki Naruto? Can our plan still succeed? Both Temari and Kankuro were worried, and it seemed that Tsunade had done a big death this time. Gaara was stunned, and her expression was very confused. Who's that person? He spoke suddenly, and until now, he didn't know Naruto's identity. Uzumaki Naruto, 12 years old, Konoha Jonin. Temari explained to Gaara in a low voice. She glanced at Gaara, her mood was extremely complicated. Naruto is the same age as Gaara. Gaara is already talented enough, and he is unique in Tsunade, but in front of Konoha, he seems so small and humble, and the gap is too big. Vortex Naruto. Gaara murmured, remembering the name deeply. Well, how are you? Let me introduce myself again. I'm a reporter from Red Sun TV. If the question just offended you, I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Also, do you agree to the broadcast of the previous interview screen? Up to you. The three of Gaara didn't have the heart to entangle with Xianglin anymore, so they responded casually. Looking at the backs of the three walking away, Xianglin couldn't help clenching his fists and cheering. Yet, the first interview, the merit is complete. More importantly, the camera recorded everything before and after, and the pictures were extremely exciting. Not only Gaara's madness and rampage, the scene of yellow sand filling the sky, but also the scene of Konoha genius Jonin's birth, crushing Gaara. What's more important in 1.9 is the appearance of the tailed beast. The 9-tailed beasts in the ninja world have always been legends of the ninja world. Ordinary people don't know the mystery at all. Only the high-level officials of the major ninja villages know the information of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. But now, the true face of the tailed beast will be revealed on the Red Sun TV station, which is definitely a sensational big news. All the pictures just now were taken, right? Xianglin confirmed to Dong Daegu again, and when she saw Dong Daegu nodded again and again, she was relieved. Uzumaki Naruto? Why does that back look familiar? Who is he? Xianglin recalled everything that had happened before, and the strange question appeared in his mind again. Really too familiar. But she and Uzumaki Naruto met for the first time today, so there's no reason for them to look familiar? After thinking about it, Xianglin still can't remember who Uzumaki Naruto is similar to. Forget it, no matter it, there will always be a day when the truth will be revealed. Chapter 102. Lord Hokage, two strange people appeared in the village. They claimed to be reporters from Red Sun TV. They wanted to interview villagers, interview ninjas, and ask some questions. We checked and they didn't have a registration record of entering or leaving the village. What should we do? Is it okay to deal with it? Red Sunday. TV. Sarutobi Hiruzen froze for a moment, then lowered his head and pondered. The word Red Sun stimulated his nerves. What questions did they ask? What I ask the villagers is, what do you think of ninjas? Ninjas are born to death and perform various dangerous tasks. Do you appreciate ninjas or hate them? How do you evaluate the existence of ninjas and the significance of ninjas to the ninja world? Ask a ninja, why do you want to be a ninja? After becoming a ninja, what do you gain, what do you lose, and whether you regret your original choice? Sarutobi Hiruzen silently listened to Umbu's ninja's report, tapping on the table a little. Red Sun. Red Sun TV. Red Sun Society Kira. The Red Sun Society, which was born in the past, has gradually disappeared over the years. Except for the Red Sun TV station that suddenly appeared during this time, there is no other news of the Red Sun Society 30. The name of Red Sun TV made Sarutobi Hiruzen think of the Red Sun Society for the first time. There is no registration record of entering or leaving Konoha. The mysterious Red Sun Society. Send someone to keep an eye on them and ignore them as long as they don't cause damage to the village. Let them ask them if they like. These bizarre questions, really, bizarre. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and told the ninja to back off. He shook his head. Those problems, he faintly noticed, most of them contained something. But these things, meaning something, is different from ninja intelligence. It doesn't matter, just say it, it doesn't count as a leak. The people from Tsunade will arrive, the people from Kirigakure will arrive in 3 hours, Iwagakure will arrive in 2 days, and Cloud Shinobi Village will arrive in 4 days. AI, what kind of medicine is sold in the gourd? After Tsunade was stationed at the station, after the three Gaara returned, they immediately found their guide, Jonin Baki, and reported what had happened before. What you said is true. Exactly. Baki's expression was shocked, and his face began to change. You just follow the normal process and take the Chuunin exam, and you don't need to pay attention to other things. 1. Baki waved his hand and made the three back off. A mere clone can suppress the tailed beast shower he. Uzumaki Naruto's strength makes Baki feel a lot of pressure. Kazekage-sama, is it really good for us Tsunade to provoke such a terrifying enemy? Konoha village, in front of the gate. A group of ninjas in mist shinobi costumes appear. The head of the man was wearing a tube top and blue dress, long reddish-brown hair, and a tall and plump figure. It was mist shinobi Jonin Terumi Mei. With her, there was the burly and bloated watermelon mountain pufferfish, who was imposing. Terumi Mei registered with the Konoha shinobi in front of the gate, and led the mist shinobi group into Konoha village. This is Konoha village, much more lively than our village. Shut up, in a few years, our village will be as lively as Konoha. Changjura, why are you reacting so much? I also know that our village will always move in a good direction, but now Konoha is indeed more lively and more popular. Shuyu, don't talk about it. It's the time of Chuunin's exam, Konoha has a lot of foreign tourists, and it is very popular. It's a matter of course. Ichiro, it's still you who are sensible. This little brat, Changjura, is usually submissive, but he likes to compete with others on some details. It's really boring one. The person who spoke, said that the main team of Kirigakure who participated in the Chuunin exam this time, Nagajuro, Anato Suizuki, and Toyoichiro. Changjuro and Onigami Suizuki are both famous prodigies of Kirigakure, and they have been famous since childhood. Toyoichiro is a genin who stood out from a group of little dolls after he reformed Kirigakure by Yagura. The two geniuses, plus the genin elite Toichiro, are the core team for this Kirigakure Chuunin exam, and the other teams are just brought by Terumi Mei to see the world. In this Chuunin exam, I will definitely take the first place, so that Kirigakure will become famous again in the ninja world, and let the world know that our Kirigakure is not a false name. Ghost Lantern Shuyu looked at the Hokage rock of Konoha village from afar, with a proud and confident face. He is a super genius of the Ghost Lamp family, with a mysterious and unpredictable hydration technique, and some jonins in the village are not even his opponents. One can imagine how confident Guideng Shuyu is in her heart. Shh, Shuyu, keep your voice down. If someone hears you, it will cause trouble. Changjuro looked around, nervous. Feng Ichiro didn't say anything, but secretly clenched his fists. He is also eager to make a name for himself. Little devil, you can be confident, but don't be arrogant. The voice of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost came faintly. Where am I arrogant? You should be lucky that Uzumaki Naruto was promoted to Chuunin and Jonin early, otherwise, he will be one of the people who take the Chuunin exam with you. And his two teammates, Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata, it's not as easy as it gets. Uzumaki Naruto. Yes, it's that monster. I heard that because of the existence of that monster, the entire Konoha is waiting for him in the same class, and those with strength have all graduated early and were promoted to Chuunin earlier. Otherwise, this time the Chuunin exam, other villages will people don't have to fight anymore, with that monster around, who can compete with Konoha. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost looked in a trance, looking back on the past, there was an inexplicable fright in his expression. After going through the red, and then meeting with Uzumaki Naruto later, the other party single-handedly beat the 4 jonins of the 4 of them to the point where the ghost of Watermelon Mountain was full of anger, and the whole person fell silent. Once you have seen how big the world is, you will realize how small you are. Seeing the arrogant appearance of these little ghosts in the village, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish couldn't help but warn them. 067. Humph, Uzumaki Naruto, I will definitely challenge him in the future. Guideng Shuyu was silent for a moment, not knowing how to refute the words of Jonin, who led the team. He said angrily, determined to challenge Uzumaki Naruto in the future. Now, he really does not have the confidence to face the monster whose reputation has spread throughout the entire ninja world. Ouch, I said, who's going to challenge me? Naruto appeared silently among the mist shinobi ninjas, especially around the ghosts, and said with a smile. Terumi Mei and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish were both shocked, and they didn't know how Naruto appeared. Ghost Light Shuyu even had goosebumps all over her body. Naruto didn't move at all, but Guideng Shuyu felt unable to move, as if he was being stared at by some terrifying monster. The sense of horror that originated from his body's instinct directly froze his nerves. Children, don't be afraid, relax. I don't know how to eat people. It takes courage to challenge me. I welcome you to challenge me anytime. Naruto patted the ghost Light Shuyu on the shoulder, and then walked towards Terumi Mei and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish. 2 Kirigakure guests, please come with me, and this time, I, Uzumaki Naruto, will entertain you. Terumi Mei and Zigwashin Pufferfish have stiff expressions, feeling that their entire popularity has been taken over by the boy opposite, so they can only obey and follow the boy's will. Only then did Guideng Shuyu breathe a sigh of relief, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Changjura, help me, my legs are weak. Chapter 103. This time we come here, we will be the audience the whole time, and other things have nothing to do with our Kirigakure. Well, that's how it should be. Naruto has left. In the Kirigakure station, Terumi Mei was silent for a long time before she opened her mouth to set the tone for this Chuunin exam. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost nodded, agreeing with her statement. Uzumaki Naruto, the pressure is too strong. It was a reception in name, but both could see the strong signal in Naruto's words and deeds that it was a blatant warning, a prestige, not to act rashly when they were in Konoha village. If it weren't for my age, I would almost have doubted that Uzumaki Naruto would be Kira of the Red Sun Society. Terumi Mei said quietly. The two people's unbridled sense of oppression to look down on the world is exactly the same. If it weren't for a few years ago, Naruto was just a 6 or 7-year-old child, and he couldn't match the terrifying power of Kira of the Red Sun Society that swept Mist Shinobi. Terumi Mei would really doubt that the two were the same person. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish thought for a while, and it felt a bit like it. Back then, when the 7 ninja swordsmen met that Konoha Genin might die, and 8 inner gates, they beat the 7 of them to death and escaped, which was extremely powerful. But even if it was might die, he was not as oppressed by Kira and Uzumaki Naruto of the Red Sun Society. That kind of instant burst like a meteor, and a majestic crush like a majestic mountain, was really different. Might die, the watermelon mountain puffer fish was just startled. But Uzumaki Naruto gave him the feeling of powerlessness, despair, and powerlessness without the power to resist. That's terrible. Time passed, and the people of Iwagakure came. Leading the team are Jonin Lois, Tsuchikage, the son of Onoji, and Jonin Wenya, who are unfathomable in strength. The Genin who came over, with Tsuchikage's granddaughter and Lois' daughter Haitu's team being the most powerful, led by Haishu, Dong Qianzhen, and Gu, formed a 3-man team, which was Iwagakure's ace in this Chuunin exam. This time, Naruto, who came forward to receive Rock Shinobi by Kakashi, regretted that he did not have the opportunity to come forward and let the people of Iwagakure feel his deep passion and love. Soon, the last big shinobi village, Cloud Shinobi Village also came. Cloud Shinobi's team this time is a bit large, and the number of genins taking the exam is extremely large, and each one is murderous. People from Konoha Village, Cloud Shinobi looked up at the gate of Konoha Village, their faces were arrogant and cold, and some people even showed hatred. The person who came to receive Cloud Shinobi Village was Sarutobi Asuma, the son of 3rd Hokage. Cloud Shinobi Village leads Jonin, 2 blonde Jonins, a man and a woman. The man's name is Shi, handsome and capable, and is called the elite Jonin of 4th Raikage's left hand. The woman's name is Samui, her face is delicate and indifferent, her body is hot, her eyes are blue-green, and her whole body is full of calmness and calmness. Asuma and Nozomi chatted while taking everyone to the Cloud Shinobi Village residence. This is Konoha? It's not that good, except that there are more people, it can't compare with our Cloud Shinobi Village. Tsurugi, don't say a word, what if someone hears you? People are upset, maybe they come to the door in the middle of the night and knock you out with one knife, you don't even know how to die. Omoi, you are worrying about nothing. Besides, with Lord Shi and Lord Samui, who would dare to sneak attack at the door? Who can say for sure? Maybe the one person we meet on the road is a big scary guy. If you don't restrain your temper, if you run into an iron plate, you really won't be able to eat kabuto and walk away. What are you afraid of? My sword is very powerful, the only person who can't eat kabuto will be the other party. Az, are you saying I'm right? It's not that nothing happened yet. Really, Tsurugi, you can dodge once, maybe not a second time. The Cloud Shinobi group arrived at the Cloud Shinobi station and settled down. Shi and Samui need to go to the Hokage building to meet 3rd Hokage to deliver 4th Raikage's letter, and they leave with Asuma. In the station, there is only a group of genin left. The team consisting of Omoi, Tsurugi, and Aze began to have fun, slipped out onto the street, and wandered around. He said that Konoha was not very good, and the one who had the most fun was the red-haired girl named Tsurugi. Look, is that Konoha genin? Tsurugi suddenly stopped and gestured to the other two. Omoi and Aze both looked over. Across the street, a pair of young men and women ninjas were strolling through the stalls, holding hands and being extremely close, making people envious at first glance. Looking at the age, it should be the genin of the Chuunin exam this time. Let's play with them. Really, at a young age, we are tired of being together, which makes people angry. Tsurugi took the lead and walked towards the opposite side. Omoi and Aze had no choice but to follow. Hey, you two, let's find a place and have a chat. Tsurugi is carefree and straight to the point. The two turned around, and their faces showed surprise. We are not. Do you all treat guests like this, Konoha? It's just a discussion and exchange, what's the embarrassment? Hurry up, find an open space, and let me see how talented you Konoha genin are. No, listen to me. The white-eyed girl with a soft and weak face tried her best to explain it clearly. The teenager beside her patted her on the shoulder and smiled. Okay, let's discuss and communicate, it's very reasonable. Come with me, I'll find a training ground for you. The teenager with blonde hair and a six-paths whisker brought the three of Tsurugi to an empty training ground. That man, have I seen him somewhere? Omoi touched his chin with a thoughtful expression on his face. However, Aze was eager to try, and the fighting spirit was soaring. Hinata, come and learn from them and relax. Naruto-kun, that's fine. The white-eyed girl stood up, smiled, and looked at Tsurugi quietly. Don't you use weapons? Tsurugi, don't you learn something? They are ninjas from the Hyuga family, and they only use their fists against the enemy. I see. Tsurugi suddenly realized, and began to draw out the long sword from his body. Yunliu, slash before dash. The sword light flashed, as fast as lightning. Cracked empty. Cloud flow, smooth cut. Tsurugi's movements were getting faster and faster, a long knife, she was playing with water, and the knife was dazzling. The white-eyed girl dodged straightly, no matter how fast Tsurugi moved, she avoided it just right, very calmly. No, it really hit the iron plate. The Morimwa looked, the more solemn his expression became, and an ominous premonition filled his heart. He was a pessimist. What's more, the two Yui parties were playing happily, and they didn't notice the difference between them at all, but as a bystander, Omoi could see clearly that the strength of the white-eyed girl was far beyond Turyui's. The other party simply dealt with it casually, very perfunctory. Then, why don't you do it? I have a companion here. Omoi glanced at the blonde boy and pointed to Aze beside him. Aze stared at Jin, Wang Zhao, as a young boy, and his fighting spirit was boiling. Me? I can't, my strength is too poor. If you want to learn from each other, find my partner one. The blonde boy shook his head again and again, as if I was a rookie, not your opponent. Swish. A figure fell in front of the blonde boy, and it was an Umbu ninja. Master Vortex, Master Hokage is waiting for your arrival at the Hokage building, and there is an urgent task. The blonde boy's expression suddenly became serious. He turned his head to the white-eyed girl in the battle and said, Hinata, I have a mission, you have fun with them. Got it, Naruto-kun. The blonde boy nodded to Omoi and smiled. The next moment, his figure disappeared without a trace, surprisingly fast. Omoi and Aze were stunned, their scalps tingling with shock at the sudden change. Lord Vortex? Naruto-kun? Uzumaki Naruto, that Konoha Jonin who fought against Raikage-sama? Omoi linked a series of clues together and couldn't help but slap his forehead. Really, crow mouth. As soon as I went out, I really kicked the iron plate. Chapter 104. You are really powerful. You can stop me from attacking like this. Karui panted slightly and said with admiration on her face. She did not notice anything unusual in the battle, nor did she notice that Naruto had left. She still maintained a high fighting spirit, like a little red hen, very proud. Well, you're amazing too. Hinata answered casually, looking in the direction of the Hokage house. Naruto-kun is on a mission, and today's date is ruined again, it's a bit unpleasant. You be careful, what I will use next, but the trick I have carefully cultivated, is a bit powerful. If you can't resist it, you can shout to stop, and I will stop. Karorai continued to chatter and get excited. She condensed the chakra on her body, and her aura became completely different. Lightning style, slashing thunder. Crackle. The dazzling thunder light shot out, like a thunder arrow. Karui's body followed closely behind, and the long sword was like snow, with a fierce and unparalleled momentum, and slashed towards Hinata. Hinata was still in a trance. Her body instinctively moved. The fist was wrapped around the azure blue chakra, which shattered the thunder arrow with one punch. The next moment, Hinata appeared in front of Karui, removed Karui's knife-wielding hand, and hit gentle fist with a shot. The movements are simple, fast, and smooth. Karui didn't even have time to react. Only then did Hinata come back to his senses, and found that he was really moving, so he took back 9 points of strength. Boom! Karui flew out. Hey 067 yo! Omoi couldn't help covering his eyes and looked away. Well, I'm sorry, you're not hurt, are you? I took it seriously by accident. Hinata looked guilty and apologized repeatedly. Karui rubbed his blood-surging chest and looked at Hinata in shock. Especially when she heard Hinata's seemingly apology, but in fact precise speech, she burst out with anger. Who exactly are you? Me? I'm Konoha Chuunin, Hyoga Hinata. I'm sorry, I still have something to do today, so let's go here one. Hinata saw that Karui was fine and didn't bother to entangle with her anymore, so he just said goodbye and left. Chuunin. Karui stammered, apparently taken aback by the answer. Isn't it Genin? Hyoga Hinata, the eldest lady of the Hyoga family of the Konoha family, a member of the Heitake Kakashi squad. Her teammates, one is Uchiha Sasuke, the orphan of the Uchiha family, the other is Elite Chuunin who is comparable to Jonin, and the other is a genius ninja in the ninja world. Yeah, Jonin, Uzumaki Naruto. Omoi held a notebook in his hand, and read out the contents of it word for word. Knowing who the other party is, can naturally correspond to the information. Then that blonde man just now. Yes, the one you guessed, Vortex Naruto. Karui's face turned red all of a sudden, although because of her dark skin, Dab J, made the redness not obvious, but she was really blushing. So embarrassing. You can use your toes to pull out 3 rooms and 2 halls. It's really scary, just go out and stroll around, and you can meet the most terrifying character in Konoha. Karui, let's go back. If things are not right today, going out will be in big trouble. Under Omoi's lingering chanting, Karui finally agreed to return to the station. Naruto, in the southern border area of the Land of Fire, there was a massacre in the village. A whole village of more than 300 people was killed. Now many Jonins have tasks, and you are the only one free. You lead the team to deal with this matter. The investigation is clear. When it is critical, it can be done cheaply. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his brows and said with a serious expression. During the Chuunin exam, this kind of thing happened again, it was really eventful. Slaughter village. Naruto's eyes were cold and murderous. Do you think that I am in the way in the village and that the tiger is leaving the mountain? Naruto took over the task. He called Uchiha Sasuke and Hinata over, explained the mission information, and took the two out of the village to the southern border. Kakashi, the nominal instructor, no longer has to lead the team. After all, Naruto has been promoted to the position of Chuunin and has the power to lead the team to perform tasks. Okay, the guy in the way is gone. Immediately implement the infiltration plan, and take advantage of this time to sneak into various locations in Konoha village. At the critical moment, you can make a move and collapse Konoha 1. Yes. In the forest, silhouettes with astonishing breaths gathered together, and after listening to the order, they dispersed and disappeared without a trace. Everything is silent and unpredictable. Yo, this is really interesting, I really want to see a lively event. A yin and yang face in the shape of a pitcher plant floated up from the ground, smiling strangely, inexplicably excited. This kind of conspiracy and chaos really suits his appetite. However, Konoha is indeed very dangerous, just send a clone to watch the fun. Now the time has not come, you can't provoke that horrible guy Kira. Ju murmured, and the man sank into the earth again. Fire Nation, Southern Frontier, Lemongrass Village. A ninja wearing a Konoha forward protector is guarding the silent village, a little restless. Swish swish. 3 figures appeared outside the village, it was Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata. Lord Vortex, you are here. The Chuunin stationed in Lemongrass Village recognized Naruto's identity at a glance and was overjoyed. What is the specific situation? We have investigated, and there are quite a few murderers, at least 50 people. After they committed the murder, they separated from each other. Some crossed the border to other ninja villages, and some sneaked back to the country of fire. Their whereabouts were very unusual. Hidden. Chuunin brought what he knew one by one. Naruto pursed his lips, his expression chilled. Wandering ninjas, rabble, gather together and disperse, do you want to use these people to drag me down and let me waste my time on these irrelevant minions? Sasuke and Hinata did some investigation in the village, and came back to report to Naruto. As Chuunin said, the murderers were scattered all over the ninja world. With the strangeness of the ninjutsu in the ninja world, it is not impossible to track down these murderers, but it takes a little longer. Okay, I'll take over this matter, Murata Chuunin, you can return to the team. I won't let any of these murderers go. Naruto saw the plight of the villagers, and even the children were not spared. His voice was low, and the murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense. Sasuke also had a gloomy face. Looking at this village, he couldn't help but think of his family. Was the Uchiha family just like these villagers, who died horribly? Thinking of this, his heart couldn't help but tingle. Sasuke, this matter is actually very simple. Some people want to transfer me from the village, so that they can make trouble in Konoha. Most of the masterminds who do this are Danzo, an elder of the rebellion. Sasuke raised his head suddenly, staring at Naruto. You transform now, sneak back to Konoha, and secretly investigate the abnormality in the village. They should be involved in the Chuunin exam, and everything will have clues. Sasuke, find them, wait for the opportunity, and catch them all. Naruto stared at Sasuke and urged him seriously. I see, promise to complete the mission. Sasuke's voice was sonorous, his eyes were firm, and a raging fire burned in his eyes. This is his most eager task. Danzo, it's almost time to deal with you and avenge the family. With a swish, Sasuke left Lemongrass Village and hurried towards Konoha. Naruto-kun. Don't worry, I won't let any of the murderers off this time. They are so naive, thinking that if they are dispersed, they will be able to escape, delusional. Naruto stretched out his palm, and dozens of insects the size of flies fluttered and circled around the Lemongrass Village a few times. Behind Naruto, clones appeared one by one, standing in a dense circle. Find people and take them to Short Book Street. Naruto opened his mouth. All the clones nodded, and each followed a bug and flew away. Hinata, let's go for a walk in Tantan Street, and meet one of the most famous Sunin, Princess Tsunade of Konoha. Chapter 105. Naruto-kun, this flower is so pretty. Naruto-kun, hurry up. Naruto-kun, come and see, there are fish in this creek. Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun. Finally, without Sasuke's unsightly light bulb, Hinata released his rare nature and became more lively than usual. That soft and waxy voice seemed to be coquettish to Naruto. Naruto moved forward unhurriedly, with a smile, watching Hinata like a light swallow, running back and forth on the barren mountains and ridges, giggling. Hinata rarely gets the chance to indulge like this. Her little face was flushed, and her eyes were full of joy. She is accompanied by her beloved person, and that freedom and happiness make her so happy that she wants to fly. However, in a populated area, Hinata became quiet again. The tutoring of Hyaga's family is reflected most vividly in her. In front of outsiders, you must be a lady. Naruto-kun, what kind of person is Tsunade-sama? One who will surprise you. Yeah, then I'd be surprised. Hehe, you are really naughty. Naruto-kun, how did you know Tsunade-sama was in Tantan Street? I have my own intelligence channels. In order to feed you, Hinata, I have done a lot of work, trying to plan for our future, and making money is the top priority. I want to make a lot of money and feed you, Hinata, in vain. 1. Well, I know, Naruto-kun, you are amazing. You keep saying this back and forth. Change it to something new. I want to hear something new. 1. Naruto-kun, you're okay, is that so? Hey, change the soup but not the medicine. 1. Naruto and Hinata whispered and crooked all the way, always having endless private words to talk about. Both of them are used to this way of communication, and they feel like they are about to become old couples. Finally, Short Book Street has arrived. Very lively market, people come and go, bustling. Naruto-kun, do you know where Tsunade-sama is? There are so many people here. You just follow me. Naruto headed straight for his destination without turning at all. Hinata followed silently. She found that Naruto's aura had changed, and it seemed like he was on a battlefield. She knew that Naruto was going to do something big, and all she could do at this time was to stay by his side silently and do her best to support him. Victory Casino. Naruto walked straight in. Hinata's mouth was slightly opened, and his face was shocked. The granddaughter of first Hokage, one of Konoha Sunin, the first-generation Princess Tsunade, is actually in the casino? Simply incredible. Buy and leave, hurry up and bet. At a gaming table, the dealer is urging the gamblers to place their bets quickly. The gamblers shook their heads again and again, only staring at the woman in green, as if waiting for her to place a bet before they would act. Dice, bet big and small. I don't believe in evil anymore, this time I'll buy a big one. The woman in green shoved all the chips in front of her onto the big characters. The gamblers immediately smiled and put their bets on the small print, specifically against the woman in green. Naruto stood behind the woman in green. Hinata stared at the big bet behind the woman, dumbfounded. She has realized the identity of the woman. Because of this, she was even more shocked. The dignified Princess Konoha is actually a gambler? Open the cup, 1, 3, 4, 8, small. The gamblers all laughed and laughed very happily. Tsunade was extremely mad, gnashing his teeth, as if his whole body was about to explode, and he was furious. However, she finally endured. Shizune, where are the new chips? Hurry up and get them. Master Tsunade, how about being here today? Long-winded, I'm going to flip the book, next time I will definitely win. But we're really out of money. On the side behind Tsunade, a woman wearing a colored coat and holding a red piglet persuaded her, as if she was about to dry her saliva. Gamblers stared at Tsunade expectantly, hoping that she would continue to end and let them enjoy the big fat sheep's generous journey. Tsunade is a big fat sheep to the casino, but to the gamblers like them, it is an out-and-out god of wealth. While Tsunade was still hesitating, a voice came from behind. Let's be here today. Tsunade-sama is not gambling. Who said that? I'm going to bet, I'm going to continue. The dealer, can't your casino borrow money? Give me another 1,000,000 chips, I must turn the book today. Tsunade hadn't made a decision yet, but the words of the person who suddenly interjected made her rebellious and suddenly shouted loudly. Yes, Tsunade-sama, the chips will be delivered soon. The dealer was overjoyed and hurriedly signaled his servants to bring the chips up. I said, I'm here today, didn't you hear clearly? A hand reached out and his fingers tapped lightly on the gaming table. A click. The gaming table suddenly split in half, and the chips and dice on it rolled into a ball, which was extremely chaotic. Both the dealer and the gamblers were startled and kept silent. They dared to bet with Tsunade, because Tsunade never used ninja force because of winning or losing, always like an ordinary gambler, willing to admit defeat. 0 Ask for flowers. If Tsunade really wanted to be strong, in this ninja world, no casino would dare to win Tsunade's money. Now, 2 ninjas have come, and they are the kind who dare to do it directly. The casino suddenly did not dare to make a sound. Hey, where did you come from? How dare you attack ordinary people? Tsunade turned around angrily, and the imposing figure also swung over, making Naruto and Hinata couldn't help but take a step back. Seeing Naruto and Hinata's ninja forehead protector, she frowned and looked more serious. Tsunade-sama, why don't you take a moment to talk about it? Naruto's face was full of smiles, and he spoke without being humble or arrogant. Are you Konoha's ninja? Chuunin? Chuunin? You haven't answered me yet, why do you want to attack ordinary people? Tsunade's voice was sharp and furious. She has traveled all over the ninja world and relied on various tricks to gamble for money, but she has never used ninja force against ordinary people. This is the ninja code she always abides by. 0. Seeing Naruto actually do it directly in the casino is simply daring, and he doesn't take the ninja rules in his eyes at all. Listen carefully. In the future, if you dare to let Lord Tsunade enter the casino, I will tear down your casino. This is an advance warning, remember it. 1. Naruto ignored Tsunade's question, just stared at the casino manager, and said with a smile. He stomped lightly, and the entire casino shook uncontrollably, causing the other gamblers who were unaware of it to scream one after another, and fled in chaos. 1R. Tsunade's chest was heaving with anger, but facing Naruto's unwavering eyes, she didn't know what to say. Konoha Shinobi, if the other party ignores her identity as one of Chuunin, Princess Tsunade, she really has no reason to scold the other party. Shizune on the side looked at Naruto with a look of reverence. So amazing. It was the first time in her life that she had seen Tsunade choked. My lord, I remember it, we all remember it, and I will never let Lord Tsunade enter the casino in the future. Sir Tsunade, I'm very sorry. In the future, we will no longer welcome Mr. Tsunade at Victory Casino. I hope you can forgive me, Mr. Tsunade. The steward of the casino had a sad face, nodded and bowed quickly, wanting to send these gods out to Gong quickly. Let them continue to make trouble, and the losses of the casino today will be huge. Master Tsunade, please. Naruto looked respectful and let Tsunade go first. Tsunade glared at Naruto angrily, and then strode out of the Victory Casino. Shizune hugged the little pig and trotted after him. Naruto and Hinata walked unhurriedly behind, very leisurely. Chapter 106. Are you? Uzumaki Naruto. Tsunade walked all the way until he stopped in a deserted forest outside Tan's street. She stared at Naruto for a while, then at Hinata before speaking. Although it was a questioning tone, Tsunade had already confirmed Naruto's identity in his heart. There is a white-eyed girl beside her, who is so young, yet dares to act so recklessly against one of her dignified Chuunin. The whole Konoha will never be able to find a second person. Except for the 12-year-old Jonin who had defeated Hokage and drew Raikage's genius monster Uzumaki Naruto, there was no one else. What's the matter with you coming to see me? If you say anything to let me go back to the village, don't ask me. Tsunade said, with an impatient look on his face. Over the years, it is not that Sarutobi Hiruzen has not sent people to want Tsunade to return to the village, but Tsunade has flatly refused. She thought that this time was no exception. It's just that the people who come here are special, they are the 067 genius ninjas of the village. Master Tsunade is really smart, he guessed my purpose at once. Yes, I want to invite Master Tsunade to return to the village together. You go back and tell the third-generation old man, I won't go back, don't waste your time. Tsunade replied irritably and refused again. Master Tsunade, you are wrong. It wasn't the third generation who asked me to invite Master Tsunade, this time I had a mission to do, so I came to invite him when I knew that Master Tsunade was in the short book street. Oh? Isn't that what the third generation old man meant? You are a little hairy and dare to make your own decisions. There is nothing to do without permission. This is my personal opinion. Even Lord Third Generation can't control me. The corner of Naruto's mouth was smiling, and his self-confidence overflowed with the kind of self-confidence that looked down on the world. Tsunade raised his eyebrows and measured Naruto up and down with a curious expression. She heard the meaning in Naruto's words, and the other party, Sarutobi Hiruzen, didn't seem to have much respect. As a Konoha shinobi, there is a lack of respect for Hokage. Here, the problem is bigger. What do you want to do when you invite me back to the village? Tsunade started to get serious. Inviting Tsunade-sama back to the village is to let Tsunade-sama witness the ceremony that I, Uzumaki Naruto, take over as 5th Hokage. When Naruto said this, not only Tsunade was shocked, but Hinata and Shizune were also dumbfounded. It's absolutely shocking. 3rd Hokage is still in place, busy handling the Chuunin exam, but Naruto said in front of Tsunade that he will succeed 5th Hokage, which is really terrifying. Naruto-kun, what does he want to do? Hinata's little face was wrinkled, her mind was in chaos. Of course she knew that Naruto had vowed to become 5th Hokage. But the predecessor Hokage was still on the throne, and Naruto proposed to take the throne in such a grand manner. It was too urgent and would make people misunderstood. Something happened to old 3rd generation. Tsunade thought that something had happened to 3rd Hokage for the first time, and his expression became gloomy. No, Lord 3rd generation is fine, he personally announced my mission this time. 3rd generation is fine, you're about to succeed 5th Hokage? Uzumaki Naruto, do you know what you're talking about? Tsunade's look at Naruto instantly became chilling. Of course I know what I'm talking about. Lord 3rd generation is already old and frail. After the Chuunin exam this time, he should abdicate and take good care of himself. Lord Tsunade, are you right? Naruto's expression did not change in the slightest, and he was still unhurried and smiling brightly. Uzumaki Naruto, you want to usurp the throne? What a guts! 1. Tsunade laughed angrily. She didn't despise Naruto at all because he was young. After all, someone who can defeat Hokage and compete with Raikage, no matter how young, must be taken seriously with the most serious attitude. Lord Tsunade, you are really joking. It's good, why do I want to usurp the throne? It's just that this Chuunin exam, there will be some small disturbances, and something unexpected will inevitably happen. I'm not here to invite you back to the village, Lord Tsunade. Is it? With you as one of the Chuunins in the town, the village will be much more stable, Lord 3rd generation, it will be much more relaxed, and the possibility of being able to take care of the old age will also be greater. Naruto said with a smile. The news revealed in his words made Tsunade and Shizun's faces change drastically, and the eyes they looked at Naruto were full of fear. Apparently, both took Naruto's words as a manifesto for a coup d'état. During the Chuunin exam, the Prominence attacked, overthrew the third Hokage, and took the Hokage position by himself. Tsunade looked at Naruto and felt that the ambition and confidence in this little boy were terrifyingly strong. Hey, Lord Tsunade, don't look at me like that. It's not me who wants to cause trouble in the village. I've always been a firm supporter of the will of fire, and if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be the 1/5 Hokage as a dream. Who wants to make trouble in the village? Of course it's the former elder, an old friend of the third generation for decades, Shimura Danzo, and Tsunade-sama, your old classmate, Orochimaru. Maybe they will collude with other shinobi villages to take advantage of Chuunin's exam. At that time, he attacked in one fell swoop, causing Konoha to completely collapse or something. Naruto shrugged, his smile still as bright as ever. Danzo? Orochimaru? How did you know this information? You didn't report the information to the third generation old man. Master Tsunade, I naturally have my own channels for information. As for reporting? Master Tsunade, your information is really out of date. Now the entire ninja world, the senior management of the major ninja villages, who do not know that there will be a big event in Konoha's Chuunin exam, Lord Third Generation is naturally aware of this, and he is more aware of the mastermind behind it, that is, his old friend and direct disciple. Tsunade heard the words and was completely silent. Both Hinata and Shizun could not help but feel their scalp tingling. Shizun can say, but Hinata knows that Konoha is calm now. At least, in his eyes, he's. But I never imagined that under this peaceful surface, there are so many turbulent undercurrents, which is simply incredible. Hinata believed every word Naruto said. She knew that Naruto did a lot of things for the village behind her back, and she also knew a lot of information that she didn't know. This man, always carrying some heavy burdens silently, staggered along. Things are bound to happen. As for the outcome, it depends on how the parties play. So, Tsunade-sama, even for the safety of Konoha village, you should go back to the village with me. Naruto made another invitation. Didn't you just say that you invited me back to witness your 5th Hokage succession ceremony? Why did you turn 1.9 into village safety? Tsunade squinted at Naruto, still suspicious of him. Sir Tsunade, can't you see it? Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru, these two guys are both close to the third generation Sama. Once this incident happens, the third generation Sama will be inseparable from an acquaintance no matter what. Unknown guilt. Taking the blame and resigning is his most dignified end. After the third generation steps down, who is the new Hokage? Naruto raised his eyebrows, showing a confident and flamboyant expression, the kind of strong belief that the world is in my master, surging and domineering. In one sentence, it revealed his determination to do his part. Tsunade narrowed his eyes, feeling the confident air in Naruto. In an instant, she seemed to see the shadow of first Hokage, her grandfather Senjo Hashirama, both of them were the same confident and exaggerated existence. Single G. Chapter 107. Even if the third generation old man steps down and the new Hokage is appointed, it may not be you, kid, you are too tender. Tsunade felt a little restless in his heart. The word Hokage would always make her irritable. From her point of view, for the word Hokage, too many people go one after another, sacrifices, fall down, it's just a pile of shit, only a fool would fight for this position. But when someone really wanted to say that he would become Hokage, Tsunade couldn't help but get angry. In Naruto's words, the awe and yearning for the position of Hokage could not be heard. In the eyes of this young man, Hokage seemed to be a tool, a convenient tool that he could use whenever he needed it. This attitude makes Tsunade very unpleasant. Tsunade-sama, in fact, you are the naive person. Now in the ninja world, after all is said and done, in the end, it's the truth that your fist is big. My fist is big enough, and my strength is strong enough. If I say something, I want to be Hokage, the whole Konoha, whoever is in favor, whoever opposes, you will find that the vast majority of people will vote for me. The first Hokage-sama back then, didn't it rely on the powerful strength of the god of ninjas to establish Konoha and overwhelm all the 30 ninjas? Master Tsunade, you should know, I'm really strong. For Tsunade's taunting, Naruto was rude and went back directly. He stared at Tsunade with burning eyes. The words are very strong and domineering. His meaning is very obvious, whoever refuses to obey will be convinced. Everyone's opinions are unified, then he is naturally the new Hokage, doing his part. What an arrogant kid. Tsunade suddenly burst out laughing backwards and forwards. Strong, domineering, confident. What Naruto showed off was an eye-opener for Tsunade. It was something she had never seen before. All along, she has been indulging in the past, sinking into the day-to-day gambling, and constantly anesthetizing herself. But Naruto's words made her think clearly. I see. Breaking with Nawake, not because of chasing Hokage and lost their lives, just because they are not strong enough, that's all. If they are strong enough, they will not die at the hands of the enemy. Strong enough, even me Tsunade can become Hokage. Yellow-haired boy, even if the third-generation old man steps down and is qualified to be Hokage, I am one of them. Fifth Hokage, why can't I be the one? Tsunade stared at Naruto with a serious face, and his voice was sonorous. Suddenly she didn't want to run away any longer. Master Tsunade, I invite you back to the village because I want you to be the elder of the village. You want to be Hokage, but your strength is still a little lacking. How dare you say it, boy? What I say is the truth. One. That's good. Uzumaki Naruto, just bet on the position of 5th Hokage. If you win me, I will fully support you as Hokage. If you lose, just be your own Jonin, don't think about it. It's a word. It's hard to chase a horse. Shisui and Hinata felt their scalps go numb with the agreement between them. Lord Tsunade, 3rd Hokage hasn't stepped down yet, why are you betting on 5th Hokage's position? Shisui was screaming wildly in her heart, feeling that everything she saw and heard today had subverted her 3 views. The only thing that made her happy was that Tsunade seemed to be free of her knot and regain her spirits. Congrats, congratulations. Come on, boy. Master Tsunade, please go first. Boy, it seems that you really don't look down on my strength. With one step, Tsunade appeared in front of Naruto, lightning fast. Crackle. The two punched each other, equally fierce and swift as thunder. Tsunade's strength is gradually improving, his movements are getting stronger and faster, and his speed is getting faster and faster. She hasn't done her best for many years. This strength, if you don't need it, you will retreat. After many years of sinking, Tsunade's strength is far below its peak. But as the battle went on, little by little, Tsunade gradually regained his fighting state, and the more he fought, the more fierce he became. The roar was endless. In this wilderness, it seemed to be ravaged by 2 monsters with all their strength, the ground was cracked, the trees were broken, and the momentum was overwhelming. Shisui and Hinata stepped back again and again, not daring to approach the battlefield where they were fighting. They watched the battle and smacked their tongues. Shisui had never seen Tsunade go all out, and she could never imagine that the woman who was as violent as a lion was actually a bad gambler who was addicted to gambling and often cheated. Hinata was also frightened. She thought to herself, with her Hyuga family's gentle fist, in the face of Tsunade's ferocious and unparalleled attack, most of them wouldn't dare to go straight to Sakura's front, and could only dodge with her footsteps. You can only deal with dozens of tricks, and over time, you will lose. Hinata calculated the strength of the 2 sides and couldn't help but feel frustrated. She was originally quite satisfied with her own strength and was content with it. In Konoha village, among female ninjas, her pair of gentle fist can at least win 99% of the time, even Jonin is no exception. But seeing Tsunade's strength, Hinata felt the pressure. She is really, not an opponent. I have to work even harder. I can't just be a vase by Naruto-kun. Boom. The earth shook in waves. The cracked earth is now more thoroughly shattered. Tsunade and Naruto were tens of meters away from each other, quietly facing each other. Boy, why don't you go all out? Master Tsunade, don't you also have a whole card? I heard that you are known for your ferocious ninjutsu skills, but I didn't expect that your physical skills were so superb. You hide really deep enough. I didn't hide it. It's just that I haven't been able to meet an opponent who can let me perform physical skills. Naruto spread his hands and looked helpless. Today, he really can't find an opponent who can let him use his full fist. Even against Tsunade, he only used a tiny bit of strength, not even a warm-up. Invincible, it is so lonely and unbearable. Naruto, if you can block this next move, I will automatically admit defeat. Tsunade exclaimed suddenly. It is precisely because of her strength that she has a deeper understanding of Naruto's unfathomable strength. She really understood that what it means to have a big fist is the truth. She tried her best, but there was no way for Naruto to show any flaws, it was like facing a majestic mountain. Stand still. Magic power, 100 healings mark, solution. 067 on Tsunade's forehead, a diamond-shaped mark appeared, and more violent chakra continued to pour out, making her aura skyrocket. Around her body, the wind began to blow. The invisible airflow circled around her arm, and the surging feeling of that kind of power overflowed. Boom! With the loud noise, Tsunade thumped Naruto with a fist with extreme ferocity. Before they got close, the violent air current pressed the ground down continuously. As if a 100,000-ton hammer fell into the air, the overwhelming sense of pressure made people shudder. Naruto narrowed his eyes, feeling the looming pressure and couldn't help but marvel. The power of this punch is definitely above Super S-grade ninjutsu, it is too terrifying. So, Naruto stretched out his palm and grabbed Tsunade's fist. Boom! All the power of this punch fell into his palm, like a mud bowl into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Hey, what a cute little boy! Tsunade sealed the 100 healings mark again, and his pale face turned red again. She snorted coldly and gave Naruto a vicious look. Although he guessed that he was not Naruto's opponent, the gap was so big that Tsunade was still surprised. The punch just now, she cast nearly half of the chakra stored in the 100 healings mark, the power is definitely far beyond ordinary people's imagination. But, it was blocked by Naruto's understatement. This kid really doesn't give her any face, it's too hateful. This time, count me as a loser. Let's go back to Konoha. I'll see how you become this Hokage. Chapter 108. Wait a minute, I'm not done yet. What mission? The southern border, the massacre incident, more than 300 households, more than 1,500 people. Tsunade's eyebrows were upright, and his eyes were cold. The news made her very angry. In such a serious matter, you don't want to catch the murderer, and you still have time to come to me. Well, isn't the murderer here? Tsunade was about to scold Naruto, but Naruto motioned for her to take a second look. In the distance, a Naruto clone carrying a person is flying over. Boom! The clone threw the person on the ground, and he scattered into a cloud of white smoke. Is this the murderer? Tsunade looked suspicious. In her opinion, the vicissitudes and sloppy Ronin in front of her did not look like a murderous madman capable of slaughtering more than 1,500 people. It was no exaggeration to say that he was a little chicken because of his fearful appearance. Naruto motioned to wait a little longer. Soon, more Naruto clones kept returning, all with one person in their hands. Ronin, samurai, wandering ninja. 57 people. Taking the last clone back, Naruto narrowed his eyes, digesting the memories of these clones. It was confirmed that there were only so many murderers, and none of them fell. It was these bastards who carried out the slaughter? Why are they so mad? Who is behind it? Tsunade's face was frosty and furious. More than 1,500 people, this is not a small number. Even during the Ninja World War, in a battle, the casualties of ordinary people were not so great. It has already been interrogated. They gathered people through black market channels, and then a mysterious person appeared and gave them tasks. The mysterious person was still a clone and used transformation technique. The source has not been traced. Naruto had a smile on his face, but the chill in his eyes grew stronger. However, it's not hard to guess who is the real murderer behind the scenes. According to the principle of whoever benefits, whoever is the murderer, through this massacre of the village, I was moved away from the mountain, and I wasted my time in chasing these people, so I couldn't. When he returned to the village during the Chuunin exam, it was clear who the murderer was. Humph! Those damned fellows! We're going back to the village right now. Tsunade also guessed the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. She looked cold and murderous. At this time, even if Naruto didn't invite her back, she couldn't help herself and wanted to seek justice for the innocent people who lost their lives. We can't go back so openly, otherwise, wouldn't we be frightening the snake? After all, I'm still on a mission outside the village. Naruto shrugged. Tsunade heard the words and understood Naruto's thoughts. He was going to wipe out all the guys who made trouble in Konoha village during the Chuunin exam. She nodded and agreed with Naruto. What are you going to do with these people? A bunch of garbage, living is a waste of the land and air of the ninja world. Tsunade turns his attention to the real murderers of the slaughtering village. The corners of Naruto's mouth turned up and he smiled, but the coldest words came out of his mouth. He seals slowly. A seal can be seen clearly. Fire style, great fireball technique. Forgive me, we are all instructed by others, the murderer is not us. Please, let us go, we will never dare again. I don't want to die, the task gold I just got, I haven't spent it yet. 1. A group of people wailed, pleaded, desperate, and burst into tears. In the blink of an eye, a giant great fireball like the sun swallowed all the 57 savage and vicious guys. All the wailing stopped abruptly. After burning for a while, the fireball dissipated, leaving only pieces of fly ash on the ground. Tsunade's pupils contracted slightly, and the look in Naruto's eyes became even more dreadful. A mere C-rank great fireball was actually used by Naruto with the power of S-rank ninjutsu. The prestige of the ninjutsu canon is truly worthy of its name. It's time to go back to the village. Konoha village, in a blink of an eye, the day of the Chuunin exam came. The 5 major ninja villages gathered together, and there were also small ninja villages such as Yunin village, Taki ninja village, and Grassin village. So the candidates were divided into 3 examination rooms. In the examination room, Rock Lee, dressed in tight green clothes, looked around, trying to find a few acquaintances, but found that he didn't know any of the candidates around him. The teammates who teamed up with him were also scattered to 2 corners of the examination room, and it was difficult to save near fire. Damn. Exam. I do not. Xiao Li became more and more nervous, and sweat kept coming out. If he wants to fight the enemy, he doesn't say a word, just rushing up is a good fight. But if he was asked to take the exam, and it was the kind that started writing, he couldn't help but feel dizzy. Look, that's Konoha's genin, it's too funny to wear such ugly tights. Looking at how nervous he looks, his strength must be very weak. Konoha is also really, to send such a rookie to take the Chuunin exam, it's ridiculous. Don't laugh at people, Konoha's genin is still very strong. Didn't you see the 3 Konoha genins who entered the door just now? That momentum, that sense of oppression, tisk, wait for the actual test, I must leave, they are far away. Before the examiner arrived, In the examination room, the candidates whispered to each other, discussing the 8 trigrams that they were interested in. Rock Lee has always been the one to be laughed at. But the other Konoha genins made the candidates vigilant, and the indescribable feeling of oppression made everyone feel like an enemy. The training of the Vortex Demon King is really good. Look at them, their eyes are about to pop out. One. Don't be complacent, other villages also have powerful genin, be careful of overturning in the gutter. Yes, if the test results go wrong, the Great Demon King will let you know what it means to live rather than die. One. Konoha genin was also discussing in a low voice. Some people are complacent and arrogant. There are also people who are extremely cautious, cautiously looking around, paying attention to those opponents worthy of attention. When someone proposed the name of the Great Demon King and raised the Great Demon King's warning, all Konoha genin couldn't help shivering, even the proudest guy, obediently corrected his attitude and became serious. It's really amazing, these little guys are like veterans who have experienced 100 battles. When did Konoha become so powerful? A Kuzakamura ninja stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, with a curious light in his eyes. Today's Konoha makes him more and more interested. The only regret is that in this Chuunin exam, the person he was most interested in did not take part, even Uchiha's only orphan missed the exam. Uzumaki Naruto, I really want to get his body. He has perfect ninjutsu skills and amazing physical skills. He is a perfect existence. Kusakata ninja didn't know what to think, his eyes became brighter and brighter, and his eyes flashed with incomparable excitement. Of course, he just thought about it. If you really want him to face Uzumaki Naruto, he might just back down, of Wang Zhao. Swish. One after another figure suddenly appeared in front of the examination room. A row of Konoha shinobi dressed in grey stood with their hands behind their backs, suffocating. Standing at the front is a tall middle-aged man wearing a black coat, with scars on his face. In an instant, the examination room became silent. He was actually oppressed by the imposing manner of the person who came, and he was speechless. It's been a long wait, I'm the examiner for the first round of the Chuunin selection test, Ibiki Mori. Taking advantage of this opportunity, let me explain in advance that without the examiner's permission, all kinds of sparring and fighting are not allowed. And even if permission is obtained, actions that may kill the opponent are not allowed. A foolish person who dares to disobey me will be immediately disqualified from the examination, understand? Sen'i was expressionless, looking at the rebellious genin in front of him. In the 3 examination rooms, he was also the chief examiner. He used the clone technique, the same sternness, and the same arrogance. Then, start the first round of the Chuunin selection test Fei. Chapter 109. The first session of the Chuunin exam officially started. The chief examiner, Ibiki Mori, was at the front of the examination room, facing the candidates. On both sides of the examination room, there was a row of Chuunin examiners, all holding cardboard and staring at the candidates with wide eyes. Once they found cheating, they would catch them immediately and deduct points. More importantly, according to the rules of the exam, a team of 3 people will count the total score. If the total score fails, they will be eliminated. If one of the 3 has 0 points, all the teams will be eliminated. The heavy pressure fell on many genins, causing them to scratch their heads and to sit still. As for cheating, how could a ninja not cheat? Ninjas exist to cheat. For a time, the examination room was quiet, only the sound of rustling writing. Everywhere in the blind spot, genin secretly formed seals, using various means, trying to peek at other people's exam papers, plagiarize answers, and become a mess. Called a turbulent undercurrent. Number 18, cheating once, deducting 2 points. Number 73, cheating once, deducting 2 points. Number 3, cheating once, deducting 2 points. In the quiet examination room, the invigilator's cold and ruthless announcement suddenly sounded. And not once or twice, but a series of warnings of deductions. Some genin's actions are too big, and the cheating is too clumsy, and they are directly caught by the examiner and deducted. The candidates are all awe-inspiring, and the next movements are more cautious and more concealed. But no matter how hidden it is, there will always be people who are not strong enough. One by one cheating behaviors are picked up, and all the genin scores are deducted. The entire 080 team is completely eliminated and kicked out of the examination room. They were heartbroken and left in despair. Hey! It's not a piece of cake, it's too simple. This first test is to test the genin's ability to steal information. In this test room, genins with standard answers are mixed in. As long as these genins are found, the correct answers of the test papers can be copied from them. Those who are eliminated guys, it's still a little too tender. This first exam, it's trivial. Among the candidates, some are panic-stricken, and naturally some are confident. Those powerful genin, who had completed the test papers early, were holding their hands, watching the turbulent situation in the test room, and they had a sense of superiority sitting on a mountain and watching tigers fight. They even have time to MT other candidates, use ninjutsu, hinder other candidates from cheating, directly expose each other's methods, and so on. Damn! Xiaoli looked at the blank test paper, covered his head, and looked helpless. I really don't understand, I can't do a single question. More importantly, he doesn't cheat either. This idiot. Yamanaka Ino is in this exam room, just behind Xiaoli. She noticed the blanks on Xiaoli's test paper and couldn't help but have a headache. After all, he is also Konoha's companion. Thinking to myself, Yamanaka Ino made a secret seal. Ninjutsu, heart-turning technique. Idiot, don't yell, I'm Yamanaka Ino, let go of control, and I'll help you finish this test paper. Xiaoli felt an abnormality in his body and was shocked, but Ino's voice came from his mind. He froze, relaxed, and let Ino take control. Swish swish. The test paper was quickly filled with writing. Ino quickly left Xiaoli's body. Xiaoli looked at the filled test paper, tears filled his eyes for a while, he couldn't help but turn his head and gave Ino a thumbs up, really youthful. Ino is such a kind girl. Although little Sakura is not bad, Ino seems to be better. No, I'm going to empathize and stop falling in love. The single line Xiaoli completed the psychological construction in an instant, and was full of passion for a while. After preparing for the exam, he confessed to Ino. Hey, you idiot, what are you thinking about? Ino felt a chill coming, so she couldn't help clasping her arms, and goosebumps appeared on her arms. Time passes quickly. More than 500 people, nearly 200 people were eliminated. The time is up. Next, we have to answer the last 10th question. Sina Ibeki spoke up. The candidates raised their heads one after another, all holding their breaths, ready to face the final difficulty. Before that, I'm going to add a rule to this last question. You all heard well, this is a desperate rule. First of all, you have to choose whether to accept the investigation of this 10th question. Ibuki Mori's words caused an uproar in the examination room, and even the examinee asked loudly what would happen if they did not accept the 10th question. Sina's face was indifferent, but the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, with a hint of sarcasm. If you choose not to accept, the candidate will immediately get 0 points. That is to say, if he fails to pass, the same person will also be treated as unqualified. How is this going? Of course I have to choose to accept it. Dabjay. You can't implicate other people. In the face of the candidates who gave the introductions, Ibuki Mori lowered his eyelids and continued to announce, at the same time, there is another rule, those who choose to accept and do not answer correctly will be permanently disqualified from taking the Chuunin exam in the future. As soon as these words came out, the examination room exploded. All the students were in a frenzy. Where are the BD's rules? There are people in this room who have taken the Chuunin exam more than once. Inyazuka Yat, who had the white puppy on his head, stood up and questioned loudly. It's because of your bad luck that I set the rules for this year. However, didn't I also give you a chance to look back? Guys who don't have self-confidence can choose not to accept it and wait for the exam next year or the year after. Sina Ibuki sneered, and the laughter was particularly permeating. For a time, there was a terrifying pressure in the examination room, which was so overwhelming that people could hardly breathe. Countless candidates widened their eyes and were at a loss in the face of these two dilemmas. Then, let's get started. Those who choose not to accept the 10th test will raise their arms, record the test number, and then they can leave. Under this heavy pressure, a man slowly raised his arm. Immediately afterwards, more and more people raised their hands, all of them looking ashen and frustrated to the extreme. They couldn't bear the tense atmosphere and collapsed completely. There are fewer and fewer people in the exam room. But fewer and fewer people raised their hands. Those who can persevere have firm belief and will, and their minds are not so easily shaken. I'll ask again, it's about the choice of life. If you regret it, it's too late. Sina swept the examinee once more than Ziwan, and spoke gloomily again. I gave up. I'll give up too, let's take the test again next year, 1. His words, like the last straw, overwhelmed the hearts of many people, and some people chose to give up, one after another. Another wave of people was eliminated. There were only about 100 people left in the 3 examination rooms. Sina Ibuki waited for a while, and finally no one raised their hands. He smiled slightly. The determination is very good. Then I declare that everyone in the test room, the first test, passed dash. In the examination room, the candidates felt their brains were turned into a mess, and they were about to go crazy. This inexplicable qualification made them wonder whether they should be happy or angry. It feels like being held in the palm of your hand and playing tricks. Isn't there a 10th question? Why did it suddenly pass? Don't those genin who gave up become fools? There is no 10th question, the first 2 choices are the 10th question. Ibuki Mori began to explain the purpose of the exam to the candidates. The first 9 questions tested the candidates' intelligence-gathering ability, while the 10th question tested their determination and courage in the face of difficult choices. All genin listened very seriously, with a thoughtful look on their face. The first round of the Chuunin selection test is officially over. Hope you keep working hard. With the announcement of Ibuki Mori, all the candidates were relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 110. Boom. In the 3 examination rooms, the windows were broken in an instant. A figure swept in. shhhhhhh. The 4 kunai were inserted into the 4 corners of the ceiling and the floor respectively, directly pulling a black curtain open, blocking Mori Bibi behind the curtain, causing Mori Bibi's eyelids to jump. On the curtain, it was written Second Exam Examiner, Mitarashi Anko, please enter. I am the second exam examiner, Mitarashi Anko. Next, let's go, next game. A female ninja lined with fishnets and a khaki coat is full of enthusiasm, raising her arms and shouting, as if participating in some great competition, trying to cheer for the candidates. There was silence in the examination room. Follow me. Mitarashi Anko raised his fist again and shouted loudly. Still quiet. It was completely cold in the classroom. The candidates looked at each other in dismay, feeling a little confused about the second exam chief examiner who suddenly appeared. Take a good look at the atmosphere. Ibiki Mori poked out half of her face from behind the curtain and said coldly. Mitarashi Anko's face turned red all of a sudden. Awkward. So embarrassing. She finally came up with such a gorgeous way of appearing, and in the end, that's all? I really want to dig a hole in it. Cough, cough, there are so many people left. Ibizai, you are too soft-hearted in the first competition this year. Fortunately, Mitarashi Anko is thick-skinned, and he quickly becomes calm. There are many outstanding guys this year, after all, it is an exam that all 5 countries take. But forget it, in today's second match, I will eliminate the number of people to less than half. Mitarashi Anko announced his plan full of energy and laughed out loud. It seemed that the previous embarrassment had never happened. So thick-skinned. It's so thick-skinned. It's really thick-skinned. Whether it was Ibizai Mori, or the candidates present, the same thought came to mind. Led by Mitarashi Anko, many candidates came to the location of the second exam, the Forest of Death. Just like what Naruto said, there are indeed many strange ninjas mixed in the village. In addition to becoming villagers, they actually mixed into the genin of the exam. It's really ulterior motives. 1. In the Forest of Death, on the big tree, Sasuke quietly looked at the noisy group of genin outside the forest, his eyes burning. He stared at one of the Kuzakumura ninjas. On that ninja, he felt a completely different aura from the others, a strong sense of threat. This kind of feeling is definitely not something that an ordinary genin can have. Today, just stare at this person. If he is allowed to kill in the Chuunin exam, it will be very bad. Sasuke made up his mind and waited quietly. The genin over there is very noisy. It seems that a few children have come, asking for news coverage or something, and I don't know where to learn the nouns. The genins are laughing, and they are very happy. These guys are so naive. I hope they can laugh after seeing the real ninja world. Sasuke thought to himself, his expression extremely calm. When he became Chuunin, he performed a lot of tasks, and he also saw all kinds of darkness in the ninja world, and his Xingxing had been trained long ago. Those genins who were the same age as him were too immature in his eyes. The second round of the Chuunin selection test has officially begun. A group of ninja teams entered the Forest of Death from different portals, and started their own battles for each other's earth coiling axis. Each team, a team has a sky scroll or earth coiling scroll. They must grab the corresponding earth coiling scroll or sky scroll, and bring the 2 scrolls to the central tower of the forest to pass this test. Gaara, ours is the sky scroll, we have to find the earth coiling scroll. Did you just notice which squad has the earth coiling scroll? Don't be so troublesome, just go directly to the gate of the central tower and wait for the rabbit. The Tsunade Gaara squad, under Gaara's insistence, swept the 3 directly towards the central tower without stopping at all. It's really hot, let's go, let's focus on the team in front, defeat them, and take their scrolls. Black Soil, do you know what scroll the other party is? Why do you think so much? It's not the scroll we want, just find another team, and there will always be ×1. Iwagakuer, the Black Soil squad, aggressively launched a hunt. Kalyui, I have memorized the team of the earth coiling axis, come with me. Or Omoi, you are amazing, so many people, you remember them all at once. Aze, indeed, with Omoi here, we don't have to think about anything, just start the fight, it's so cool. Cloud Shinobi Village, the Karui squad moves in an orderly manner and goes straight to the target. Kirigakuer, Ghost squad are arguing with each other. Changjura, listen to me, just go to the central tower and wait for the rabbits, don't waste time on these little guys. No, if you don't think about winning, think about losing first. Gather the scrolls first, and then we can advance and retreat calmly. What are you worried about? Are there any other genins who are our opponents? 0 for our flowers. Shuyu, you are too arrogant, isn't the loss you suffered enough? How do you know that there are no dark horses among these people? It was a monster back then, and it's completely different from these genins. I can knock down one of these genins with 1 punch. Shuyu, have you forgotten that the other 4 major ninja villages have sent people to participate? Iwagakuer's Black Soil, that is Tsuchikich's granddaughter. And Tsunagakuer's Gaara team, I heard that it is also a team composed of Kazekich's children, and the people from Cloud Shinobi Village, especially those from Konoha Village, are you really confident to beat them? Hearing Najuro talking about other ninjas in Ninja Village, Gai Deng Suizu was a little dismissive, but when he heard the people in Konoha Village, he couldn't help but shudder and fell silent. These days, they haven't been for nothing either. At least, they knew one thing, Konoha Genin had conducted a month-long training camp before, and the person responsible for training these people was Konoha Jonin, Uzumaki Naruto. 0. Ghost Light Shuyu is okay to say to others, but the 4 words Uzumaki Naruto have completely produced a psychological shadow. Shuyu, listen to Changjura, first gather the scrolls and talk about it. Feng Ichiro came forward to persuade Ghost Light Shuyu, and Ghost Light Shuyu finally nodded. The 3 started to move. They didn't know that a figure was quietly following behind them, approaching little by little. Hydration technique, this blood G can be turned into a splash, immune to physical attacks, it is worth studying. Today, let's put the target on this Ghost Lamp Shuyu 1. This figure is impressively the ninja of the grass hidden village. This guy is really eyeing the genin candidates who are taking the exam. These people, the people of Kirigakure, can't let them have an accident in the forest of death. Sasuke followed suit, making every move silently. What? Found the corpses of a group of Kusanagi ninjas. When Mitarashi Anko, who was sitting outside the forest of death, heard the news, his face changed greatly, and he hurried over. The corpse was discovered by the invigilators Shinayu Izumo and Gang Zisha, who were guarding the corpse with awe. Mitarashi Anko's eyes fell on the corpse, especially the face that was completely melted by the forbidden technique. Her expression suddenly became extremely strange, and her pupils were instantly enlarged. This is a spell performed by Orochimaru. Orochimaru has entered the forest of death. She made a firm decision. You two, pass the news to the 3rd generation. I will go to Orochimaru, and I must ensure the safety of the candidates. Mitarashi Anko dropped those words and the man disappeared, swept straight into the forest of death. Izumo Kamizuki and Gangzatai looked at each other, and could only follow Mitarashi Anko's orders and bring the news to 3rd Hokage. Chapter 111. I rubbed it, Konoha Genin, why is it so difficult? It's almost impossible to escape. Fine. 3 Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas are hiding in a cave, looking terrified. They were covered in blood, and they were extremely embarrassed. Just breathing a sigh of relief, the 3 of them froze suddenly, the sharp kiwa silently stuck to their necks, and the icy blade made them subconsciously raise their hands and surrender. Hand over the scroll. Similar situations continue to occur in the forest of death. Compared with other genins, Konoha Genin has shown richer combat experience and is more adept at facing difficulties. Even if the strength is not as good as the opponent, he can often fight back and create miracles. I didn't expect it to be so easy to gather the scrolls together, it's so easy. These opponents seem to be full of flaws, relaxed, isn't that a matter of course? It was Naruto's training that worked. If it hadn't been for the torment, we wouldn't have been able to improve our strength to this level, let alone defeat these opponents easily. Harano Sakura chatted with Yamanaka Ino and looked relaxed. Akimichi Koji followed silently, very lonely. The 3 of them are a team. The 3 of them were attacked by 2 genin teams one after another before they gathered the scroll. Now, they are rushing to the central tower, wanting to complete this exam as soon as possible. Boom. Someone is fighting. The 3 suddenly became vigilant and approached quietly. In the jungle not far away, a mist shinobi team was fighting with a rock shinobi team, and the battle was very enjoyable. The people of Kirigakure are going to win. Harano Sakura took one look and came to a conclusion. Yamanaka Ino also nodded secretly, agreeing with her conclusion. Water style, water iron cannon technique. Bang bang. The water droplets turned into bullets and shot out. 2 blood holes were opened in the legs of the rock shinobi ninja. Bang bang. The other 2 rock shinobi genins were also knocked to the ground by mist shinobi's men. They found the scroll, which was exactly the scroll they needed. I just said that they must be wearing sky scrolls, which is not what I expected. 1. Shuyu, weren't you still nagging just now, saying that Changjuro was superfluous? Be careful. The ghost lamp Shuyu pushed Changjuro and Feng Ichiro away, but he was caught in his mouth by a big snake, and flew out a few dozen meters, and then he landed on a certain tree, motionless. Both Changjuro and Toichiro were shocked. The 3 of Harano Sakura, who were watching from the sidelines, were equally stunned. Change is too fast. The time between when this big snake came out of the ground and when it took away the ghostly lights and water moon was too short, it was as fast as lightning. Whoa! The ghost lamp Shuyu in the big snake's mouth turned into clear water and flowed all over the ground. It was a water body. The real ghost lights and water moon appeared from another corner, with a lingering look. Who? Ghost Deng Shuyu suddenly looked at somewhere, and threw 2 shuriken without saying a word. Ding ding! The shuriken was deflected. The 3 of Harano Sakura stood up with innocent expressions on their faces. Did you move your hands just now? No. The 3 hurriedly shook their heads, they didn't want to carry this black pot. Ghost Light Shuyu gathered with Changjuro and Toichiro, looked around vigilantly, and did not dare to relax a little. The moment the big snake appeared just now, the sense of oppression was so strong that Gui Deng Shuiyu almost thought she was going to die. The big brown-black snake was circling and meandering in the forest, with its head raised high, overlooking the ghostly light and the moon. The snake's saliva dropped drop by drop, and there was a sizzling green smoke on the ground. None of our business, we were just passing by. The three of Harano Sakura walked back step by step, shouting haha. In this case, they don't want to be involved. After all, the other party is only Kirigakure's person, not Konoha's companion. Call. A strong wind blew in the forest. The big snake went down, husband. What made the three little Sakura speechless was that this big snake actually included them in the attack range. Little Sakura, Ino, stand back and let me come. Meet bomb chariot. Akimichi Koji, who had been silent all the way, rushed to the front in an instant. As soon as he bent, his whole body turned into a whirlwind, like a spinning top, slamming into the snake. Boom. The huge snake body flipped backwards, unable to withstand the force of the collision. Good chance. Water style, Hao Shui wrist technique. Ghost Lamp Shuyu instantly appeared beside the big snake, and one arm suddenly swelled up and became extremely thick. Boom. He punched it down. The big snake smashed into the ground with a strange posture, and smashed a big hole. Water style, water teeth technique. The sound of chi-chi was incessant. Under the seal of Changjuro, the water droplets in the sky turned into extremely sharp bullets, all of which fell on the big snake. Feng Ichiro also shot with all his strength, and a clear water blade, like a guillotine, slashed through the snake's neck. Boom. The head of the snake fell, and blood spurted out, dyeing a large area of land red. Hi, it's finally solved. This BD is really difficult to deal with. Ghost Lantern Shuya breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't care when he saw Harano Sakura coming this way. After all, the two sides have a joint friendship, and they don't know each other if they don't fight. Be careful. Several exclamations came at the same time. Gui Deng Shui's heart thumped, and her body quickly retreated. More water bullets shot past him, hitting Harano Sakura on the opposite side. Ghost Light Shuya knew that this was Changjiro's attack. What exactly happened? Ghost Lantern Shuya withdrew a distance, looked around, and realized what happened just now. The three of Harano Sakura were always on guard in the distance. Najuro and Toyochiro had gathered together, looking anxiously behind him. That Harano Sakura, who was hit by the water-tooth bullet, exploded into white eyes with a bang, clearly a clone. It's a pity, but you can't escape my back palm after all. Ghost Lantern Shuya was horrified. He felt someone behind him, and a long tongue was sticking out, sliding around his neck like a icy snake entwining, disgusting to the extreme. Water style, hydration technique. In an instant, Gui Deng Shuya felt that the speed at which she formed the seal exceeded her limit. Wow! He turned into a ball of clear water and instantly merged into the earth. When it reappeared, the ghost lamp Suizuki reunited with Kojuro Toyochiro. The enemy did not move, just looked at them with a smile. Who are you? Ghost Light Shuya looked at the person opposite and questioned loudly. That person was wearing Kyozakin's forehead protector, but his temperament was extremely strange, like a lion majesty, which made people creepy. 1.9. Stress, heavy stress. Whether it was the three of Kirigakure or the three of little Sakura, they all felt this heavy pressure. That is the surprise of the body instinctively when the face is strong. Little devil, wouldn't it be nice to be captured obediently? Why struggle? The man opened his mouth with a smile, his voice was hoarse, with a hint of a woman's tenderness. He took a step forward. Eyes suddenly opened. Boom. An extremely terrifying, horrifying killing intent enveloped the audience, strong and domineering, and everyone seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood and bones piled up. Mist shinobi's faces were full of fear, and their bodies were shocked by this killing intent, unable to move. Horrible. The three of Harano Sakura took a few steps back, and despite breathing difficulties, their movements were not hindered. What? The Kusakoshi ninja let out a snort and looked at little Sakura and the others for the first time. Chapter 112. This killing intent is much worse than Naruto's. Stop joking, think about it, is it time to run away? Or, should we save Mist Shinobi's people? This person doesn't look like Genin at all, Genin doesn't have such terrifying strength. It must be someone with ulterior motives who got into the Chuunin exam. We must spread the news and let the teachers solve this problem. If only Naruto were here. Little Sakura and Ino whispered, thinking about a solution to the problem. Koji stopped in front of them, staring at Kusakato ninja vigilantly. If something went wrong, he would do his best to cover the two girls from getting out. The Genin of Konoha is getting stronger and stronger. The Kusanagi ninja laughed strangely and walked towards the ghost lamp Shuyu. The three Kirigakure also noticed the free movement of the little Sakura, and they were extremely ashamed and angry at the same time. This mere killing intent can't deter Konoha Genin, but it can deter them. It's ridiculous. All three trembled. They grit their teeth and do their best to fight against their physical instincts. Rescue or not. Anyway, it's also the people who come to our Konoha as guests, and they can't be allowed to die here. Then help. Kusanagi Forbearance 30 suddenly stopped, tilted his head, and shot a kunai from the side of his face. When he looked again, the three little Sakura had formed a battle formation and rushed towards him. Expansion Jutsu. Koji's right hand stretched forward, instantly turning into a giant's hand, and slapped the Kusakan ninja fiercely. Boom! The earth sank, and the momentum was enormous. The Kusanagi ninja had already swept into the air, and Koji's giant hand clapped in the air. Whoosh! Little Sakura appeared next to Kusakata ninja at the same time, slamming his fist like a heavy hammer. Oh! Chakra is very precise. The Kusakoshi ninja blocked little Sakura's punch, his body shook, and he couldn't help throwing it backwards. In midair, he also tisk admiration. Binding technique. Just as little Sakura was attacking, Ino had already performed ninjutsu, and two chakra ropes like snakes broke through the air and wrapped around the Kusakan ninja's ankles precisely and tightly. Boom! As Ino exerted force, Kusakata ninja was slammed into a big tree like a meteor hammer, and the whole person fell into the big tree. Super pusher dash. Koji stretched out with both hands, chakra lingered, and his hands continued to expand, turning into giant hands again. Bang bang bang! He went all out and slapped wildly towards the Kusakoshi ninja. The big tree cracked, and the grassy ninja in the big tree seemed to be smashed into flesh, and collapsed together with the big tree in the messy land. Did you win? I don't know, should I be hurt? Koji retracted his giant hand, panting violently, sweating profusely. This super pusher, with his current chakra, is very reluctant and consumes too much. Is it the Akamika family's doubling technique? At a young age, he used his family's ninjutsu to use this kind of power. Tisk, the future is really limitless. A strange voice sounded from behind everyone. The three little Sakura were horrified, and they turned around quickly, and they saw that the Kusanagi ninja was standing on the other side, looking at them with a smile, like some naughty child. Oh, it takes a little more time. No, I can't let you little bastards get in the way of my good deeds. Just play and play with these little pets with me. Ninja, hidden shadow snake hand. The Kusanagi ninja smiled strangely, his right hand suddenly swelled, and large snakes snaked out from his arm, swishly flying away, directly surrounding the three little Sakura, which was called a net. Why is this person so disgusting? There are too many snakes. I know who he is. This ninjutsu, these snakes, he is the rebel ninja of the village, one of the Chuunin, Orochimaru. Little Sakura's face was gloomy, and her voice was full of despair. She tried her best to block the attack of the serpents, and Ino on one side assisted and interfered with the movements of these serpents. Koji lifted his spirits and helped them block the big snake behind them. The three were entangled with these serpents, too late to stop Orochimaru's attack on the mist shinobi ninja. Rough, I was actually saved by a few Konoha shinobi people, it's really embarrassing. The ghost lamp, water moon and eyes were about to split, and his body suddenly shook, turning into clear water with a slap, and when he got up again, he was free from Orochimaru's killing intent. With the anger in their hearts, Changjuro and Toyochiro broke through the oppression of killing intent and regained their ability to act. Fear, these things, in the face of anger, are vulnerable. What a hassle! Orochimaru lifted his sleeves, bit his fingertips, and slashed across his arm. Summoning technique. Boom! A huge snake appeared, and Orochimaru stood on the snake's head, overlooking the three Kirigakuer. In the rumbling sound, the big snake slammed into the three of them, with a monstrous momentum. The three did not dare to straighten Sakura's front at all, and could only spread out from each other. Under the control of Orochimaru, the big snake rolled up and directly enveloped Changjuro and Toyochiro into his hunting range, leaving them no time to take care of others. Orochimaru dashed straight towards the ghost lamp Shuyu. Water style, Hao Shui wrist technique. Water style, water iron cannon technique. Water style, water sleet. The ghost lamp Shuyu fled, and frantically shot at Orochimaru, and various water style ninjutsu emerged one after another. Little devil, just catch it. You can't escape. Orochimaru easily blocked these attacks, getting closer and closer to the ghost lights. Humph, I really want to escape, do you think you can stop me? Ghost lamp Shuyu suddenly stopped and fled, looking at Orochimaru proudly. I don't know when, his body has turned into rippling water, and his whole body is rippling, and he is not afraid of the opponent's attack. The ghost lamp family, relying on this hand hydration technique, does not say that they are invincible in the world, but their escape skills are first class and powerful. Is it? Orochimaru's voice suddenly came from behind. Ghost Deng Shuyu was startled, and was about to jump into the ground, but she felt numb, and she suddenly quit the state of hydration. Ninja, the seal of the 5 elements. Orochimaru stretched out his hand and put his hand on Gai Deng Shuyu's shoulder, and a series of weird symbols spread out from his hand and landed on Gai Deng Shuyu's body, making his whole body covered with these symbols. Little devil, remember a lesson, hydration technique is not invincible. Sealing technique is its nemesis. Shuyu, wait, I'll save you right away. BD. Die for me. Changjuro and Toyochiro also noticed the situation of the ghost lights and water moon, and they broke out completely in a hurry. In the rumbling sound, the big snake that was summoned by Orochimaru was killed by 2 people. The 2 blood-drenched genin rushed in front of Orochimaru, but stopped again, throwing a rat, and at the same time being incompetent and furious. It's an enviable companionship, but unfortunately, you are going to part ways today. Orochimaru smiled oddly, ready to start retreating. That won't do. Shhhhhhh. The 3 kunao lightnings shot at a very fast speed, and their strength was completely different from that of genin, and their power was amazing. Orochimaru's heart moved, holding the ghost lamp Shuyu, flickering left and right, he stepped back several steps, dodging Kunao's attack. Swish! A figure fell into the scene, it was Mitarashi Anko. Orochimaru, as the examiner for the second session of the Chuunin exam, I will never let you kidnap my dear candidate. Mitarashi Anko glared at Orochimaru with mixed emotions. Kyu silently slipped into her palm, and a tragic aura that was ready to perish together rose from her body. Whether it's to save the examinee, or to end the grudge between her and Orochimaru, in a word, she, the examiner, Mitarashi Anko, is ready to work hard. Chapter 113. Long time no see, Anko. Orochimaru rubbed his face and tore off a thin layer of human skin, revealing his thin, pale face. He looked at Mitarashi Anko, half smiling. Even if I risk my life, I will defeat you here. Isn't this my mission? Who was your subordinate after all your teachings? Orochimaru. Mitarashi Anko became more and more emotional, and the murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense. Yo Anko, it's useless, you can't. Orochimaru shook his head and sighed. If you really have enough ability, I won't leave you behind, will I? Puff. Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth, and a bright red tongue shot out like a sharp sword, stabbing Mitarashi Anko. Mitarashi Anko stirred with his right hand, and immediately wrapped the bright red tongue around his hand. She stretched out her left hand and aimed it at Orochimaru. Ninja, hidden shadow snake hand. Several black serpents sprang from her sleeves and rushed towards Orochimaru at great speed. Shhhhhhh. The long snake wrapped Orochimaru tightly. A pull. Orochimaru suddenly flew over from the ghost lamp Shuyu, and was suddenly thrown on the tree by Mitarashi Anko. Cold light flashes. Kyu plugged in, blood splattered everywhere. Mitarashi Anko put his hand together with Orochimaru's, and Kunao penetrated it and nailed it straight to the tree. It's just a stand-in. Anko, you're still so incompetent. Orochimaru resurfaced behind Mitarashi Anko, grinning and teasing. Mitarashi Anko turned back suddenly, staring at Orochimaru. After a while, she also showed a sneering smile. How do you know that this is my body? A new Mitarashi Anko suddenly appeared beside the ghost lamp Shuyu. She swept away with the ghost lights and water moon, far away from Orochimaru. After all these years of Konoha's crazy training frenzy, Mitarashi Anko's strength has risen to a higher level, and naturally he will not be easily deceived by Orochimaru as a substitute. Excellent teacher. Nice job. It's great that the teacher is finally here. Little Sakura and the others were out of breath after killing the bunch of big snakes. Seeing the appearance of Mitarashi Anko, they couldn't help being ecstatic, and they cheered for Mitarashi Anko. Kojuro and Toyochiro were also overjoyed, and were full of gratitude to Mitarashi Anko. Little Anko, you're getting less and less cute. 2. Also, my patience is running out, you still give me that kid. If you spoil my fun, the end of Konoha Shinobi Village will come. Orochimaru's face was gloomy, looking at Mitarashi Anko, the murderous intent in his eyes gradually deepened. Ghost light and water moon, he didn't have to. A mere hydration technique is not worth his effort. He was just trying to find something interesting for himself in this Chuunin exam to kill time. But the obstructions appeared again and again, which made him impatient. The future of Konoha village, you are an Orochimaru, you are not qualified to decide. On a big tree, Sasuke looked down at Orochimaru condescendingly, with a look of disdain. Hey, Uchiha boy, this is the forest of death, the exam room, you can't come in without permission. 1. When Mitarashi Anko first saw Sasuke, the first thought that popped into his mind was his role as an examiner. There are naturally many invigilators in the forest of death, but Uchiha Sasuke's name is not on the list, so she will question it immediately. I came to investigate the incident on the southern border under the orders of Jonin Uzumaki Naruto, which has nothing to do with the Chuunin exam, and I don't need to inform you. Vortex Jonin? That's fine. When Mitarashi Anko heard Uzumaki Naruto's name, he nodded and recognized Sasuke's qualifications. Little Sakura couldn't help but rejoice when she saw Sasuke suddenly appear. But soon, she was worried again. Because Orochimaru was staring at Sasuke, his eyes became more and more strange, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter, as if he saw a strange treasure. Compared with the hydration technique, Uchiha's orphan's Sharingan made him even more excited. Orochimaru, the look in your eyes makes me very unhappy. I really want to kill you here. The expression on Sasuke's face became more and more stern, and his murderous aura became more and more intense. It's terrifying. I've seen your brother. When your brother was your age, he didn't seem to have the strength you have now. Uchiha, it really is a genius. Orochimaru smiled strangely, and the breath on his body began to slowly release. He's getting serious. Orochimaru, answer me, where is Shimura Danzo? I'll tell you this question when you beat me. Alright then, I'll come to experience the strength of one of the dignified Chuunin, Orochimaru. Call. Sasuke appeared in front of Orochimaru in the blink of an eye and threw a punch. Simple and clear. Powerful. Boom. Orochimaru blocked it, but his body suddenly retreated more than 10 steps. Still underestimating the enemy. This kid, why is his fist so heavy? It's almost like Tsunade's strange power. Orochimaru's expression became more serious. Do you only have this level? Orochimaru. With the current you, if you want to discuss how Konoha is, really, you are not qualified. Sasuke shook his head with a disappointed look on his face. It's been a long time since he had a good fight, and it's rare to meet an opponent, and in the end, that's all? How dare you say it, brat? Orochimaru said, but his body made a strange sound, as if the bones and joints of the whole body were oscillating, connecting in series, and integrating. Click. When the sound stopped, the momentum of his whole person rose again. Lost Shadow Snake Hand. Lightning Style, Kyanbinayu. The turbulent black snake burst out, with a speed that was several times faster than the hidden shadow snake hand that Mitarashi Anko used before, and it was even more fierce and ferocious. Sasuke also showed no signs of weakness, and completed the seal in an instant. Thousands of tiny thunderbolts poured down like rain, and all the black snakes that were about to attack were nailed to the ground in a blink of an eye, killing them all. Bang bang bang! In the blink of an eye, the two collided, fists and feet clashed, and there were bursts of muffled noises. Shhhhhhh. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, all kinds of means come one after another, making people dazzling. The speed of the two people is so fast that people can't even see where their figures are. They can only capture their figures at the moment when they collide, which is very blurry. Mitarashi Anko frowned, feeling very depressed. Originally thought that after years of hard work, I could get closer to Orochimaru, but now it seems that it is still too far behind. The previous Orochimaru, obviously not serious. Ghost Lantern Shuyu has now been released from the seal on his body by Changjuro and Toyochiro, but he has no joy at all, just staring at the battle in front of him, his expression extremely complicated. Changjuro, that person, Uchiha Sasuke, is probably the same age as us. It seems, a little bit smaller than us. Konoha, there are so many monsters. Hearing Gaideng Shuyu's emotion, both Changjuro and Toyochiro felt the same way. They are all the same age, and the gap is so big. This makes them who have always called themselves prodigies and the best among their peers, what a shame. This is Sasuke-kun's true strength? It turns out that he didn't get serious at all during the training camp. Little Sakura, Ino, and Koji are equally dazzled and complicated. Originally, because Naruto was always at the forefront, it attracted everyone's attention and made them subconsciously ignore Sasuke, even if Sasuke ascended to Chuunin and performed well in various tasks. In the eyes of the world, Sasuke's impression, still about the same. But today, they suddenly realized that they were able to fight against one of the dignified Chuunin, Konoha's rank rebel Orochimaru, to such a level that it was an even match. Such Sasuke was also Konoha's super genius. The kind that can crush the same generation and sweep all directions, a genius among geniuses. Chapter 114. Little Devil, where is your Sharingan? Why don't you use Sharingan? Orochimaru transformed into a stand-in, opened up the distance, and quickly performed the summoning technique, summoning out a giant white snake. Standing on top of the white giant snake, he stared at Sasuke with great excitement and questioned loudly. So perfect. His body was so strong that he didn't look like a 12-year-old at all, and even Jonin didn't have Sasuke's heavy fist. Various fire styles and lightning styles are also used with great skill, with pure and agile skills, without the slightest extra action. In other words, Sasuke today, in addition to being a little younger, has already stood at the top of the ninja world. Even if he fights the shadow of a village alone, he still has the strength to fight. Such a body is simply the reincarnation vessel that Orochimaru dreams of. What's more, Sasuke has never used the Sharingan of his Uchiha clan, and with that powerful eye of blood, Sasuke's strength will definitely rise to a higher level. If you don't tell me, I forgot that I still have Sharingan. Sasuke suddenly realized. He closed and opened his eyes, and Tomo spun, and 3 Tomo Sharingan began to appear in his eyes. Blood-red eyes, revealing a calm and evil temperament. In front of Naruto, Sasuke can't defeat the Sharingan or not. Under Kakashi, even if Sasuke brings Sharingan, he will gradually lose the game due to the rich experience of the other party. As for Kuei Niu, Sharingan is also useless, the other party seems to know Sharingan well. Therefore, over the years, Sasuke has not spent too much energy on Sharingan, but has gone all out to exercise his body to make his body stronger and stronger. He remembered what Naruto said, the body is the foundation of all strength, and when the body is strong, everything else, whether it is taijutsu or ninjutsu, is a matter of course. Is this the world of 3 Tomo? It's amazing. It was hilarious that I turned on 3 Tomo before I knew it. Sasuke blinked, feeling inexplicable in his heart. In the past, members of the Uchiha family, many people tried various methods to open Tomo, and they were crazy, but often only a few were able to succeed. Now Sasuke doesn't put his mind on Sharingan at all, and it turns on 3 Tomo unknowingly. In contrast, it's really dumbfounding. Yes, those are the eyes. They are so beautiful, I want to dig them out. Orochimaru looked at those blood-red eyes obsessively and muttered to himself. A whistle. The giant white snake charged down towards Sasuke, like a whirlwind, unstoppable. Orochimaru squinted and stared at Sasuke, and the madness in his eyes became more intense. He was going to give it his all, trying to see if he could take Sasuke away. What a nasty guy, that look is so disgusting. Sasuke dashed away as well, with great speed. His right hand had already started to flash thunder and lightning, chirping like 1,000 birds chirping in unison. Lightning style, dab J. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. The dazzling electric light is like a long spear, bursting out of the air, and it is unstoppable. At the same time, the ground shook endlessly, and the 3-layered tall portal appeared out of thin air, blocking the attack of the 1,000-bird sharp spear. A gust of wind. The white snake head suddenly sprang out from the Rashomon gate, opened its bloody mouth, and took a bite towards Sasuke. Lightning style, Thunder Tiger kills dash. Sasuke's expression did not change in the slightest, and the seal was completed in an instant. Thunder turned into a fierce tiger, rushed out, and took a bite towards the neck of the white giant snake. Scoff. Blood flowed wildly. There was even more thunder light beating on the giant snake, causing the white giant snake to vibrate continuously, making a hissing scream. Orochimaru jumped off the snake's head, ignoring the danger of the white snake. Ninja, Snake's Curse. From his cuffs, 2 big snakes instantly sprang out, rushing towards Sasuke with lightning, trying to bind Sasuke. Lightning style, Raikiri. Sasuke's body flashed past, and the 2 big snakes broke into pieces out of thin air, defusing this attack. Blood-red eyes flickered. Sasuke, you're careless. Another Orochimaru emerged, turned into a long snake, and directly wrapped Sasuke's body round and round, tying it tightly. Who knows? The entangled Sasuke had a smile on his face, very strange. Orochimaru's heart was awe-inspiring. The next moment, he felt a chill in his chest, and a ninja knife pierced through his chest, stabbing him through. It's amazing. I'm willing to bow down. Orochimaru didn't pay any attention to the wound on his chest. He just smiled, the madness in his eyes quickly subsided, and the whole person returned to the usual calm and indifferent, with a completely changed temperament. Tell me, where is Danzo? 1. Orochimaru whispered a few words. His body suddenly exploded, turning into a cloud of white smoke. Not far away, he resurfaced and looked at Sasuke with a look of regret. The perfect container. Coveted. Unfortunately, the strength is insufficient. Orochimaru already understood that he couldn't take down Sasuke, it took too long, and Konoha's other ninjas were already close at hand, so he could only retreat temporarily. Orochimaru, do you know what Naruto said about you? Sasuke could see that Orochimaru was about to retreat. Orochimaru was stunned and looked over with curiosity in his eyes. As he still has a lot of eyeliner in Konoha village, he is naturally clear that over the years, Konoha village has become so prosperous that it seems to have returned to the position of the top of the 5 ninja villages. The most critical person is that peerless genius, Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru is really interested in how the other person evaluates him. Naruto said that Orochimaru is a natural scientist with a lot of curiosity. If he can concentrate on researching one direction, his achievements will be limitless. Unfortunately, he is not greedy enough, he is curious about everything, and wants to study everything. Yes, it turned out to be 4 different things. Everything is half a bucket of water. Scientists just study science honestly and engage in intrigues and tricks. What a waste of talent and waste. Not only did Orochimaru PK up his ears at Sasuke's words, but even the others present focused on listening. They all wanted to know what the genius of Konoha thought of Orochimaru, one of the Chuunin. Result? The scientist? Half glass? Uzumaki Naruto didn't care about Orochimaru's strength, but focused on Orochimaru's research career. Ha ha ha, so that's what Uzumaki Naruto said about me. Orochimaru laughed, feeling like he had found a soulmate. Isn't he tirelessly pursuing all his life to explore all the truths in the ninja world? Saying a scientist is a matter of course. However, Orochimaru was a little unhappy about the evaluation of the half bucket of water. Which of the various projects he is currently working on will not have a huge impact on the ninja world? He is confident that he has definitely reached the forefront of research in the ninja world. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a master of a generation. In the eyes of Uzumaki Naruto, it is actually half a bucket of water. Kind of jarring. Remember, tell 3rd generation, I'll be back. Let him wait. Also, Uzumaki Naruto, tell him that one day, I'll find him and let him explain what half a bucket of water is. Orochimaru's voice still echoed in the woods, but the whole person sank into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Sasuke put away his weapon, pursed his lips, and looked at the messy forest. It's still not strong enough to stop Orochimaru. He wants to go, but there's nothing I can do. Sasuke didn't make a move to stop Orochimaru's departure, because he knew it wouldn't help. This Lion Majesty guy is so slippery. Even if he can't beat you, if he runs away, he will still be elusive, making it hard to guard against. Also, Orochimaru really told Sasuke a location. As for whether it was Danzo's hiding place, Sasuke didn't know, so he could only say with a doubt. Chapter 115. I'm going to continue my mission. I'll leave it to you here. Oh. Facing Sasuke's order, Mitarashi Anko subconsciously complied. After a long while, she came to her senses. She was a special Jonin, and Sasuke was just a Chuunin. Where can Jonin listen to Chuunin? But when he looked again, Sasuke had disappeared without a trace, and he couldn't find anyone who wanted to curse. Mitarashi Anko finally shook his head. People are powerful enough to force Orochimaru back. With this power, they are qualified to give orders to her special Jonin. Jonin Genin, the status is high or low, after all, it can't match the size of a fist. This is the ninja world, an unchanging truth from time immemorial. Okay, you can continue with the exam. Next, you'd better be careful. As soon as you encounter Orochimaru, release the signal as soon as possible, don't hesitate. No one can say whether he will continue to attack you. Mitarashi Anko gave Mist Shinobi a few words, and then told the three little Sakura to be careful, and started to leave. She must report this to Third Hokage. Let's go to the central tower and finish the exam. Ghost Light Shuyu didn't have the high-spirited spirit at the beginning, and the whole person's mood was a lot lower. Both Changjuro and Toyoichiro nodded and agreed with him. Little Sakura and the others also decided to go to the central tower to complete the mission. This sudden battle scared the three of them so much that they didn't dare to stay in this forest of death. See it. Orochimaru BD. He's everywhere, I'm so PD. Near the battlefield, on a big tree, Naruto retracted the water mirror, and the scene of little Sakura and the others acting together with Mist Shinobi and the three of them disappeared immediately. Tsunade is now a petite, blonde girl with double ponytails. She angrily punched the tree trunk next to her, and the trunk shattered. Tsunade watched Orochimaru's shot against Mist Shinobi Ninja, against Mitarashi Anko, and finally with Uchiha Sasuke. She completely believed that Orochimaru was really going to take on Konoha village this time in the Chuunin exam. Why did you stop me just now? I'm going to beat Orochimaru to death and let him know what he can and can't do. If you do it with him, won't you be a slap in the face? How can Konoha village be able to prevent thieves for 1,000 days? Or let them gather and hit them with a hammer at the moment when they all emerge? This is the best effect one. Naruto looked in the direction Orochimaru was leaving, the corners of his mouth twitching. Besides, Orochimaru has angered others, and it looks like he's going to suffer a bit. Orochimaru left Konoha, came to a deserted forest, and stopped suddenly. Come out, you have been with me for a long time. A man dressed in black and wearing a Kuei Niu mask suddenly appeared in front of Orochimaru. You want Uchiha Sasuke's eyes? You want his body? There was no emotion in Kuei Niu's voice. But Orochimaru just heard a lot from this sentence. Anger. Killer. You are Uchiha Itachi. According to the Uchiha clan, all but one Uchiha Sasuke died on the night of the genocide. Orochimaru learned another saying about the night of the genocide from Shimura Danzo. The people of the Uchiha family were actually killed by Uchiha Itachi. The real murderer was Itachi. In other words, Uchiha Itachi is still alive in the ninja world, but no one knows where he is. As soon as he heard Kuei Niu open his mouth and said Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, Orochimaru's thoughts turned and he guessed the identity of this mysterious person. Since you like Uchiha's eyes so much, how about I give you mine? Kuei Niu stretched out his hand, took out a bloody eyeball from his own eye, and handed it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and looked extremely alert. When? I've been hit by a fixation technique. He was sweating profusely and found himself unable to move. Just a glance. Illusions, and then immobilization. It's terrifying, Uchiha's Sharingan, what a wonderful pupil power, even I fell into your illusion. Orochimaru said, his voice hoarse. He tried his best to raise his hand slowly, resisting the instinct of his body, and wanted to make a seal. Puff. A hand fell to the ground. The Kuei Niu's fingertips were spinning, and there was still bloodline on it. Orochimaru covered his broken arm, drenched in cold sweat. He looked at Kuei Niu out of the corner of his eye, not daring to look him in the eye at all. Orochimaru, you want too much and desire too much, living in the ninja world, you can't help but make trouble. I'm thinking, should I just kill you right here? Ku now stopped abruptly, and the sharp edge pointed directly at the center of Orochimaru's eyebrows. The Kuei Niu exudes a trace of killing intent. He was also watching the battle between Orochimaru and Sasuke just now. Orochimaru's greedy look at Sasuke made Kuei Niu unable to resist killing Orochimaru. What a good brother who loves his younger brother. What an enviable brotherhood. But if Sasuke were to know that the real murderer of Uchiha's genocide was his dearest brother, Itachi, how would Sasuke feel? Zero ask for flowers. It must be wonderful. Orochimaru laughed awkwardly. Bang. His whole body was blown into white smoke, and he didn't know when he broke free from Kuei Nu's immobilization technique and replaced his body with a clone. Only the severed hand on the ground indicated that Orochimaru was really injured. Uchiha Itachi, I told Sasuke, Danzo's hiding place. He will definitely find it. Then, when he hears the truth from Danzo's mouth, you say, he is shocked, will he die at Danzo's hands? 1. I was really looking forward to it. Orochimaru's voice was erratic and faded away. A flame popped out of Kuei Nu's fingertips, burning his hands on the ground to ashes, and then he silently turned around and left the place. At a certain moment, he really had the idea of killing Orochimaru on the spot. But after thinking about it, he still stopped the murderous intention and created a chance for Orochimaru to escape with some nonsense. 0. Today's Orochimaru, can't die yet, is still useful. For the sake of the organization's plan, Orochimaru, I'll save your life for now. The news of Orochimaru's presence in the Chuunin examination room quickly reached Sarutobi Hiruzen. Really, is he really here? It seems that he can't wait to see the old man die. Sarutobi Hiruzen has a complicated expression. Shimura Danzo, an old friend who has been with him for decades, has a deep friendship, and even Danzo sent someone to assassinate him, and he spared Danzo generously. Orochimaru, his direct disciple, had a deep friendship with each other, and even when Orochimaru was exposed to human experiments and became a rebel, he softened and let Orochimaru leave the village. But these two people who are closest to him are now thinking of destroying the Konoha village he has worked so hard to manage. This is too absurd. Before, all kinds of information gathered, Sarutobi Hiruzen tried his best to suppress it, and did not make a big deal. But now, Orochimaru really showed up. He couldn't hold back any longer. Go on, the village is on alert, and the outside is loose and the inside is tight. Umbu is dispatched to secretly investigate any abnormality in the village, and don't let any clues go. Chuunin exams continue. The old man should see what ability they have, dare to attack Konoha. I really don't know how to live or die. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was solemn, his eyes gleamed with coldness, and his orders were even more decisive. No personal relationship can match his love for Konoha. Now that they've come this far, whether it's Danzo or Orochimaru, this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen will never show mercy. A generation of shinobu, once again showing a resolute and ruthless demeanor. Chapter 116. Little girl, this string of squid is for you. 1. Ah, thank you. It's so similar, it's exactly like Tsunade-sama when I was a kid. Hearing the muttering in the mouth of the old man at the stall, Tsunade couldn't help laughing while holding a bunch of grilled squid. Master Tsunade, you don't understand transformation technique or something, you will still be recognized just by getting smaller and younger. Anyway, change your look. Naruto couldn't help but complain. He pouted inwardly. This old woman, a lot of age, is still trying her best to pretend to be tender, and she is about to become a little girl who is going to be a little girl. How much nostalgic for her when she was young. Long-winded. How many old people in the village remember me? It's just a coincidence. Forget it, I won't say anything more to you. Now that you are in the village, you can do it yourself, Mr. Tsunade. Hinata and I are going to take the Chuunin exam 1. I'm going to. I'm just about to see how this generation of Konoha genin can be divided into 080. Naruto inquired about the news. Knowing that the Chuunin exam was conducted in the central tower of the Forest of Death, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. I came out there just now, but I have to run back. Stop. Dead Forest, Central Tower, Side Gate. An Umbu ninja suddenly appeared and stopped Naruto. Several people. Naruto spreads out the transformation technique and reveals his true colors. Lord Vortex? These are. They're all ninjas in the village, I'll report to 3rd generation Sama. After confirming the password and confirming Naruto's identity, Umbu ninja looked at Tsunade with hesitation. Today's Konoha just issued a warning order, and all abnormalities must be concerned. Naruto doesn't want to expose Tsunade's existence, and is preparing to act arbitrarily. Tsunade showed his true colors and said to the Umbu ninja, can I go in? Tsunade-sama, yes, of course. Seeing Tsunade's appearance, Umbu ninja couldn't help but be overjoyed, nodding his head and passing without even checking. The name of Sunin, the prestige of Princess Tsunade, in Konoha, is really not something he can match. Naruto's eyelids twitched a few times. He is also a peerless genius who is famous in the ninja world. Konoha Elite Jonin and Umbu ninja still follow the procedures to verify their identity, but Tsunade only shows her face and clears the level directly. The contrast is too obvious. Kind of embarrassing. Qualifications, prestige, time is still too short. Go, get us some Umbu costumes and 4 more masks. Also, don't leak the news of Tsunade-sama's return to the village, it's a secret. Yes. Naruto sternly, showing the majesty of Chuunin, ordered the Umbu ninja. Seeing the respectful appearance of the other party, he was quite content, and felt that his face was still useful. After changing into Umbu's clothes and putting on masks, the four entered the central tower. In today's central tower, there are already candidates gathered on the earth coiling axis, who successfully passed the second exam and are resting in the tower. But there are still many candidates struggling and fighting in the forest of death. The Tsunade Gaara squad, the first successful squad? This loveless kid, who didn't slaughter, entered the central tower so early. Looking at the list on the display, Naruto couldn't help but stunned. According to his understanding, Gaara should run wild and hunt down candidates from all walks of life, instead of entering the central tower so early. 1 squad for Iwagakuer, 2 squads for Cloud Shinobi Village, 1 squad for Kirigakuer, 1 squad for Tsunagakuer, Konoha Village, 4 squads. Tsunade counted the number of people on the list, and at the end, her eyes brightened and she was in a good mood. Naruto raised the corners of his mouth. If Konoha Village Genin can't stand out, wouldn't his energy in the training camp be in vain? When the time comes, he will definitely let these Genins know how terrible it is to anger a Konoha Jonin. Konoha Genin, too strong. The Konoha team we encountered was obviously just an ordinary team, and the results were so difficult that we could win it with all our strength. This time in the Chuunin exam, the trouble is big. It's really a big trouble. If I really want to lose, I will lose the face of the village, and when I go back, I will definitely be beaten to death by my sister. The Cloud Shinobi Village team, Aze was crying and could already imagine the tragic future. Omoi narrowed his eyes, feeling the heavy pressure as well. Only Karui was always careless and disapproved. What are you afraid of? As long as we are here, what if there are more of them? I will use Yunliu to blow them all up. Kalyui, you're so nice, you're comfortable with big nerves, you don't need to think so much, it's easy. Not only Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakuer, Kirigakuer, Tsunagakuer, but the candidates who passed the second exam couldn't help but their eyelids twitched when they looked at the large Konoha Genin list on the screen. The pressure is coming. Finally, the second exam, all over, the results came out. Konoha Village, through 8 squads. Iwagakuer, pass team. Cloud Shinobi Village, through 3 squads. Kirigakuer, through a squad. Tsunagakuer, through a squad. Union Village, through a squad. A total of 16 teams, 48 people. The major ninja villages led Jonin, looking at the data on the list, his face couldn't help twitching. Konoha Village occupies half of the population. This time, the Chuunin exam is simply a combination of Konoha fighting against other forces in the ninja world with the power of a village. Although this is only the lowest level of Genin past Chuunin assessment, it is not a microcosm of the future power structure of the ninja world. The Chuunin exam was originally an important occasion to examine the comprehensive strength of various forces. Konoha, there is a tendency to soar into the sky, and this momentum must be curbed. Jonin from the 4 great ninja villages looked at each other and understood the meaning in their eyes. Several large forbearance villages, originally each had their own grievances, each of which was not pleasing to the eye, and intrigue was the norm. But now, they are all tacit, temporarily abandoning all grievances, united, and jointly deal with Konoha. Don't worry, it's up to them. Today's Konoha is not afraid of all threats. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smiling and in a good mood, and the wrinkles on his face stretched a lot, as if he was 10 years younger. He had been informed by Umbu Ninja that Naruto had secretly returned to the village with Tsunade. With the support of this mainstay, Konoha is more confident. What's more, watching Konoha on the list fight alone with all parties in the ninja world with the power of a village, that kind of flower brocade, fire cooking oil, is simply an unprecedented heyday for Konoha Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood has floated to the sky. He felt that he had reached the peak of his life. As Konoha Hokage, the village is so powerful, 1.9 is full of vitality, and the future is infinite. Isn't all of this his credit? Although the strongest Hokage is a bit exaggerated, but bringing Konoha to an unprecedented peak and contributing the most to Hokage, I will do my part. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the wolf, and Haki looked awe-inspiring, as if he had returned to his youthful appearance. Old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha's best Hokage, who has an opinion. This old man, floating. Well, it's floating. However, under his hands, Konoha has become so powerful, a little proud, and has nothing to say. Hey, that's because the village doesn't have Danzo's tossing and turning. In these years, he has been honest, and the village can recuperate and recover. You don't know, when 3rd generation faced Cloud Shinobi Ninja's servile attitude. Look, Tisk. Naruto and Tsunade looked at 3rd generation from a distance and talked in low voices. Naruto's eyes were very complicated and he shook his head. Chapter 117. In the central tower, in a huge and empty dojo, at the end is a pair of large hand sculptures, with their hands forming a seal of opposition. Under the seal of opposition, Jonin, the leader of the 5 great ninja villages and Union Village, stood quietly with serious expressions. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is at the forefront. Opposite him are the 48 genins who have passed the exam. As the examiner for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko is giving the final remarks to the candidates. The instructions for the third exam will be given below by Lord Third Hokage, everyone should pay attention. Then, Hokage-sama, please. Mitarashi Anko respectfully relinquished his position. Sarutobi Hiruzen took 2 steps forward, smoking a pipe, and glanced at the genin present, seeing that most of them were Konoha genin, the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, and he felt like he wanted to laugh out loud. It seems that all the heroes in the world have entered my heart. Ahem, then there's the third test. Before explaining it, I want to tell you one thing clearly, which is the real purpose of this test. Why do the major countries join forces to hold the Chuunin exam? For the sake of friendship and peace among the major countries, to improve their own level, friendship is the first and competition is second? Hehe, I hope you don't misunderstand the true meaning of it. This exam is, in the end, a microcosm of the war between the great powers. 1. Looking at the history, you will know that the major powers of the ninja world are enemy countries that are constantly fighting each other. In order not to waste useless combat power and lose both sides, the countries chose this fighting place. This is the original meaning of this Chuunin selection test. Sarutobi Hiruzen thoroughly uncovered the cruelty behind the Chuunin exam, which made many genins feel agitated and disgust. They all looked shocked, and only a few were expressionless. Most of these genins are children born after the Third Ninja World War. They have experienced peace for a long time, and have not had time to experience the real cruelty of the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words made them feel the cruelty of the ninja world for the first time. Indeed, the Chuunin exam is to select ninjas with the power of Chuunin, but on the other hand, it is also a place where the ninjas go all out to fight with the prestige of the country. In this third exam, we will invite daimyo and famous people from all over the world who have entrusted our work to come to the ceremony. Master daimyo from various ninja villages and high-ranking ninjas will watch your battle. If the gap in national strength is too obvious, then a strong country will get more commissions. If it is identified as a weak country, the entrustment will be reduced, and at the same time, it will also threaten the neighboring countries. Our village has such a strong strength, which is to achieve the effect of pressure on the diplomatic level. On the second floor, Naruto couldn't help yawning, and he was really annoyed by the words of the car wheel. This Chuunin exam is of great significance, and it is indeed very important. It doesn't matter, it's just that Third Hokage gave these young genin an early baptism to know the real ninja world. If it really depends on the Chuunin exam to determine the strength of the major villages and countries, then what do they need to do with the jonin? Just leave it to genin to do it. The habit of maintaining balance through killing is the so-called friendship in the ninja world. Fighting with one's life for one's dream and the prestige of ninja village is the true meaning of the Chuunin exam. A group of genins were excited by Sarutobi Hiruzen's words and their eyes lit up. Naruto on the second floor shook his head, feeling like he was about to vomit. You don't agree with third generation? Tsunade asked. Using killing to maintain balance? Don't you think it's funny? There are people in every ninja village who are pursuing peace, and as a result, a Chuunin exam that faces the future of each country, but comes to preach about killing to maintain balance. How funny. While chasing peace, it keeps turning the next generation into an executioner. This kind of world can only be peaceful. Tsunade couldn't help thinking about Naruto's words. She felt that Naruto's words really exposed the flaws in third generation's words. She looked at Naruto, her eyes twinkling strangely. This young man who loudly declared to be fifth Hokage in front of her, seems to have blood that is completely different from this ninja world in his bones, and his ambition and self-confidence are inadvertently revealed. Does he want to overthrow everything about the third generation old man, to reverse the trend of the entire ninja world, and to create an unprecedented career? What a weird guy. Tsunade was shocked. Such Naruto, she didn't feel disgusted, just had an incredible sense of curiosity and anticipation. Don't talk about these irrelevant nonsense, I want to know more about the content of the third battle that requires my life. The one who spoke was Gaara of Tsunagakuer. He had an impatient look on his face. Although the incident of being crushed by Naruto has made Gaara's temper a lot better, but his temper is still withdrawn and cold, and he is most disgusted by this kind of long talk. Okay, then. Lord Hokage, next, let me, the referee of the third test, Keek, Moonlight Gale, explain. 1. A figure flashed out, half kneeling on the ground, saluting Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Please. This guy doesn't even wink at all, how can there be such a guy who forcibly grabs the limelight? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, but his face didn't change. Cough, cough, cough. Moonlight Blast coughed and turned around, facing many genins. Everyone, before the third test, there is one thing that you need to do. That is, it is related to the preliminaries that you can participate in the official test. Because the first two exams were too easy this time, there are too many people left. Therefore, pre-selection should be conducted according to the Chuunin exam rules to reduce the number of people taking the third exam. Master Hokage also said just now that there will be a lot of guests in the third exam, so the exam can't be delayed, and the time is limited. Under the explanation of this scabby like moonlight and wind, the genins were in vain, and they had to conduct another preliminaries to select the final candidates. 48 people, after 2 rounds of elimination, finally 12 people became the official test contestants. In other words, in this group of genin, 36 people must be eliminated. The genins were angry and talked a lot, but in the end, their arms couldn't twist their thighs, so they could only choose to participate in this preliminaries. 2 rounds of competition, as long as you defeat 2 people, you can become an official contestant, fight in front of many big figures in the ninja world, and become famous in the whole ninja world. Many powerful genins' eyes became hot when they thought of that much anticipated scene. Moonlight Blast specifically stated that the next qualifier is a single-player battle, and players can choose to abstain. He reminded again and again, but none of the 48 people were willing to give up. A group of people are eager to try. The genins all came to the second floor, waiting for the official start of the qualifiers. The equipment is being debugged. This electronic device is an electronic screen specially designed to select opponents and display the winner and loser. The edge of the screen is marked with the trademark of Zingai Shop, which is obviously from the factory of Yakushi Kabuto. Tisk tisk, Kabuto's business is getting bigger and bigger. Naruto noticed this too and couldn't help but smile. Tsunade focused his attention on the referee Moonlight Gale, frowned, thinking about what the other party was sick with and how to treat it. It's really unexpected that this TB-like guy can get into the special Jonin's position. G. Chapter 118. The first match, Konoha Village, Copper Armor vs Konoha Village, Rock Lee won. With the announcement of Moonlight Blast, the list of 48 people on the electronic screen kept rolling, and finally stopped at 2 names. Mr. Guy, the first one is me, oh, my whole body is full of blood. Little Lee, go all out. Yes, Mr. Guy. In the passionate conversation, a green figure descended from the sky and landed in the center of the dojo. It was Rock Lee with thick eyebrows and a green tights. His opponent was a tall, red copper armor with a Konoha forehead protector covered in a black scarf. Competition, the official start, 1. Moonlight Blast waved his hands and took a few steps back. Bring it on. Be careful. The red copper armored hands penetrated into the ninja bag, and with a chi, 3 shurikens shot out. Xiaoli lowered his body and shook it a few times, avoiding the shuriken's attack. He circled the arc and began to charge towards the red copper armor. The action is very simple, but fast. Before the red copper armor could react, Xiaoli appeared beside him and punched out. Boom! The red copper armor staggered back, feeling that the blocking arm was numb. Haven't you been trained by Vortex Jonin? Xiaoli didn't attack, just opened his mouth in confusion. Crap! The red copper armor was a little out of breath. His ability is to absorb the opponent's chakra, make the opponent weak and lose. As a result, in this first match, he randomly encountered an opponent who specialized in physical skills, and he was simply his natural enemy. If that's the case, then I won't be merciful anymore. Xiaoli pressed his feet hard. Boom! There was a crack on the solid floor, and there was a footprint several inches deep, which was shocking to look at. Where are the people? Where? The red copper armor looked around in panic, but couldn't see Xiaoli at all. Too fast. Boom! He received a kick on his waist, and the red copper armor flew out. In midair, a green figure suddenly appeared, grabbing the collar of the red copper armor, and slammed it down. Boom! The red copper armor was lying face down, and Xiaoli knelt on his back, holding a kunao in his hand, which was close to his neck. You lost. Xiaoli spoke in a low voice. I surrender. The red copper armor was extremely frustrated and had to admit defeat. The gap is too big, and if he continues to fight, he has no chance at all, so what can he do if he doesn't admit defeat? First match, Rock Lee wins. The Moonlight Blast declared the game loudly. He gave Rock Lee a thoughtful look, with shock in his eyes. Is this guy's disciple? I can't believe how good physical skills are. He's only 13 years old. On the second floor, many genins' expressions changed greatly, and they were full of jealousy towards Xiaoli. Even if he was as powerful as Gaara, he looked at Xiaoli a few more times and took this opponent to heart. That is a monster. When I meet him, I will definitely admit defeat immediately. That's right, other people can still deal with it for a while and fight this physical monster. Isn't that courting death? Have you noticed, the weight on his body hasn't been taken off yet? Hiss, it's terrifying. How exactly did the Whirlpool Jonin train him? I only heard that this Rock Lee came over standing and went back every day, and only trained for 10 minutes a day. Xiao Li's training, I have seen it. He performs a burst of ninjutsu every day, and the momentum is earth-shattering, like a monster. But after the burst, the whole person will rest, if it is not for the Whirlpool Jonin every day. He took the medicine and he couldn't train at all the next day. That is to say, the current Xiao Li is just his normal state, and he is still carrying a heavy load, and he does not go all out. A group of Konoha genin got together and discussed Xiaoli in the first battle. One by one, they were silent, making up their minds. Once someone encounters Xiaoli, they will admit defeat as soon as possible, and they must not fight. Really kill people. Literally, it's amazing, I'm really proud of you. Back on the second floor, Might Guy gave Xiaoli a thumbs up with a look of admiration. At BH at 2, plus. She has not really seen Xiaoli's efforts and has not improved much. Now that Xiaoli made his move, it was only a shallow taste, but Guy took a peek at the leopard and saw the terrifying power contained in Xiaoli's body. Surging like a big wave. It's almost half of his strength. Naruto-kun's little red bottle, can I drink a bottle too? This thought came to Guy's mind. He, who has always been beautiful, could not help but feel some kind of jealousy towards his disciples. That little red bottle is so fragrant. Especially for a madman like him who specializes in physique. If he opened an 8-gate, when he was dying, he would come with a bottle and resurrect again. Guy believed that his strength would definitely break through the bottleneck and climb to a higher and more terrifying realm. Qualifiers continue. Pairs of players entered the field and began to fight each other, fighting fiercely. Victory and defeat are always clear. There are battles to the death and life, which are extremely tragic. There are also those who show their crushing strength and end the battle in an instant. At this stage, no one is weak, everyone has their own strengths, and various unexpected abilities often erupt, causing subversive changes in the battle situation, which is strange and unpredictable. The strength of Konoha genin is obviously more comprehensive and stable, and the ability to grasp the timing is also more precise. They seem to be all experienced veterans, it is too difficult to deal with. In the village, perhaps only Amwa can enter the list of 12 people. Reikage will be furious when he knows this. Cloud Shinobi Village, Shi and Samui were talking in a low voice, their expressions very solemn. There have been more than 10 battles, and the things that should be seen are similar. In the major ninja villages, although there are players with super strength and there is no suspense about winning or losing, but others, compared to Konoha genin, are not lacking in 1 or 2 points, and the probability of failure is too great. The new generation of Konoha village is too terrifying. If they grow up, the entire Konoha village will completely overtake our 4 major ninja villages. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed to happen. Wenya, you forgot one point. The Konoha genin here is just the one who was eliminated from the new generation of Konoha. The real Konoha genius graduated early and rose to the position above Chuunin. Especially Uzumaki Naruto. This monster has grown thoroughly, and with time, is a new first Hokage Senjo Hashirama. Iwagakuer, Jonin Lois and Wenya looked at each other with a dilemma in their faces. Too much pressure. The third, Qian's, generation said that this Chuunin exam is the epitome of war between major powers. Exactly as said. The problem is that this miniature is tilted too much, which makes the 4 major ninja villages feel heavy pressure. I heard that Uzumaki Naruto has been sent out on a certain mission and will not be able to return for a short time. Are we? No, no one knows if this is a smoke bomb released by Konoha. We'll just wait and see. Really, it's only been a few years? Back then, Konoha couldn't keep up, and its talents were withered. It almost fell out of the 5 major countries, but Uzumaki Naruto was born, and Konoha turned over and turned so badly. Unpredictable. Jonin, the leader of several large ninja villages, was thinking about it in his mind, simulating various plans and possibilities. They all have a certain impulse in their hearts, eager to do something big. But at the end of the simulation, all of them were poured a basin of cold water and calmed down again. In any case, the name Uzumaki Naruto is an unavoidable existence in their plan. Chapter 119. The first knockout round is over. 24 advanced. Among them, Konoha 14, Tsunagakuer 3, Iwagakuer 2, Kirigakuer 2, Cloud Shinobi Village 3, Odin Village 0. Little Sakura broke through the first round, but that should be her limit. Ino regrets her defeat, her family's secret technique has little room to play in this kind of battle, and defeat is a matter of course. Koji has made 10 guilds, and his teeth have improved a lot. Hina's power is getting bigger and bigger, and Xiaoli, they have already entered the official list, and the rest is up to others. Can't explode. Naruto couldn't help showing a knowing smile as he watched the names scrolling on the electronic screen. As the organizer, some small tricks can still be used. This electronic list seems to be random, but it is difficult to say whether there is any technology behind it to control it. In the first knockout round, the strengths of the other ninja villages were similar, and the tough powerhouses were clearly visible at a glance. Most of the true elites in Konoha genin will not be able to match these people. Second knockout, first match, Konoha, Akimichi Koji vs Cloud Shinobi, Aze, the match begins. After a rest of less than half an hour, the knockout round started again. Naruto wasn't going to look any further. You are leaving. Yes, I have seen what I should see, and the rest can be guessed. Tsunade looked over with suspicion in his eyes. Naruto opened his mouth to explain. He came here just to see the results of his training camp. The results came out, not bad. 080. As for the battle between genin, Maybe in genin, these battles are really exciting, but in Naruto's eyes, they are full of flaws and a little boring. Hinata, do you want to stay and watch? Well, Naruto-kun, go ahead if you have something to do. After reading, you can go home by yourself. I have already handed over to 3rd Hokage for this mission, and you can take a vacation. But during this time, if you want to go out, it is best to transform yourself. The news of my return to the village, do not leak out for the time being. I see. After saying goodbye to Hinata, Naruto strode away from the central tower. This kid, how come he is busy with so many things? Really, God babble. Tsunade muttered, too lazy to look any further, and left with Shizune as well. Konoha Casino, she hasn't been in for a long time, she doesn't know the people there, and she doesn't remember her big fat sheep. Is it my illusion? The leader of Union Village, Chuunin, was leaning against the wall, and seemed to be staring at the battle in the dojo below with a serious face, but his eyes were flickering. For a while, he felt depressed, as if some monster was nearby. Now it's easier. It seems that the behemoth has left. Yin Jonin stroked the arm on the other side with one hand, and there was still a dull pain there. He narrowed his eyes and turned to leave. The 3 genins of Union Village had already been wiped out in the first round of battle. As Jonin who led the team, his next thing was to leave Konoha with the people of Union Village. This was not the plan he had envisioned at first. 3 wastes, can't even do this, it's a waste of my efforts. Naruto left the forest of death and came to no man's land. The bedrock armor on his body suddenly spread all over his body, turning him into Kira, the president of the Red Sun Society. His aura suddenly changed and he was full of majesty. Opening a door out of thin air, Naruto walked in. President Shisui, how is the situation? The spies in Konoha village have basically been locked down. Outside the village, they have also found a few strongholds where a large number of ninjas are hiding. However, the crowd has not yet arrived. These days, ninjas have arrived one after another. The 3rd round of the Chuunin exam has been scheduled in a month, that is to say, they will have a month to prepare. We will also prepare well, and the first time they launch the plan, they will be caught in one net. Yes, President. An excited look appeared on Uchiha Shisui's face. He hadn't fought happily for a long time, and it was rare for him to have a big action, just to move his muscles and bones. Make the plan a little better and don't let Konoha village suffer casualties. President, as a result, the manpower is a little short. We want to ensure the safety of the villagers, and we have to kill the enemy in one sweep. The number of ninjas we organized is not enough. How about bringing back the people in Qinghai City? In the plan, these people have already been counted. Naruto bowed his head in thought. No wonder Uchiha Shisui. Over the years, although the Red Sun Society has cultivated a group of ninjas, the time is too short after all, and most of them are from the Uchiha clan. Even if all of Uchiha are put together, if they want to deal with the Konoha collapse plan this time, victory is not a problem, but if they want to cover everything, it is a bit stretched. In this case, Shisui, plan, Dabj, to revise the plan, and the Red Sun Society will be in charge of the battle outside Konoha village, concentrate its strength, and take down all these wandering ninjas who attacked Konoha village. What about the village? There are only a few ninjas in Gui village. Once they do it, the whole village will be in chaos. I will solve the problems in the village. Besides, Konoha village is not without ninjas, and I will inform them that with their cooperation, there will be no major problems in the riots in the village. That way I'm relieved. Uchiha Shisui nodded lightly. Even after joining the Red Sun Club, Shisui's affection for Konoha village is still very deep. Shisui, you find a few experienced ninjas, plus the guys in the staff room, to simulate the plan and prepare a few more plans to avoid unexpected accidents. After going through all kinds of things carefully, and feeling that the processing is almost done, Naruto's nerves relaxed. There are still too few talents. In the future, I must take care of the Nara family, let their smart brains be active, form a cabinet, etc. and leave all trivial matters to them. I just need to grasp the general direction. This high-ranking person is really not a job for human beings. Naruto shook his head. I was only in charge of one Red Sun Society, the number of people was small, there were so many things, and it was so troublesome. If I became Hokage, there would obviously be more things. It was a headache to think about. If the world of ninja is truly unified, then there will be a lot of possibilities, and there will be very little to say. I'm afraid that I will be so busy that I don't have any personal time. Naruto has begun to think about how to be lazy in the future. He left the headquarters building and walked towards the TV building. After several days of dissemination and promotion, Red Sun TV is a household name in the entire ninja world. At this time, it should also come in handy. President. Hello, President. Grow well. In the TV building, the staff greeted Naruto one after another. Where's your headmaster? The director is in the editing room. President, can you persuade Lord Xianglin to let her take a break? Lord Xianglin has been connected all night for several days, and if it continues like this, her body will not be able to bear it. Naruto frowned. He didn't expect that Xionglin's work would be so crazy. With strides, he rushed over to the editing room. President, the new program is almost ready, and it can be broadcast tomorrow. Naruto pushed the door and went in. As soon as Xiongling saw him, he immediately stood up and said with a happy face. Her eyes were already red and bloodshot, and her face was extremely haggard, but her whole person seemed extremely excited, as if she had been drinking a stimulant. You, rest immediately, this is an order. As for the new program, I will review it carefully. Before that, you must rest well, otherwise, I will not let the program air. Oh. Facing Naruto's commanding tone, Kalen lowered his head with a look of grievance. The body is the capital of revolution. If you don't even care about your own body, how can you do more great things? Go and get a good night's sleep. When you wake up, everything will be a brand new tomorrow. Naruto's tone softened. Only then did Xiongling feel happy, and lay down on a small bed in the editing room. In less than 3 seconds, she fell asleep, snoring softly. Chapter 120. Interview with Ninja? That name, isn't it okay? Naruto played the new program from beginning to end and watched it carefully. He glanced at the charm of editing, in the blink of an eye, invisible editing that had been flipped over, and knew that Xiongling really worked very hard. These books about editing were obtained by Naruto's wish, and he had never read it himself. It's a little immature, and the connection is a little unnatural, but everything that should be there is there. Naruto nodded, and wrote down his opinions on a piece of white paper, letting Xiang Fan revise it at his own discretion. You Director Xiongling has rested, don't wake her up. Also, when she wakes up, tell her that I have left her my opinion on the new program, should I revise it or not, and let her make her own decisions and rely on her opinion. 1. Well, you also continue to work hard and bring more exciting programs to the ninja world. Naruto told the TV station staff and left the TV building. The Chuunin exam, the preliminaries finally ended, and the results of the competition came out. A total of 12 official players. Konoha 5, Rock Lee, Aberame Shino, Inyazukiya, Akimichi Koji, Koyama 1. Cloud Shinobi Village 2 people, Amwa, Yurui. Iwagakure alone, Black Soil. Kirigakure 2 people, Ghost Lamp Water Moon, Long Juro. Tsunagakure 2, Gaara, Tamari. When they walked out of the central tower of the Forest of Death, Iwagakure's team, Jonin Lois and Wen Yat, looked extremely ugly, as if someone else owed them several million taels. Of the 12 contestants, only one of his Iwagakure was selected, and even the always weak Tsunagakure had 2. Does that mean that their Iwagakure is worse than Tsunagakure? A group of genin followed behind the 2 Jonins dejectedly, knowing that after returning to the station, what awaited them would only be a stormy reprimand. Now that you know that there are people outside the world, there is a heaven outside the sky. Usually the tail is raised so high, but now it's like a wilted persimmon. Cheer up, don't be discouraged. Sam Yi of Cloud Shinobi Village had a frosty face, but what he said was not serious, but gave them a light lesson. Both Karui and Aze felt wrong, which didn't seem like Samui's temperament. Changed to the usual, she would most likely scold them, as ruthless as she could. Changed S**X? Jonin, who was on the side, was also looking down and thinking, ignoring these genins at all. He was thinking about how to reply to Hokage and send the results of this exam back to Cloud Shinobi Village, which would be a hassle. Well, Iwagakure has only one official contestant. Yes, let's grab this big book. We Cloud Shinobi, we are no better than Rock Shinobi. As for Konoha's detailed information, send it to Azabai, and let her report to Hokage-sama. Communicate. Yes, just do it. Jonin was relieved and a smile appeared on his face. You guys have done a pretty good job. The basic purpose of our Kirigakure has been achieved. Such a result is not bad. Kirigakure, Terumi Mei were in a good mood, and they all spoke with a smile. Of the 12 official contestants, Kirigakure can have 2 breakthroughs, although they can't compare to Konoha, but the other 4 ninja villages, they are tied for second place in Kirigakure. As the first official appearance of the ninja world after the village reform, the result is really good. It's not bad. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost also nodded, also satisfied with the result this time. Tsunagakure, Jonin Baki was speechless all the way and had no opinion on such a result. He only occasionally looked at Gaara a little oddly. In these few battles, Gaara's lethality seemed to be greatly reduced. In the battle, he just defeated and wounded the opponent, then stopped and let the opponent concede defeat and abstain. If you change the previous Gaara, you will definitely crush your opponent into a ball of blood with one move. Sand-binding funeral. That damn bug monster, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't lose. Kankuro muttered in a low voice, a look of indignation on his face. In his second knockout round, he lost to Aberame Shino, was sucked up by Shino's worms, chakra, and lost. If you lose, and it's useless to say so much. Crap. Tamari said something to him. Kankuro replied, but in the end he was downcast, and realized the gap between himself and Shino. Very good, you have done a good job. In the next month, you will seize the time to cultivate, and strive to exert a more beautiful strength in the third test. Yes, Hokage-sama. The 5 genins answered in unison. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled like a flower on his face and was in a good mood. Although it did not occupy half of the places, it was close to half, crushing the other 4 major ninja villages. The leader of these 5 great ninja villages is steady, and no one can say anything strange. Because there is still a month left before the 3rd test, several big ninja villages have left with their genin, and will not go to Konoha again until the official test. For a time, Konoha regained his usual tranquility. Ah, pervert. A pervert peeps, it's a guy with long white hair. Damn, don't let me catch him, or make him look good. Konoha, somewhere in a hot spring house, screams resounded through the sky, and for a while, a riot broke out. A figure sprang out of the hot spring house, swished a few times, and disappeared without a trace, slippery like a loach. Damn, why are things not going well today? Dressed in a red coat, forehead protector, and clogs under his feet, a tall white-haired man was crouching in the corner, muttering depressedly. Zero asking for flowers. This is the 5th time he has been caught peeping today. Very unusual. But let him look for the reason, but with his strength, he can't find the slightest clue. It seems that everything happens naturally. No, today's material has not been completed. Man, must not be discouraged in this matter. The white-haired man regained his spirits again. There are still many hot spring houses in Konoha, enough for him to stroll around. Hey. In another hot spring house, the white-haired man leaned against a wooden wall and let out a wretched low laugh, like a super invincible big pervert. Huh? Why can't I see it? Is it blocked? It's impossible, the hole I opened is so hidden. It's pretty, isn't it? Yeah, it's so pretty. 0. The white-haired man complied, and the next moment, he felt that something was wrong. A fair and slender fist broke open from the wooden wall and smashed hard on the face of the white-haired man. Boom! Nosebleeds fly. He rolled and flew out. In midair, he tried his best to slant his eyes, aiming at the hole in the wooden wall, wanting to take a few more glances. What an idiot! A petite girl in green clothes appeared beside the white-haired man and kicked him again. Who are you? So it's Tsunade. The white-haired man was about to fight back in midair, but when he saw the girl's face clearly, he immediately hugged his head and curled up, allowing Tsunade to punch and kick him. Shizun hugged the little pig and followed behind. Seeing the white-haired man being beaten into a pig-headed face, her eyelids twitched and she wanted to laugh, but she had to work hard to maintain a serious expression on her face. One of the dignified Konoha Sunin, Toad Sage Jiraiya, is now very embarrassed. His face is so swollen, his eyes are so swollen that there is no shadow, and only a small gap remains. Humph, you don't have a proper form all day, and Konoha goes to the hot spring house to peep once you get back, can't you change your temper? Tsunade had enough, then dragged Jiraiya, left the block, came to a stream, and threw Jiraiya into the stream like trash. Jiraiya stood firmly on the water. He reached out and rubbed his face, and in a blink of an eye, the puffiness dissipated a lot. Oh, is this one of the famous Konoha Sunin, Toad Sage, Lord Jiraiya? Konoha Sunin, Huang gambling and drugs, I finally saw everything today. It's an eye-opener, When Jiraiya heard this, she choked directly. Even Tsunade almost choked to death on his saliva. This Konoha is gambling on drugs, including her. Chapter 121. A teenager in umbu costume and a fox mask is staring at Jiraiya, looking up and down. Boy, what are you looking at? Haven't seen your Toad Sage? It's no big or small. Jiraiya glared at the boy angrily. The sentence just now was really heartbreaking. Toad Sage, this is the first time I've seen you. Jiraiya-sama, you are really a role model for my generation, and I can't help but yearn for it. In order to record every bit of my idol, I also bought a miniature video camera. Every move is recorded. Tisk tisk, the supreme heroic posture of the buttocks, the ecstatic laughter, and this, wow, the drool is actually 3,000 feet, really, it's really amazing. Suddenly there was a miniature camera with its own screen in the boy's hand. On the screen, it was Jiraiya's all kinds of obscene voyeurism that day, and every bit of it was recorded on the record. The young man clicked his tongue in admiration, and repeatedly praised him, as if he was admiring the heroic appearance of an idol. Zilez 080 also became darker and darker, and the center of his eyebrows was also throbbing. He heard the wretched laughter coming from the camera, and it was indeed his own voice. Tsunade had goosebumps on his arms, looking at the boy like a monster, so black-bellied that he even used this hand. Puff. Shizun, who kept his face straight, finally couldn't help laughing. Once she opened her mouth, she couldn't hold back any longer, and she laughed so much that she was extremely exaggerated. Hey, boy, it's all your fault today. Hurry up and delete the contents, and I will forgive you once, how about that? No. Jiraiya-sama, although you are my idol, but you want me to delete this precious information, it is absolutely impossible. I will defend the supreme heroism of Jiraiya-sama to the death, even if it is you, Jiraiya-sama. Can't make me succumb. The young man was righteous and stern and swore an oath. Seeing him like this, Shizun laughed even more, and directly laughed off the little pig in his arms. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh. Only Jiraiya jumped her feet in a hurry. Taking the material from the source, he is quite content with this behavior himself, and doesn't mind that people around him know about his interest. But I really want to let the video go out and let everyone know about it. I feel as arrogant as Jiraiya. Don't delete it. Then I'll do it myself. Call. Jiraiya appeared in front of the boy in an instant, trying to take the camera. The mere little hair head, isn't it easy to capture? Seeing that something is about to start, Jiraiya looks smug and in a good mood. He got a hold of it. The boy did not know when to withdraw 3 meters away. I don't believe in evil anymore. Jiraiya's heart also burst into anger. Don't dare to say anything else, he has always been extremely confident in his strength. He couldn't believe it anymore, a mere young guy could dodge his actions. Shhhhhhh. Jiraiya moves faster and faster. Beside the creek, between square inches, 2 figures shuttled to each other, approaching the extreme. Shizun also stopped laughing, staring wide-eyed at the fight, in shock. She is also a disciple of Tsunade, and her strength has the realm of elite Chuunin. But the speed of the 2 people in front of her made her dazzled. She couldn't even tell where their bodies were, and could only see phantoms passing by. Who is this BD? I really can't catch him, am I getting old? The whole Konoha, at this age, has such strength. Jiraiya stopped suddenly, looked at the boy with a complicated expression, and sighed. Uzumaki Naruto, when did you become Umbu? Well, this is for role-playing, and it's not appropriate for me to appear in Konoha now. Also, Jiraiya-sama, don't you want to delete the contents of this camera? Hey! If you like it, you can keep it. You can read it every day. I'm a novelist, so I'm justifiable. What's there to be afraid of? Jiraiya proudly raised her head, with a face like I am a Liu Bei novelist and who I am afraid of. Naruto shuddered when he heard this. Terrible. He quickly deleted the video. This kind of shit is only kept to be seen every day by the insane. Tsunade, unexpectedly, you have returned to the village. What news did you hear that you came back? Jiraiya finally got serious and started asking about Tsunade. From what he understood, Tsunade might not even return to Konoha in his entire life if it wasn't necessary, but now that he suddenly returned to the village, something must have happened. Well, this kid came forward and brought me back. Oh? So powerful. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with a shocked look. He knew Tsunade's temperament best, and he was very stubborn. If he didn't want to come back, 8 cows wouldn't be able to pull her. But Naruto actually moved Tsunade, which is incredible. This kid said, let me go back to the village and witness the ceremony of his succession to 5th Hokage. Tsunade said today. 5th Hokage? Him. Sure enough, Jiraiya's entire face changed, and the look of horror overflowed. Is there any chance for Naruto to be Hokage? Of course there is, and it's huge. 0. But according to the traditional procedure, it would take at least 7 or 8 years, or 10 years, and when Naruto was in his 20s, it would be quite logical to become a 6th generation or 7th generation. To be 5th Hokage, Naruto's strength and reputation are enough, but tradition is a big obstacle. If you want to be promoted, you must clear these obstacles. What's more, 3rd Hokage is still in power. What do you want to do? Jiraiya's face suddenly turned serious. Even if Uzumaki Naruto is the son of his disciple 4th Hokage, he is naturally close to him, but if Naruto is going to be detrimental to Konoha, he will never stand by and watch Konoha turmoil. What do I want to do? What do I don't want to do? The question now is, what do they want to do, Master 3rd Generation and Orochimaru? Naruto spread his hands and looked innocent. Jiraiya-sama, don't say you don't know the rumors in the ninja world recently. Ordinary people don't know, you must know. Orochimaru made this matter so popular, what does he want to do? Could it be that Orochimaru can't bear to see the teacher dying, and wants to give the teacher a final respect, and let the teacher come to a grand ending as a Konoha hero? Naruto gave his own guess. Jiraiya was struck by lightning, and his face suddenly turned pale. Tsunade also narrowed his eyes and looked serious. You just watch like this? You know all this, there are many solutions, and you can get the best of both worlds. Jiraiya stared at Naruto and said word by word. Now he no longer treats the boy in front of him as a child, but as a formal adult ninja. How could I just watch 1.9? Didn't I invite Master Tsunade back to the village to sit in town? Didn't I find you now, Master Jiraiya? I'm also searching for the spies who have sneaked into the village, waiting for the opportunity, catch it all. Konoha village, I will take good care of it so that there will be no major disturbance. The village will definitely be safe and sound. Naruto's voice was calm and confident. Konoha village, will be safe and sound. Jiraiya believed his words, and Tsunade believed it too. Even Shizun felt at ease, believing that under Naruto's control, the entire Konoha village would be safe and sound. But Jiraiya also heard the implication. What about 3rd generation? That is the grudge between their master and apprentice. I think, as an outsider, it is not good to interfere rashly. He also asked in a low voice. Naruto answered seriously. The scene fell into an indescribable silence, and the atmosphere was so heavy that one could hardly breathe. Chapter 122. Naruto, do you hate third generation? 1. Jiraiya suddenly said such a sentence. Naruto was silent. Hatred? Don't hate? I don't hate him. Naruto smiled lightly and shook his head. Don't hate him, why do you mean inside and out, that you let things happen? Let the third generation confront Orochimaru. I'm just thinking about Konoha village. Lord third generation is getting old and it's time to step down and make way for the good. You are killing people with a knife, and I will not agree with you to be a Hokage if you are like this. Jiraiya burst out suddenly, glaring at Naruto, growling. His feelings for third generation are incredibly complicated. Master and apprentice for decades, without feelings, it is impossible. Jiraiya himself is an emotional guy, and he has been chasing him tirelessly for countless years towards his companions, even Orochimaru. So, in the face of this impending incident and the impending crisis of third Hokage, Jiraiya really wants to save the third generation and let the third generation escape the crisis. How did Konoha's White Fang die, Lord Jiraiya, do you know? The Nine Tails Rebellion, the Uchiha family was strictly ordered not to be dispatched, resulting in the death of fourth Hokage and his wife, Mr. Jiraiya, you know. The Hyuga family incident was clearly a conspiracy of the Cloud Shinobi village ninjas, and they made a big mistake, but the result was to make the Hyuga family sacrifice their owners, and 30 begged for mercy from the Cloud Shinobi village in a low voice. Jiraiya-sama, you know. Naruto questioned word by word. Jiraiya was stunned, and was thoroughly questioned. Here, about White Fang, he knows something. But about the Nine Tails Rebellion and the Hyuga incident, he really didn't know much about it. The news from Konoha was vague, and apart from that, he only heard some rumors from the ninja world. Tsunade also raised his eyebrows, his eyes shining brightly. She doesn't know these things either. Lord third generation, it is no longer suitable for Hokage. Naruto said lightly, as if speaking of not a Hokage, but a trivial genin. Isn't Konoha out of the predicament and prosperous over the years? Didn't the results of this Chuunin exam prove it? This shows that third generation is doing pretty well, doesn't it? Jiraiya couldn't wait to refute like he had caught the last straw. Lord Jiraiya, you have been away from the village for so long that you have no idea of the current situation in the village. In the Hyuga incident, because of the appearance of Kira of the Red Sun Society, the third generation lost his prestige, and he began to give few orders. 4 years later, after the Uchiha genocide incident, Kira of the Red Sun Society reappeared, and the third generation was forced to he bowed his head, declared Shimura Danzo to be a traitor, and expelled Danzo directly. From then on, the third generation's words won't work much in the village. Without Danzo's tossing around behind his back, third generation Sama is also honest. Guess what, Konoha is starting to thrive, and it's starting to flourish. Isn't it funny? The third generation who doesn't do anything is the good third generation. Naruto laughed, and the laughter was full of sarcasm. Jiraiya fell silent. Tsunade's eyes also flickered, but his mood has a strange and incomparably happy meaning. This old man, it should be. But, the old man can't be guilty of death? He has worked hard for Konoha all his life. Jiraiya whispered. I didn't say he deserved to die. If he is strong enough to kill Orochimaru, then everything will be perfect. Otherwise, the two of you will take action, and the 3 masters and disciples will join forces to fight Orochimaru, which is also a way, and no one will stop you. Naruto spread his hands, speechless. It was as if he, Ishine, wanted to kill the third generation. At most, he is just a melon eater, watching the fun. Whether the third generation is alive or dead depends on his own ability. All Naruto wanted was for third generation to step down from the Hokage position. It doesn't matter whether he retire in the name of a hero when he is dead, or he abdicates in the name of lax discipline in his life. Jiraiya thought and said the same. He can completely block Orochimaru, third generation doesn't have to die. Tsunade pursed his lips, his eyes flickering uncertainly, complicated and indescribable. She was not sure, deep down in her heart, whether she wanted the third generation to die, or whether she wanted the third generation to live. Perhaps, there are both feelings. Humans are such complex animals. Shizune, who was beside him, couldn't help being stunned as he listened to several people discussing the life and death of third Hokage. This world is so ridiculous. The life and death of the dignified Hokage was decided in just a few words. The look in Naruto's eyes turned into awe. Everything is obviously dominated by this young man, and even the entire Konoha village seems to be in the hands of this young man, with his hands in the palm of his hand. Life and death, even Hokage is no exception. After the third generation abdicates, the remaining 2 advisory elders should also retire. Lord Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya, the 2 of you will take over the position of elders, how about it? Naruto turned the conversation straight to the future Konoha arrangement without any ambiguity at all. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Confident, strong, and consistent. The young man in front of him was sharp-edged, and his spirit was too strong. Naruto, you really don't hate third generation at all. Jiraiya couldn't help but ask the question again. Watching Naruto's series of actions, let the third generation abdicate, and let the consultant elders retire. In his words and deeds, it was as if he wanted to overthrow everything during the third generation's reign and create a brand new Konoha. This kind of attitude that wants to cut all of the third generation apart, Naruto simply seems to have an undeniable hatred with the third generation, or else he wouldn't do such a heart-killing attitude. When I was 3 years old, I went out to buy things, but I couldn't buy anything, I was pushed out of the store, I was called the god of plague, and I was thrown rubbish and stones. At that time, I understood one thing. What's the matter? Hate is the most ethereal thing, it's useless at all. Just make yourself better, better and better, and the world will revolve around you. For example, I know that I am the son of 4th Hokage, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the son of the Whirlpool Kushina. I also know that my parents, the noble Konoha hero, have his widow, and I can't get a penny, give me some pocket money like alms every month, as long as I don't starve to death. I know all this. So I graduated early at the age of 7, became a genin, and supported myself. Really, I don't hate third generation at all, at least he kept me alive, gave me a chance to practice, and allowed me to become a genin, a chunin, and even a jonin. If it wasn't for this series, I wouldn't have had the chance to be Hokage. Naruto's words completely shocked Jiraiya and Tsunade. Yes, Naruto didn't hate third generation at all, the kind, gentle and always amiable Lord third generation. Naruto respected each other very much. So, he did everything he could to get third generation to step down from Hokage's place. How can we not repay this great kindness and virtue? Jiraiya couldn't say a word. He was very ashamed. He knew that Naruto was the son of the 4th generation Namikaze Minato, but he had not returned to Konoha village over the years, nor had he taken care of Naruto in any way. In his opinion, third generation will take good care of Naruto. But from Naruto's words, Jiraiya could hear the deep-seated resentment, a lingering resentment that was deeply rooted. Jiraiya suddenly understood why Naruto was so indifferent to the life and death of the third generation. There is a cause before and an effect after. Being able to stay on the sidelines without falling into the trap is already the result of Naruto's kind-heartedness. He sighed and shook his head. Why is this old man so confused? Chapter 123. Jiraiya strolls down Konoha Street. At this time, he didn't have the slightest intention to draw material, and his face was thoughtful. He, Tsunade, and Naruto have already made a kunsi agreement. As long as the third generation steps down, then Konoha's arrangement will be pushed forward together according to the intention of the three. Although there may be accidents, the general framework has been determined. Jiraiya is not interested in the position of Hokage. Tsunade also made it clear that he will withdraw from the competition for Hokage. Now that Konoha and third generation abdicate, they are qualified to take the position of Hokage. After counting, Naruto is the most qualified. Although according to tradition, he was too young to have this flaw. The son of prophecy, the savior of the shinobi world, is he really Naruto? Jiraiya has been hesitant. Because of a prophecy from the great Toad Sage, he has been chasing this phantom for most of his life, and he has accepted 3 Nagato Konan Yahiko as disciples, thinking that Nagato is the son of the prophecy, but it failed. Seeing Naruto now, Jiraiya couldn't help but doubt that Naruto was the son of the prophecy. A series of things piled up together, making Jiraiya, who has always been determined, unable to stop being at a loss. Then why did you become a ninja? Aha, I saw that the friends around me were all at the Jonin school, and my parents also urged me to go there in confusion, and then they became ninjas one. Then do you regret being a ninja? Speaking from the bottom of my heart, I really regret it. Ninjas are not as beautiful as others look, missions, battles, blood, and I don't know when they will die. I have been thinking, if I had to start over, I would choose to be a ordinary people will be happier. In the street shop, the shopkeeper was standing in front of the TV, fascinated. The voice on the TV came out, causing Jiraiya to stop subconsciously. He walked over. On the TV screen, a masked ninja is being interviewed. The ninja was a little uncomfortable, and his words stammered. But as he spoke, he raised his head slightly, and there was an inexplicable light in his eyes, which seemed to be a longing, an infinite yearning for the life of ordinary people. Ugh! The shopkeeper suddenly let out a sigh. He really could not have imagined that those ninjas with high career and high aspirations would actually envy their ordinary people's life, which is really inexplicable. Do you regret being a ninja? Of course I don't regret it. If I don't become a ninja and don't have enough strength, how can I protect the village and my family? This ninja world is not peaceful, and there are endless frictions in the dark. Without strength, I will only be bullied and slaughtered by the enemy. Who have the strength to resist? Do you regret being a ninja? I don't know, I'm a jonin. Being a ninja has advantages and disadvantages. I hope to have the advantages of being a ninja, but I hate the disadvantages of being a ninja. All kinds of ninjas appeared in the picture, each narrating their own thoughts and having all kinds of ideas. I regret being a ninja. There is also no regret at all, impassioned. There are complex expressions, hesitant. Jiraiya watched it all seriously. He really hadn't thought about it from this point of view. Isn't ninja born with it? Can you still regret it? Can you choose another possibility? What kind of existence are ninjas? This is the main question we want to discuss in our interview. Through the interviews with these ninjas, we can see the complex inner world of ninjas. They are not cold and ruthless tools, and they also have emotions. Sorrow, they also long for peace and tranquility. The ninja in the eyes of the world, that kind of stereotype. I wonder if everyone has watched the show, has it changed a little? At the end of the show, let's focus on the last interviewer. The red-haired girl wearing glasses spoke the manuscript seriously. She was always smiling and dignified. The lens turns. On Konoha Street, the red-haired girl was holding a microphone, interviewing a red-haired boy with a gourd on his back, next to a blonde girl and a black-clothed boy. Why do you want to be a ninja? Why don't you choose to be a normal person? We were born and destined to be ninjas. The blonde girl responded quickly. She spoke quickly and her expression was natural, but there was an inexplicable gloom in her eyes. Why is it destined? No one is destined to be a ninja. You can choose to be an ordinary person, a farmer, a businessman, a wanderer, and of course, you can also be a ninja, but this should come from heart, my own choice. Without a choice, I am destined to be a ninja, which is too sad one. The words of the red-haired girl not only made the people on the screen stunned, but even in front of the screen, the shopkeeper nodded repeatedly, and he couldn't agree more. Without a choice, this life is indeed too sad. My little brother, let me ask you one more question. After you became a jonin, what did you gain and what did you lose? The red-haired girl's question seemed to stimulate the red-haired boy. The young man was panting, his eyes glowing red, and his expression was extremely crazy. The blonde girl on the side quickly persuaded the boy in black, as if to calm the boy down. I want to answer this question. The red-haired boy pulled away the black-clothed boy in front of him, facing the camera with a broken smile. In front of the screen, the shopkeeper couldn't help but gasp. When I become a jonin, what I get, is strength, great strength. Ha 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 ha, what a powerful strength, what a wonderful strength. The gourd behind the red-haired boy suddenly burst out with sand, turning into a huge monster-like claws, and the terrifying aura could be felt across the screen. Is this kid crazy? The shopkeeper muttered to himself with a wicked look on his face. This red-haired boy made his view of ninjas change drastically. If ninjas are all such lunatics, then it's better to avoid them. But when the camera zoomed in and the red-haired boy's eyes were displayed in front of the screen, the shop owner felt that his heart had been hit hard and felt extremely uncomfortable. In those empty eyes, there was no joy, no equanimity, no pleasure, but pain, madness, and despair. The red-haired boy's laughter stopped abruptly. The whole person's emotions are restrained, like an iceberg of 10,000 years. You ask me, what did I lose? I lost everything. The red-haired boy opened his arms and seemed to want to embrace the world. But he didn't have anything, so he was empty. In an instant, his whole person became empty, like an empty shell. There was nothing in it, it was empty, and it was heartbreaking and uncomfortable. Woo, so pitiful. This child is so pitiful. Why is this so? The picture freezes on the empty and indifferent face of the red-haired boy, and does not move for a long time. In front of the screen, the shop owner suddenly burst into tears, looking at the young man in the picture. His eyes were full of pity and sympathy, like seeing a poor and helpless kitten that was drenched by rain, money. So pitiful. Before, he also thought that the boy was a lunatic, full of disgust. But in the blink of an eye, the shop owner seemed to have touched the tender heart of the young man, felt the pain and despair of the young man, and his views on the young man were also turned upside down. Especially the word love on the boy's forehead was extremely dazzling. This child must be very lacking in love. It's so uncomfortable. Why is this young man destined to be a ninja? Why can't he give him the right to choose? Why can't the people around him give him a little love? I know him, he is Gaara from Tsunade. I didn't expect that Gaara, who has always been known as the slaughter of Shura, has such a lack of love in his heart. And yes, if it wasn't for lack of love, he wouldn't have become the kind of person who kills without blinking an eye. It's so pitiful. I really want to hug him, comfort him, and let him know that there are still people who love him in this world. In the entire ninja world, countless viewers standing in front of the TV were all moved by this red-haired boy and deeply remembered this boy. Ninjas are such a sad thing. Chapter 124. This is Gaara. Isn't he a monster? Why is he showing such an expression? Did we do something wrong? I remember, as a kid, Gaara wanted to play with me, but my mom pulled me away and said he was a monster. He is indeed a monster. He hides a monster in his body, and if he is not careful, he will run wild and hurt us. But, obviously we hurt him first. In Tsunade, people with TV sets also saw the Red Sun TV show, and as soon as the news spread, many people crowded to watch the show. Seeing Gaara's empty and desperate expression at the end, the people of Tsunade fell silent. Luo hid at home alone, watching the replay on TV, watching Gaara struggling in pain. He couldn't help clenching his fists. After a long time, he hardened his heart and turned off the TV. I am Feng Ying, I cannot give up the responsibility on my shoulders because of him alone. I am Feng Ying, I am Feng Ying. On this day, Beiki returned to Tsunade with a group of genin. What happened? Gaara raised her eyebrows, feeling that the pedestrians on the road looked at her strangely. Fear, as always. But faintly, with a trace of pity and sympathy. With a little change. Temari inquired. She was in a trance, took Gaara and Kankuro home, turned on the TV directly at 080, and waited for the start of the replay. Ah, that's what the interview means. Doesn't this mean that the entire ninja world can see it? Seeing his own image on the TV, Kankuro couldn't help exclaiming, with a feeling of being at a loss. Although he is a ninja, he is only a teenager. On TV, this concept is unprecedented for the first time. Temari's cheeks were flushed, too, and his heart was pounding. Temari and Kankuro remained silent until Gaara ran wild, with a broken smile, and answered Shannon's 2 questions. They turned to Gaara in unison. When the incident happened at that time, although they were the parties, they were not as good as the camera. Looking at the TV screen now, the two feel more distressed about Gaara. Why are you all looking at me? The filming is very good, Red Sun TV, I remember this. Gaara was expressionless, looked at the TV screen, and nodded for a long time. He turned and walked out of the room. Has Gaara changed? Is there? You idiot, you don't care about your brother at all. How could you, Dab J, not notice such a big change in him? 1. Who said I didn't notice it? Gaara lost his temper less often, and when he came back from Konoha, he has always been quiet, and I don't have to worry as much as before. I think he has become a lot gentler. 1. Gentle? Gaara? Impossible. He still has that poker face, where is he gentle? I'm so pd off, you are still a piece of wood, you don't know your brother at all. There was a lot of noise in the room. Gaara came to the balcony, looked down at the whole Tsunade, and felt very calm. Variety? Maybe. He remembered the boy in Konoha village who was 2 years younger than him, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his face softened a little. For something like a tailed beast, if you are weak, it will be strong, and if you are strong, it will be weak. So, don't blame others, let yourself become stronger, and the mere tailed beast can handle it with your hands. It's easy. Become stronger? Unconsciously, Gaara found his spiritual sustenance. Become stronger and completely suppress Xiao'erhe. In this way, he can stand in front of Uzumaki Naruto again and prove to the other party that he no longer blames others, he has done it himself, and holds the tailed beast Xiao'erhe with his palm. Ah! Inside Gaara's body, Morizuru sneezed heavily. This kid, how did the willpower become so much stronger? This damn seal has become stronger. Xiao'erhe muttered and rolled his eyes angrily. It is now, not in the mood to toss with Gaara. Konoha's experience has made it so frightening that it has been stunned until now, and even if it returns to Tsunade, its spirit has not recovered. Then the damn Kurama, what kind of monster is it following? These fools of Tsunade want to make a riot in Konoha village. He is not that stupid. Hehe, when the time comes, give him they were a surprise. Konoha village, Jiraiya walked out of the store, feeling strangely much better. His heart was opened. Ninjas are such a sad thing. But when people live in this world, 9 times out of 10 things are unsatisfactory, and they must live. There must be a way for the car to the front of the mountain, and the days always go there. Hey, take the material, this time is the time to take a bath in the hot spring house, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. The wretched and strange laughter suddenly sounded, and in a blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. In the days that followed, the entire human ninja world fell into some kind of movie-watching frenzy, and even the Chuunin exam of the 5 major villages was pushed aside and could not take the spotlight. Red Sun TV became famous all over the world. The past and present life of the ninja world, which was broadcast before, introduced the ninja world from the establishment of Konoha by first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, to the current 60 years of Konoha. During these 60 years, the ups and downs of the ninja world. The common people finally understand what happened in the ninja world, why it happened, and what happened in the end. The world of ninjas is actually so bloody, and there are countless killings, which makes them stunned and their eyes widen. The new interview with ninjas, 1 episode a day, starts from the details, interviews ninjas from all walks of life, and uses various questions to reveal the daily life of ninjas, ninjas' preferences, ninjas' yearnings, and ninjas' sorrows. All kinds of Konoha shinobi people appear on TV. They have different personalities and different performances. Just like ordinary people, they all have their own joys and sorrows. The people of the ninja world have carefully watched each episode, and their understanding of ninjas has become more profound, and it is no longer the stereotype at the beginning. Ninjas are ordinary people too. Many people feel inexplicable and feel that the concept has been completely subverted. Pretend. When killing people, I didn't see any hesitation among those ninjas, all of them were ruthless. Of course, there are also people who insist on their own ideas and scoff at the content of the show. But no matter what, TV shows are becoming more and more popular and more popular. Red Sun TV has completely become a well-known organization in the entire ninja world, comparable to the 5 major villages. Damn it, why didn't the reporters from Red Sun TV come to our Cloud Shinobi village to interview? I also have a lot to say, and it's hard to hold back one. Yo, TV, good stuff, I have a great idea, on TV, have a concert, great. It's not fair for Konoha Shinobi to show up, we want to be on TV too. How about we go to that TV station and let them interview us as well? The rise of the Red Sun TV station has made the senior leaders of several major ninja villages feel vigilant. At first, they didn't think so. However, several programs have exploded in succession, and the public opinion has been raging, making the TV station's influence soaring, and people of insight in Shinobi Village finally realized the horror of this TV station. They sent ninjas to find the headquarters of the Red Sun TV station, but found that the headquarters of the TV station was extremely mysterious. It broadcasted programs every day, but they could not find the source of the signal. Just like Kira of the Red Sun Society back then, it is mysterious and unpredictable. Chapter 125. Konoha Village, which appears frequently in TV programs, has become a place that many tourists yearn for. As the third day of the Chuunin exam gradually approached, Konoha Village became more and more lively. In addition to ninjas, countless ordinary people came to visit Konoha with great interest. Various famous names, nobles, entourages, and guards also arrived in Konoha one after another, and stayed in Konoha's guest house. The genins who took the first exam also arrived in Konoha again. The shadows of the 4 great ninja villages, along with their guards, would not be able to come over for several days at night. Lively, noisy. Konoha Village seems to be in the heyday of a fire cooking oil. All the ninjas were mobilized, even genin, who were assigned tasks to deal with all kinds of trivial matters in every corner of the village. Naruto, dressed as an Umbu ninja, patrols the village leisurely. He was observing all over the village, corners, details. Once something happened, he had to make sure that the whole village would be safe and there would be no major disturbances. Foolproof. This is Naruto's determination. President, the manpower has been gathered, waiting for the final action. Keep an eye on all the troublemakers, don't miss a few big guys, your faces will be ugly. Don't worry, President, we will definitely live up to your expectations. This time, we will definitely do it beautifully. 1. In the conference room, Uchiha Shisui's voice was sonorous and powerful. Naruto nodded. He looked around the room, feeling an indescribable sense of accomplishment lingering in his heart. The former head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, Yuenting Yuji, is powerful, like a tiger with lurking minions. The former Konoha Umbu squad leader, Uchiha Itachi, has deep eyes, like a vortex, exuding a powerful spiritual force that devours everything. The former Tsunade hero, Yakura of Scorch style, has a strong aura, like a blazing fire that will burn up everything it touches. The former Kirigakure elite ninja, Ringo Yuli, is petite, but his whole body seems to be enveloped by endless thunder and lightning, and his breath is extremely violent. There is also the former Konoha spy, the current ninja tycoon, Yakushi Kabuto, who wears glasses, and the whole person is like a rich man, very kind. The former grass-hidden village ninja, now the director of the Red Sun TV station, Xianglin, sits in front of the stage with a dignified air. Former Konoha spy, now the director of the Red Sun Hospital, Yakushi Yaneyu, smiling and amiable. The former Kirigakure villager, now the vice president of the Red Sun Hospital, has no moon and white water, and his aura is cold and deep, like ice crystals. There are also powerful ninjas of the Uchiha clan, young elites from orphanages. In the entire conference room, all the elite forces of the entire Red Sun Society have gathered. If all of them are dispatched, they will shock the entire ninja world, and people will exclaim that the 6th largest ninja village has been born. Be vigilant these days. When the time comes, you can do it. Naruto declared the meeting closed. Everyone immediately relaxed and chatted with each other, the atmosphere was very relaxed. Naruto called Uchiha Itachi into the corner. Itachi, leave the rest to others. You only have one task, and that is to take Sasuke to Shimura Danzo, be sure to take it down, life or death. President, killing Shimura Danzo is not difficult, the key is whether he can find his body. This energy detector, you bring, even if it is a clone, chakra will still return to the main body after dispersing. This detector can detect the chakra fluctuations in the air and focus on the direction of Danzo's main body. I believe Itachi, you will be able to find Danzo and complete the quest. President, I promise to complete the task. Also, Danzo should meet Izanagi of your Uchiha clan. His bandaged arm is inlaid with Uchiha's Sharingan. In other words, he can be resurrected as many times as he has. Don't forget this information. Uchiha Itachi's eyes were cold and he nodded slightly. Everything is ready. Just waiting for the day of the Chuunin exam. Orochimaru, Danzo, you said that Uzumaki Naruto was sent out of the village on a mission. But as far as I know, his mission has been completed long ago, and now he is hiding in Konoha, which is a big change. Don't worry, I already knew about this matter. On that day, I will let him be free. Why should I trust you, Danzo? Lord Feng Ying, do you know a man named Xian Wang? Danzo, speak up if you have something to say. Xian Wang is an architect. At the same time, he was also a member of Yanjian village, and he has a deep hatred for Konoha. He turned into an architect and worked in Konoha for 3 whole months. Past his traces. What do you mean by that? This Xian Wang is a first-class trap ninja. He has buried detonating talismans in Konoha buildings, large and small. Once it detonates, the entire Konoha will vanish. Feng Yingluosha heard this and couldn't help her eyelids jumping. Too harsh. Of course, Xuan Wang's methods made him horrified. But the Shimura Danzo in front of him, talking about the bombing of Konoha village with the detonating talisman, showed a twisted pleasure on his face, like a madman. That kind of indescribable resentment, Luo Sha couldn't help but get goosebumps. Since the plan has been made, it is useless to talk too much. I hope you will not let me down when the time comes. Luo Sha's figure suddenly collapsed, and it turned out to be a sand clone. Zero ask for flowers. Orochimaru, Kirigakuer has made up his mind to stay out of the way, and Iwagakuer is also swaying. Only Cloud Shinobi village has really sent people. With Tsunagakuer's power, is it enough to subvert Konoha? Aren't you the darkness of Konoha? Do you know Konoha the best? Why are you asking me this question? In the past, Konoha's strength was only vulnerable to a single blow. But, the current Konoha, I can't understand it, I really can't understand it. Danzo, do you want to back off? Nonsense, this time, I have to make Hiruzen admit that he made a big mistake in treating me as a traitor. I will definitely become a Hokage, as long as Hiruzen steps down, I can become a Hokage. Danzo muttered to himself like a madman, talking and laughing. Boom. His body is scattered like a cloud of white smoke, and he is also a clone. The identity of betrayal has made Danzo more and more crazy. Yes, he claims to love Konoha deeply, but Konoha is more prosperous and more prosperous without him. This incident is too exciting for him. Already. 0, 0. Orochimaru shook his head and laughed again, his eyes full of excitement and madness. Danzo is crazy. Why isn't he? In the Forest of Death, Orochimaru experienced the fighting power of Konoha Genin firsthand, and the battle with Uchiha Sasuke made him have to flee in embarrassment. The improvement of Mitarashi Anko's strength, the fighting ability displayed by Konoha Genin in the Central Tower qualifier, and everything he watched in Konoha, let him understand one thing. Today's Konoha village is very strong. But Orochimaru is still very determined, and will carry out this Konoha collapse plan firmly. To be crazy, I'm afraid Danzo can't compare to him. Boom. White smoke exploded. Orochimaru's figure disappeared without a trace. Master Feng Ying. How's the news for you to investigate? Tsunagakuer Jonin Baki had a hesitant expression on his face. Luo Sha stared blankly at the distant sky, not knowing what she was thinking. Lord Kazekage, the situation is indeed true, the people from Cloud Shinobi village have lurked near Konoha village, waiting for the critical moment of the Chuunin exam, they will burst out and destroy Konoha. What about the other villages? Kirigakuer has only 4th Mizukage and 5 Jonin guards, obviously staying out of the way, just wanting to keep himself safe. Iwagakuer Tsuchikage has a little more people, but it's not beyond the limit, he probably wants to fish in troubled waters. Luo Sha lightly knocked on the stone next to him and pondered for a long time. There are too many variables in this matter. He didn't know if his decision was right or not. This matter was too big. If he was a little careless, the whole Tsunagakuer would be dragged into the abyss. Let's do it by chance. Chapter 126. Today, the 3rd session of the Chuunin exam is about to begin. Konoha village residents, out-of-town tourists, one after another entered the conference venue. Because of the large number of people, 3rd Hokage sent ninjas to directly add dozens of rows of seats to the conference venue, which barely met the needs of the audience. In the VIP seats, the famous nobles took their seats one after another. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked up the high platform with the other 4 shadows and took their seats. Lord Hokage, you are still growing strong. Anywhere, I can't compare to Tsuchikage-sama. Humph, why don't the savages still die? It's a thief to grow old and not die. 1. Lei Manzi, I heard your voice. Do you want to fight? Just fight, I'm afraid you won't succeed. Lord Tsuchikage, Lord Raikage, all calm down. Now is the time for the Chuunin exam. Don't let the people below see jokes. Sarutobi Hiruzen is located at the very center, with Tsuchikage Onoji and 4th Raikage Ai on the left and right, Mizukage Yagura following Feng Yingluosha, and the outermost 080. The guards of each village shadow stood behind the 5 people, standing upright. Ai and Onoji obviously did not deal with each other, and they were tense as soon as they came up. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly came forward to mediate, for fear that they would really come to a war between shadows. The conflict between Ai and Onoji, whatever it was, finally subsided. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around the entire conference hall, the voices were boiling and the noise was at its peak, making him feel like he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Pride and ambition are in the chest. The world is in my hands. Then, the next thing to do is the Chuunin exam jointly organized by the 5 great ninja villages. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in high spirits and continued the opening remarks. His voice spread throughout the venue, and even outside the venue, causing countless ninjas on duty to subconsciously look in the direction of the venue. Everyone remembered their respective goals. Once the signal appeared, they would destroy these nodes as soon as possible, making the defense of Konoha village vulnerable. Also, the whole village must be in chaos, the more chaos the better. If someone stops you, kill it. The responsibility of handing over to the wandering ninjas outside the village is left to you. Remember, use the summoning technique as soon as possible, and let the huge summoning beast destroy the protective wall of Konoha village. Get ready and wait for the signal. In a corner of Konoha village, a group of ninjas gathered, communicated for a while, and then disappeared. Somewhere in Umbu, a large group of Umbu ninjas gathered and waited quietly. A young Umbu ninja came out, pointed at several Umbu ninjas in the crowd, and hooked his fingers. You guys, get out. Who are you? Why do you order us? The Umbu ninjas were startled and couldn't help but refute. The young ninja unfolded a warrant with a swish. This is a warrant issued by Lord Hokage. Today, Umbu is under my management. My order is equivalent to Lord Hokage's order. Do you understand? Several Umbu ninjas looked at each other. Shhhhhhh. They flew out like lightning, ready to flee. The other Umbu ninjas present were shocked, not knowing why their comrades would act so abnormally. Bang bang bang. One after another silhouette flew back, wailing, and curled up into a ball. The young ninja carried the last escapee and smashed him to the ground, making a muffled sound. Bake everyone up and send them to the interrogation department for a good review. Yes. Among the Umbu ninjas, a few people came out, locked up these escapees, and took them away. The young ninja directly lifted the mask on his face to reveal his true colors. The Umbu ninja's eyes flickered a few times, and then they became quiet again. When the young ninja thunder shot, they guessed the identity of the other party. Only this one can take down these powerful and elite ninjas in an understatement. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. You may or may not know me. If you don't know me, get to know me now. Today, I am in charge of you, you only need to remember one thing, my order, you must resolutely obey. I don't want someone to violate the yin and yang, and I don't want someone to procrastinate because I am young. If this happens, I'll let you know what it's like to lie in Konoha hospital for half a year. A big smile appeared on Naruto's face. Very bright, just like the sun shines. A group of Umbu ninjas shivered in unison. The name of the smiling devil is well known in Konoha. Very well, you have understood your situation. Then, next, is the task you need to perform today. Today, we are holding a big party at Konoha village, but there are always some ill-conceived guys who don't want us to live comfortably. They are going to wreak havoc on Konoha today. All you need to do is stop them. I don't allow any loss to Konoha village, not even a tile or a grass. Do you hear that? Many Umbu ninjas couldn't help raising their heads and shouting loudly, listen clearly. They had always felt that the atmosphere in the village was strange recently, and while being vigilant, they also caught some spies. Unexpectedly, there are still people who want to do damage, which is like hitting them in the face of Umbu. 0. Come here and receive your respective tasks. Naruto pulled out a large stack of documents. This is the defense node A in the northern district. There are 3 ninjas here, 1 Jonin, 2 Chuunin, and their photos are here. Go with your team, take them down, and don't make too much noise. This is the defense node B in the eastern district. There are 6 ninjas, 2 Jonin and 4 Chuunin here. Their photos are here. You 2 teams join forces, and you can't let one go, let alone involve the villagers. Understand, have you? This is the defense node C in the western district. There is only one enemy, Chuunin. The photo is as follows. This is the southern defense node D. Naruto pointed out an Umbu team and handed them a document with detailed photos of the enemy, daily activity paths, strength levels, etc. The information was so detailed that it was staggering. After handing out the documents one by one, the Umbu ninjas all began to be shocked. There are too many enemies. They simply can't imagine how Konoha village can be flooded with so many spies all of a sudden. It was like slapping them across Umbu's face. Burning pain. More importantly, how could Naruto have so many enemy data in his hand, unless he also mastered another team, a team even stronger than their Umbu? The information has been given to you. If the enemy is still allowed to escape, Umbu's incompetence is a sure thing. You guys, it's best not to let me down. Yes. Uzumaki-sama. The Umbu ninjas who received the mission left one after another and started the mission. The rest of the ninjas stared at 1.9 Naruto eagerly, waiting for their mission. The ninja from the Hokage family is out. Naruto gave an order, and 11 ninjas came out of the Umbu ninja. The next task will be led by the ninjas of the Hokage family, and you will follow, as ordinary people, to inspect all the buildings in Konoha village and take out all the detonating talismans in the buildings. Start with key buildings, and start with Ninja School, 1. Naruto threw out a plan of Konoha on which various key buildings were marked with a red pen, as well as the route of action. Everyone is horrified. Detonators, buildings, and all buildings in Konoha village. The combination of these words made them realize that the entire Konoha was in some precarious state, and if they were not careful, the entire Konoha village might be wiped out. Get started. Yes. Uzumaki-sama. The Umbu ninjas started to move, and soon the Umbu base was empty. Chapter 127. The assembly hall was still full of people. Sarutobi Hiruzen's foot rap-like speech finally came to an end, and he sat back in his seat, complacent and in a good mood. In the venue, a ninja wrapped in a headscarf and holding 1,000 books in his mouth suddenly appeared. He is the chief examiner and referee of this exam, Shiranui Genma. Originally, the chief examiner was the tuberculosis ghost, Moonlight Gale. Later, Third Hokage mentioned that the image was not good and affected Konoha. Then Moonlight Gale was replaced by Genma Shiranui. Next, all the candidates are invited to enter. 12 candidates appeared one after another in the conference hall, lined up in a row, facing the audience. There are in total Konoha 5, Rock Lee, Abare Meishino, Inyazukeya, Akimichi Koji, Koyama 1. Cloud Shinobi Village 2 people, Amwa, Yurui. Iwagakure alone, Black Soil. Kirigakure 2 people, Ghost Lamp Water Moon, Long Juro. Tsunagakure 2, Gaara, Tamari. Is that Gaara? Wow, it's really him, just like on TV. What a poor child. Such a small one, he looks fierce, but he is actually soft inside. Is he covering up his soft heart with fierceness? So cute. When the audience saw Gaara's appearance, they suddenly became noisy, and almost everyone focused their attention on Gaara. The other candidates were ignored by the audience. Gaara is now, like an idol star, attracting attention. Why? Aren't they afraid of me? Am I not cruel enough? Those scorching eyes made Gaara feel uncomfortable. Not used to it. It was all awkward all over. He had grown accustomed to that kind of indifference and disgust in his eyes since he was a child, but suddenly there was a 180-degree change, which became so fast that he was at a loss. It's great, I want to be on TV too. Why didn't the young lady from the TV station come to interview me? Rock Lee murmured softly, with a look of envy on his face. Damn, I really want to slap a punch in the face. It's too hateful to have such a big limelight. No one pays attention to us. I still want to make a name for myself on this big stage. The ghost lamp Shuya glared at Gaara fiercely, burning with jealousy. The other students were equally upset. This Chuunin exam was originally a big stage for them to show their faces. On the stage, all the shadows of the 5 villages gathered together. Such a grand stage was taken away by Gaara alone. Envy, jealousy, and hatred were naturally inevitable. Before the game, I have something to say. Look at this. Shiranui Genma took out a blank sheet from his arms, and on it was written the matchup situation. The 12 candidates opened their eyes wide, wanting to see who their opponents were. Rock Lee vs Yurui. Abare Meishino vs Kojuro. Akimichi Koji vs Ghost Lantern Shuyu. Tamari vs Omoi. Inyazuka Tooth vs Black Earth. Gaara vs Koyama 1. Make sure you know who your opponent is, and remember it well. So, let's start the first match, Konoha Village Rock Lee vs Cloud Shinobi Village Yurui 1. Other candidates can enter the auditorium and wait. Shiranui Genma directly announced the start of the game. Soon, he was the only one left in the arena, along with Rock Lee and his opponent, Yurui. Oh, am I the first battle? My blood is boiling, come on, let's have a vigorous, youthful, and bloody game 1. Xiao Li was the first to ignite, his eyes were on fire, and his whole body was full of momentum. That fiery enthusiasm is full of contagion. The audience cheered loudly, focusing on these genins for the first time. Lightning style, snare dash. Yurui was silent, and just started to seal. Lightning flashed, and a net composed of thunder and lightning suddenly opened, getting bigger and bigger, and shrouded Xiao Li even more. He had seen Xiao Li's physical skills and knew that the opponent was extremely fast. Once he got close, he would definitely not be Xiao Li's opponent. Therefore, in the first step, Xiao Li's speed must be limited. Boom! Xiao Li took a step, and the person disappeared. The speed was so fast that compared with a month ago, there was a significant improvement. Yo, this green-clothed youth is quite strong, I can't even see where his body is, and I can only see phantoms. The boys in Cloud Shinobi Village are also good, very calm, and very skilled in lightning-style ninjutsu. This time in the Chuunin exam, Genin's quality is very good, much stronger than the competition he has seen before. Not bad, Yan. At the beginning of the game, the audience cheered even more enthusiastically. They talked a lot and were amazed. As most of the audience members are ordinary people, Genin's fighting ability just scratches their hearts, so that they can see how powerful they are, can talk to others, and talk nonsense. If it were a Chuunin, or even a Jonin battle, ordinary people might be confused because they couldn't understand it. Hehe, Lei Manzi, your ninja is going to lose. Dayemu, you immortal, your family is about to lose. The genin of Konoha is a taijutsu ninja, and the cloud shinobi genin chakra can be exhausted just by consuming it. Fourth Raikage, your ninja, is really going to lose. On the high platform, Raikage and Tsuchikage quarreled again, and Fengying Luosha also interjected, making a mockery of it. Tsunagakuer and Cloud Shinobi Village are equally intolerant, and if there is a chance to complain, Luosha will naturally not miss it. Only Yagura of Kirigakuer watched the battle quietly without saying a word. After going through the big changes, his temperament has become more calm. Noisy after another, Oyemu, Ai, and Luosha all had some kind of strange light flashing in their eyes, extremely solemn. They all saw the gap between the two sides of the battle. Xiaoli was still warming up and did not go all out at all. Even so, Yurui had to deal with it extremely hard, and if he was not careful, he would lose instantly. Although I have received various information from Konoha Genin, I know that the overall strength of Konoha Genin is amazing, but the information is not as clear as seeing it with my own eyes. The pressure fell on them. Genin, that represents the future of the village. The future is inferior to people, doesn't it mean that the future of the village will also be subservient to Konoha? I can't let Konoha continue to rise like this. Luosha clenched his fists and finally made up his mind. Konoha can no longer indulge like this, we must suppress them. Raikage snorted, the thought flashed through his mind. Konoha's strength is expanding too fast, and it really needs to be suppressed. However, be more prudent and wait for the changes. Onoji narrowed his eyes, scheming. Take care of your own affairs first, the rise of Konoha, and it's not the Kirigakuer family who is uncomfortable. The few of them should be unable to hold back their hands, so we just watch the fun, and the matter has nothing to do with us. Tangerine Yagura thought to himself, more stable as Mount Tai. Leaf Hurricane. Xiao Li's movements accelerated again. With a swish, he appeared in front of Yurui and kicked him. Lightning style, lightning arm dash. Yurui gritted his teeth, his arm shook, and the lightning flashed, his arm strength doubled, and he also waved his arm out to block the foot. Boom. Bang bang bang. Yurui couldn't stop the castration, he retreated a dozen steps in a row, and his center of gravity was lost. Bang bang bang. Xiao Li showed no mercy, and went up with a series of punches and kicks. Yurui was in a downtrend, and finally couldn't resist, and flew out. Yurui still wanted to struggle, trying to adjust his center of gravity. As soon as he landed, his body sank, Xiao Li was already behind him, and a kunai was placed on his neck. It's all over, winner, Konoha Village, Rock Lee. Shiranui Genma appeared beside Xiao Li and grabbed his arm to prevent him from hitting hard. As soon as the results of the game came out, the cheers from the audience were even louder and deafening, and the whole Konoha heard the cheers. Konoha wins! Konoha wins! The Konoha village residents couldn't help but smile knowingly. The audience was overwhelmingly Konoha village residents, and the cheers were so loud that there was no doubt that Konoha won. Lord Raikage, busy, Konoha, won this match. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a Versailles smile to Ai, and he was in a good mood. Fourth Raikage's snoring was thicker and heavier, anger was held in his chest, and he was about to hold back his internal injuries. Chapter 128. The second game started again. Konoha Village, a Bear Meishino vs Kirigakuer, Kojuro. Najuro took off the weapon behind him, and it turned out to be one of the 7 ninja swords, the Flounder, and Kirigakuer officially gave one of the 7 ninja knives to Changjuro, approving his qualifications to take charge of this weapon. A Bear Meishino on the opposite side still maintains his mystical style, with sunglasses, kabuto hat, and his face hidden in the high collar, making his presence extremely weak. If you are not careful, people will lose their sense of him. Bring it on. I'm going to shoot. Najuro dragged his double sword Flounder and rushed towards Shino. The Flounder began to emit a faint blue light. Jinai also showed no signs of weakness. Countless bugs spewed out from between his collars and turned into a black cloud above his head, changing indefinitely. Bad bugs, group. In the black cloud, insect balls shot out like bullets. Flounder, Flounder, liberation! In an instant, the Flounder in Changjiro's hand turned into a large shield, blocking Shino's attack. Flounder and Flounder, Senbunyu! The body suddenly spun, and the Flounder waved, and the faint blue thousand needles of light poured out like a torrential rain, and it was extremely fierce. Secret technique, insect wall technique. The black insects spun at a high speed, forming a black wall in front of Shino. Thousands of light needles landed on it, making a crisp sound as if they collided with metal, unable to move an inch. The battle between the two sides suddenly entered the most intense state, and the audience was hooked. This kind of splendid ninjutsu attack is what ordinary people like to watch the most. These little devils, it's really a generation that is stronger than a generation. Jiraiya crouched in a corner of the conference venue, watching the battle in the venue, she couldn't help but admire. When he was at the age of Shino, he didn't have the strength of others. After a period of time in the ninja world, their strength began to grow by leaps and bounds. This world is supposed to be stronger from one generation to the next. Swish! A figure fell beside Jiraiya. It was Tsunade. Aren't you sitting in town in the village? Boy Naruto, everything is arranged, it doesn't really matter if there is me or not. Tsunade said with an indignant look on his face, with an angry expression on his face. She thought that Naruto specially invited her back to the village, and she really needed her to do her best to be the mainstay of Konoha village. As a result, after walking around Konoha, Tsunade suddenly realized that her dignified Sunin, like a chicken rib, had become superfluous. With or without her, everything is the same, and everything is properly arranged by Naruto. Simply, she came to the big venue to watch the excitement. Even if you are here, there are so many spectators in this grand venue, if you hurt someone, you will also need your treatment. Jiraiya sighed. Tsunade's arrival really made him feel a lot more relaxed. Just an Orochimaru, not a big deal. The point is, there are the shadows of the 4 great ninja villages on the high platform, as well as the Chuunin guards behind them. If these people make a shot together, Jiraiya alone will probably not be able to bear it. With one more Tsunade, it feels so much better. Other villages, will they really do it? Tsunade's expression was also solemn. Danzo and Orochimaru alone can turn Konoha upside down. If you add in other villages, Konoha will be under great pressure. This is not a battlefield, but the heart of Konoha. Konoha shinobi cannot let go of the battle at all, there are too many things to take into account. Although Naruto has always sworn that everything is in the master, both Jiraiya and Tsunade are still in heavy hearts and have been worried. It's hard to say. Outside the village, there are a lot of people hidden, and once they take action, it will also have a big impact on the village one. I saw the old man's arrangement. He is really old. Many arrangements are full of loopholes, and he did not consider the possibility of more enemy attacks. Fortunately, Naruto secretly added another layer of arrangements to make up for those loopholes. In the past month, Jiraiya has not been taking hot springs every day. He inspected the various defensive nodes of Konoha, as well as the corners outside Konoha, and there were shocking sights everywhere. The situation is too bad. Third Hokage seems to be immersed in some kind of fantasy of the pinnacle of life, thinking that even if Danzo and Orochimaru join forces, they will not be able to match the unity of Konoha. He made some arrangements, but underestimated the severity of the incident. These arrangements seemed perfect, but according to the current situation, they were full of loopholes. It was Naruto and Jiraiya who secretly met with the patriarchs of the major families and, without the knowledge of the 3rd generation, replaced Konoha's defense and filled up the loopholes in the defense, which made Jiraiya feel at ease. More importantly, Jiraiya also saw Naruto's great prestige in the village, and 3rd Hokage's weakening weight among the major families. On the surface, 3rd generation is still Konoha Hokage, and the ninjas will obey every order, and no one knows how much discount it will take to execute it. As soon as Naruto came forward, he told the patriarchs of the major clans about the possible impact of the Chuunin exam Konoha, and the major clans happily agreed to Naruto's proposal, aside from the 3rd generation, and targeted Konoha's defense. Switch defenses. He's really going for Hokage. 5th Hokage would be a big deal if it wasn't for him. Tsunade means something. Jiraiya nodded and agreed with her. Ambitious, confident, strong. Naruto, the cut on display shows him that the position is bound to be won. He went all out this time, but also wanted to add more credit to himself to make his Hokage position even more stable. If the goal cannot be achieved, the subsequent turbulence of this Konoha will be more exaggerated than this time. If Naruto can really make Konoha survive the crisis this time, what about making him Hokage for this credit? I don't believe it anymore. Who would dare to stop him at that time? Yes. In the past few decades, Konoha has been lifeless, and changing to a younger Hokage may bring more vitality and hope to the village. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at each other, and both made up their minds to make Naruto the 5th generation head even if they risked their old faces. Secret technique, Insect Jade. The black cloud-like worms shrouded Kojuro, and instantly bound his whole body, like an extra layer of worm shells. Changjuro struggled desperately, but his strength was getting smaller and smaller. Finally, the flounder fell to the ground with a clang. His whole body chakra was sucked clean by the worms, and he had no strength. Shino gave an order and sent bad insects away from Changjuro. Changjuro fell down with a thud, with a helpless expression on his face. The opponent's worms are too powerful, even in the face of the fiercest attack, the worms are still stubbornly contending, and each worm's defense is like a stone. Down. Can't attack, can't defend. Insects gather and disperse invisible, coming from all directions, and he can't stop them at all. Skills are not as good as human beings. I have to thank Naruto. If it weren't for his 1-month training, the bugs would continue to evolve and improve, and his strength would not be comparable to the Kirigaku or Genin in front of him. Shino put away the entire monies department of the bug and returned to his mysterious appearance again, so that no one could see his expression. Winner, Konoha Village, Aberame Shino. Shiranui Suinma loudly announced the result. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he was obviously in a good mood for this result. Ha ha ha, it's Konoha wins again. You look good, I'm optimistic about you, boy. Next time you come to my store, I'll give you a 50% discount. 2 consecutive victories, my country of fire is really the strongest, Konoha Genin, really amazing. Come on, boys, another 3-game winning streak. Is the little fat guy from the Akamika family next? Hey, the little guy from the Akamika family, listen up, if you win this match, I'll give you a 1-month free barbecue coupon. In the audience, the Konoha village people cheered again, like a festival. Some people even shouted loudly, making various promises of victory to the players, stimulating them to break out even greater fighting power. Akimichi Koji's ears really stood up, and his eyes suddenly became extremely bright. He snorted and appeared in the conference hall with a monstrous aura. 1 month of free barbecue coupons. No one comes. God blocks and kills God, and Buddha blocks and kills Buddha. Chapter 129. Your ability is useless to me. You should admit defeat. 1. In the assembly hall, the ghost lamp Sasuke said to Akimichi Koji. In the forest of death, in the encounter with Orochimaru, Gaideng Shuyu has seen the battle of Koji, the momentum is fierce, and the power of the attack is also amazing. The only downside is that it consumes too much chakra. Ghost lamp Shuyu is almost the natural enemy of Koji. With a single hydration technique, all of Koji's attacks are ineffective, just consuming chakra out of thin air. The two sides can also be regarded as a comrade-in-arms relationship, and Gaideng Shuyu said it very sincerely, not mocking. I know that your ability restrains me. But, for the 1-month free barbecue coupon, I must overcome you. Koji sounded like opening. His fighting spirit was boiling, and his whole body seemed to be in a frenzy. Barbecue voucher? Just for a little food? Incomprehensible. Ghost Deng Shuya shook his head, and also had a competitive heart. Kirigakuer, Kojuro has already lost, and he is the only one left. No matter what, he can't lose, and Kirigakuer's face cannot be lost in his hands. Bring it on. War. In the assembly hall, the battle erupted suddenly, the momentum was huge, as if a giant was tossing and tossing down the entire assembly hall. One has a family secret technique, the hydration technique is unpredictable, and he has a sharp knife technique with amazing power. The other, also possessed the family secret technique, the multiplication technique was infinitely powerful, and when he slapped it, the entire assembly hall trembled, shaking the world. Cool, this is the kind of battle that a man should watch, this power, this aura, this little fat man really has some charm of their Akamika family, enough to dominate. Kirigakuer's genin is also very powerful, that hydration body is too restrained by Fatty's ability. Physical attacks are ineffective, and Fatty's attacks are all in vain. Although the hydration technique of the ghost lamp family is powerful, it also consumes a lot of chakra. Akamika's doubling technique also needs to consume a lot of chakra to achieve this kind of power. It seems that the two sides will see who can hold on longer and who will put it first. Chakra is exhausted. In the big hall, the battle between the two genin was vigorous. Outside the conference venue, in every corner of Konoha village, the battle was silent. Target confirmed. It's confirmed, it's exactly the same as the document. If it wasn't for the fact that the document was written clearly, I really couldn't believe that these guys were actually dressed as ninjas, just like ordinary people. If you look closely, you can still see the clues. They do have traces of ninjas on their bodies. Although they are well concealed, some details of ninjas' daily habits are still exposed. Prepare to start, set up the barrier, and don't let the movement spread. On the street, at the open-air stalls of the small shops next to the street, 3 seemingly ordinary Konoha villagers were ordering orders with a relaxed look, sipping drinks and chatting in small voices, very daily performance. 3 more villagers who were talking and laughing came over and seemed to want to take a seat. Puff puff. In an instant, the 3 of them shot at the same time and attacked the 3 villagers who were sitting at the table from the beginning. Unprepared. 1-hit kill. The 3 villagers fell to the ground in panic and despair. Puff puff. Puff puff. Puff puff. Similar actions were continuously carried out in all corners of Konoha village. There are also mistakes. No, killing intent. We were found out, it's Konoha's Umbu. A white fat man lowered his head, and there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. In an instant, he secretly conveyed a signal and warned his companions. Several people are at the same time, and their hearts are awe-inspiring. Several ordinary Konoha village residents were preparing to pass them by. Both sides shot at the same time. Bang bang bang. White smoke explodes. Body replacement technique. The main body has appeared behind Konoha Umbu, their eyes are cold, bitter, and sharp, and they are extremely brutal, without the slightest hesitation. Oops. Umbu Ninja was shocked, but his body didn't have time to react. If you have a mind, you don't, and vice versa. Bang bang bang. Fatty Bai flew out, and his companions also ended up on the ground. Umbu Ninja broke out in a cold sweat, turned to look, and saw Naruto in an orange coat standing aside, staring at them coldly. Uzumaki-sama. Umbu Ninja all bowed their heads, looking ashamed. Remember this lesson, not every time someone will save you. Yes. Boom. Naruto exploded, and a cloud of white smoke turned out to be a clone. Similar scenes keep appearing. Once Umbu's actions are unfavorable, Naruto's clone will appear to resolve the crisis and capture the enemy in one fell swoop. Until all the spies on the data were cleared, the Naruto clone did not continue to appear. Does Uzumaki-sama have a clone for each team so that we can check and fill in the gaps? Isn't it? How many clones do you need to split out? How large a chakra is needed? Can't imagine it. Why is it impossible? For the team with Dabj problems, the clone of Lord Uzumaki will appear on time, and it is clear that all teams are under the attention of Lord Uzumaki. Hey, a clone can solve all the enemies in an instant. Then we don't make a difference, right? Master Uzumaki can solve all the spies by himself. Idiot, Uzumaki-sama, this is for us to hone more, gain some experience, and learn a little more. Otherwise, wouldn't we Umbu become dry rice? With the captured spy, or the corpse of the spy, the Umbu members returned to the Umbu base again. After communicating with each other, they were all horrified, and they all had an invisible sense of awe for Uzumaki Naruto, the 12-year-old genius Chuunin, and Umbu ninjas, and at the same time, the meaning of worship also emerged spontaneously. Although the action is not perfect, it is considered that you have completed it. Next, you will be divided into two groups. One group will patrol the entire village and help the detonating talisman team solve the hidden dangers of detonating talismans in the building. The other group will be distributed according to the location of the spies. Once there is a signal, you have to fiddle with it. For the signs of a successful espionage operation, make it look like a riot, and don't make other enemies suspicious. This time, in the operation of attracting snakes out of their holes, I will wipe out all the enemies. You all keep your mission in mind. If you make mistakes, I will make you look good. Naruto's face was stern, and his whole body was full of aura, making the entire Umbu base shrouded in an incomparably heavy pressure. No one dared to make a sound, and they were all silent. Did you hear everything clearly? Listen clearly. Listen and act. The Umbu base became empty again. Naruto also dodged away. Discover Uzumaki Naruto. He has been found. He is patrolling the entire Konoha, and now he has reached Qinghong Street in the South District. Let someone nearby detonate a detonating charm to attract his attention. Yes. In Konoha village, in a courtyard, Shimura Danzo, who was wrapped in bandages, grinned grimly, and the madness in his eyes became more and more intense. I know that you are already prepared. What if all those bright pawns are given to you? They are just recruited cannon fodder. You will never know how deep and far the roots of this Konoha are. This time, I will let you really see the true background of my roots. 1. Danzo tried hard to suppress the laughter, but the smugness in the laughter was crazy, but he couldn't hold back. Let me destroy this Konoha, and let Konoha be reborn from the ruins. At that time, I was the real Hokage, I Shimura Danzo, I loved Konoha so much, how could I be Konoha's rebel? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Konoha betrayal? I'm not, I'm Hokage. 1. Not far from this compound, in an alley, Naruto was waiting quietly. A figure suddenly appeared. Not long ago, this person was the one who reported to Danzo. Lord Uzumaki, Danzo has been completely planned, and all his plans are here. The screening ceremony of the root members has been completed, and those who are completely loyal to Danzo, only 4 people, the others, are willing to cooperate with our actions and give Danzo set up a net of heaven and earth. 1. Okay, let's go with the plan. Don't bother Danzo, someone will take care of him. Yes. Swish. The figure disappeared again. Naruto strode away and muttered to himself, Danzo, you forgot after all, the root is the root of Konoha, not your Danzo's root. You can't even figure this out, what a fool. Chapter 130. BD, lie down quickly, chakra is exhausted, what are you doing procrastinating? Don't. Barbecue coupons, barbecue coupons. In the assembly hall, hand-to-hand combat has already been carried out. Ghost Light Shuya was panting and sweating profusely. Akimichi Koji was sweating even more exaggeratedly, he was soaked all over his body, and the fat on his body was reduced several times, and his whole body became refreshed. Today, his consciousness has become blurred, and only the last obsession remains, he must get a free barbecue coupon. Boom! Ghost Lantern Shuya punched, and the whole body turned into water and exploded. When he gathered again, his body staggered. Crap, not enough chakra. Ghost Lamp Shuya's expression changed. Meat Bomb Chariot. Koji's body suddenly swelled up, rolled up, and the rumbling Kyogui Deng Shuya ran over again. Why do you still have chakra? Howling, the Ghost Lamp Shuya was knocked out, and his body was rippling with ripples, but only half of his body could be hydrated, and he could only barely weaken a part of his strength, and the rest was eaten solid. Boom! Ghost Light Shuya lay on the ground, his chest heaving, panting, motionless. Koji also stood still, and lost weight again, turning into a handsome and cute little boy. Can you still get up? Shiranui Suinma came to the Ghost Lamp Shuya and asked. Gui Deng Shuya struggled to get up, put her hands on the ground, trembling, and tried very hard, but she fell down again. Barbecue voucher. Shiranui Genma comes to Koji. Before he could ask a question, Koji roared again, and Deng 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 Shuiyu charged over again. My god, I actually lost on a barbecue ticket. Looking at all this, Gui Deng Shuiyu couldn't help crying, her eyes were full of tears. According to his strength, according to the principle of ability to restrain each other, with his hydration technique, he could easily outperform Koji, but he never imagined that his obsession with foodies would be so strong to such a terrifying level. After the Koji chakra is consumed, it is directly replaced by the fat on the body, which converts the fat into chakra and fights again. The winner is determined, the winner, Konoha Village, Akimichi Koji. Genma Shiranui grabbed Koji and announced the result loudly. What about the barbecue coupons? Here, can't I give it to you? Little fat man, if you come to my store, I will give it to you, and I will give it to you for another half a month. Koji opened his mouth blankly. In the auditorium, the owner of the barbecue shop laughed and roared, extremely heroic. Koji was relieved, and he fell to the ground and passed out. Ha ha ha, Mizukage-sama, I'm sorry, Konoha won another game. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't hold back the smile on his face, feeling that the surprises came one after another, which made him extremely proud. Too many surprises made him float away. Yagura frowned, but did not speak. Kirigakure is also considered annihilated. He didn't blame Changjura and Gai Deng Shuiyu, everyone could see that the two had tried their best, but he had nothing to say when one of them was not as strong as the other, and the other was defeated by the opponent's crazy obsession. Tsuchikage Onoji and Reikage Ai couldn't help but get nervous. Next up is Temari from Tsunagakure, against Amwa from Cloud Shinobi Village. It is natural for Reikage to be nervous. Cloud Shinobi Village has already lost a game, and Amwa is the only one left. If he loses again, Reikage's face will be completely lost. On the other hand, Oyeji was in a very uneasy mood, because in the next match, it would be his granddaughter Haitu's turn. Iwagakure is just such a player, he really can't afford to lose. Lord Feng Ying, aren't you ready to start? Behind Luo Shad, a Sand Shinobi Jonin bowed his head and asked in a thin mosquito-like voice. It's not yet Gaara's turn to play, and without the restraint of the tailed beast, this Konoha can't be messed up. Oh, then I'll just wait and see what happens. After a few conversations between the two, Sand Shinobi Jonin returned to his position and continued to play his role as a guard meticulously. Rock Shinobi Jonin on the side gave him a curious look. Sand Shinobi Guy, what are you planning? In the big hall, Omoi and Temari were ready to start fighting. Game start. Wind style, attack. Instant technique. Temari waved the iron fan in his hand and swept it abruptly. The storm swept past, and countless wind blades slammed into each other in the storm, and the violence reached ultimate. Omoi's body flashed, disappeared in a blink of an eye, and the speed was extremely fast. Wind style, flurry of air. Yunlio, 3 suns and moons. In the field, dust was flying, and the figures of the two were looming. From time to time, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard, and sharp slashes swept out of the dust, forming ripples visible to the naked eye. Hi, these two are very strong. It's said that Tsunagakure has declined, but the strength of Tsunagakure Genin is really powerful. Where does it look like it's declining? Although Sand Shinobi's female ninja is strong, I am more optimistic about Amwa in Cloud Shinobi Village. You see him, he is more calm, and more skillful in fighting one. The audience enthusiastically discussed the outcome of the battle, which was very lively. In the audience, an Umbu ninja silently appeared beside Kakashi. What's up? This is the information given by Uzumaki-sama. It includes all the spies hidden in the auditorium. I hope that Kakashi-sama will secretly pass this information to Jonin in the venue, and at the critical moment, the opponent will be captured in one fell swoop. 1-0 for flowers. I see. Kakashi was expressionless, as if nothing had happened. Umbu ninja disappeared again. Kakashi glanced at the information, the corners of his mouth twitched, and there were quite a few. Yo, Kakashi, the opponent of my life, have you seen it? My disciple is not bad, ha 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 ha, I believe this time, he will be able to win the first place. Might Guy appeared in front of Kakashi with a proud expression on his face. Yes, then congratulations. However, my disciple is already Jonin. BD Kakashi, can you please stop blocking me with this sentence? Sorry, that's all I can say. As usual, Kakashi and Might Guy were spitting and bickering with each other, one was hot-blooded, and the other was dead fish-eyed. 0-0. Before he knew it, Kakashi passed the information to Guy. Guy's eyebrows frowned, then immediately stretched out again, his expression didn't change much. Asuma, Hiroshi Ui, also received information from Kakashi and 8 trigrams boasting of their respective disciples. All are silent. No one knew how shocked these Jonin were in their hearts, but their expressions were always the same, as if nothing had happened, and they were chatting and laughing. Jiraiya and Tsunade also received relevant information. They read the information once, swept the auditorium secretly again, and matched the information in the information with the reality one by one. If you don't observe carefully, these people are just like ordinary people. But if you look carefully, you can find that deep in the eyes of these people, there is always indifference, and they are all brewing strength, just waiting for the final moment to explode in one fell swoop. Jiraiya and Tsunade had a lot of eyesight. After looking carefully, they confirmed the authenticity of the information. That guy Naruto, how did he find out this information? There are so many people and the venue is so chaotic, it is not so easy to find a spy with ulterior motives among these countless people. He has always been mysterious, and no one can know his true strength. It is not surprising that his ability to detect intelligence is stronger one. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at each other in shock. As Naruto showed more and more abilities, they were more and more shocking. This 12-year-old boy is like a deep sea, the more he probes, the more profound he finds, and it seems that he will never be able to reach the bottom. Really scary. If such a young man becomes Konoha Hokage, he does not know whether it will be good or bad for Konoha village. Jiraiya and Tsunade thought to themselves, and their mood was very complicated. Chapter 131. It's out, winner, Cloud Shinobi Village, Amwa 1. In the assembly hall, the Amwa knife was already stuck to Tamari's neck. Tamari's iron fan was still held high, as if she wanted to make a move, but she felt the coldness on her neck, she sighed and put down the fan. Skill is not as good as people, what else can be said? Genma Shiranui declares the victory of the Amwa. On the high platform, 4th Raikage leaned back and his face became relaxed. Cloud Shinobi Village finally won a game, at least better than Kirigakure, but the opponent was completely wiped out. In the next game, Konoha Village's Inyazuka vs Iwagakure's Black Soil. Akamaru, everyone else has won. If we lose, we'll be embarrassed. Come on. Inyazuka touched Akamaru's head and cheered on both sides. Black Soil, go all out. I see, long-winded old man. Wearing a red cheongsam with left sleeves and a black soil covered with a rock shinobi ninja vest, he rolled his eyes at his father's Lois, and appeared confidently in the conference venue 080. Tooth with Akamaru, also eyeing. Combat is imminent. Ninja, or clone. Boom. Two fangs appeared at the same time, and the arhats were stacked, both of them crawling on all fours, staring at the black soil, full of evil spirits. Come on, use your best skills. 1. Hei 2 was full of confidence, raised his right hand and hooked his fingers. The two teeth fluttered at the same time. They are intertwined with each other, and their tracks are erratic. Bang bang bang. The black soil remained motionless, and Binan's fist shrouded a layer of rock. Under the punch, the force was heavy, like a heavy hammer, easily blocking the attack of the two teeth. Tooth. The two tornadoes on the ground were like drills, whistling towards the black soil. The entire conference hall was swept up in dust, and the momentum was extremely loud. Earth style, earth wall. The black soil showed no signs of weakness, and both hands formed seals. A high wall stood up, blocking the front of the tornado. Boom. The walls were shattered, and the tornado remained unstoppable. Earth style, Tuolongian technique. The black soil body sank into the earth and disappeared without a trace. Fang's attack was completely in vain. Earth style, fist rock technique. As soon as the two teeth were separated, the black soil appeared behind one of them, the fist slammed down hard, and the rocks spread on the fist, making her punch even more terrifying. Boom. This tooth fought back and blocked, but the man flew out, unable to stop it at all. Boom. In midair, Tooth turned into Akamaru, whimpering and rolling on the ground, very embarrassed. Akamaru. Tooth screamed, his voice full of worry. Wong. Akamaru stood up, shook his head, and ran again, as light as the wind. Inyazuka-style human-beast hybrid transformation two-headed wolf. Teeth. In the conference hall, a huge, two-headed white dog appeared, like a giant wolf, roaring at the black soil with a roar that shook the sky and the earth. The white two-headed giant wolf leaped high, launched dynamic tracking in the air, and locked onto the black soil. The body suddenly rotated, and a white tornado suddenly appeared. It slammed straight into the black soil. Hey, the power of this move is so huge, I could feel the shaking in the auditorium. The human-beast transformation of the Inyazuka family is really unique, and its power is amazing, which is really eye-opening. I don't know how Iwagakure's little girl can resist this move. The audience exclaimed and held their breath. Many ninjas watching the battle were awe-inspiring, and they felt that this year's Chuunin was a bit exaggerated. The combat power of each one was far beyond that of the average Chuunin and Inyazuka whose power even reached the limit of Jonin. Lava style, lime condensation technique. The Black Earth's face did not show any fear, but instead was extremely excited and eager to try. She resorted to her own bloodline, lava style. In the mouth, a puff of lime spewed out, shrouded in the tornado. There is also water-style ninjutsu, which is merged into the lime. The lime began to solidify and became firm, like a lime ball, directly wrapping the tornado, tightly. Click. The lime ball shattered, revealing his teeth and Akamaru. Although he broke free from the lime ball, the big move of Fang was also offset by the lava-style ninjutsu of the black soil. Tooth is going to lose. As Inyazuka-ya's instructor, Kurane Yui had a helpless expression on her face. The situation is clear at a glance. Fang Lanja is not the ultimate move of today's Fangkin master. He can make it out, and it must have spent countless efforts and energy to cultivate. Once it is ineffective against the enemy, the situation will plummet. The chakra that the ultimate move consumes is already astonishingly large. Looking at Ya and Akamaru panting, you can see Madara. Sure enough, soon, Ya was defeated by the hands of the Black Soil and regretted leaving the stage. The outcome of this game, the winner, Iwagakuer, the Black Soil. The next match, by Tsunagakuer, Gaara vs Konoha Village, Koyama Ishii. Just as the audience was talking about it, the new game soon came to an end. Hinoyama won, defeated by Gaara. Hinoyama is an existence that stands out from a group of ordinary genins. He is tenacious and persevering. He has supported Gaara's attack for a long time, but after all, he is not as strong as others, and he is defeated. 0. Konoha's 2-game losing streak was in stark contrast to the 3-game winning streak at the beginning. Lord Hokage, it looks like Konoha is going downhill. Lord Raikage, all the visitors are guests, so we can't keep the guests unhappy all the time. 4th Raikage couldn't help but sneer. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression froze for a moment, and then he smiled again. With 3 consecutive victories in hand, his mentality is very calm, and even if he responds, it is well-founded. The implication is that this 2-game losing streak is like what Konoha village gave to the other 4 ninja villages. I choked. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that whether Iwagakuer's Black Soil or Tsunagakuer's Gaara is far superior to Konoha Genin, victory is a matter of course. But when Sarutobi Hiruzen said that, it was like Konoha released water. I've never seen such a brazen guy. Not only Raikage Ai, but also Tsuchikage Onoji, Kazekage Luasha, and Mizukage Yagura couldn't help but glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling the same. Sarutobi Hiruzen was complacent, not ashamed, but proud. Gaara, according to the schedule, you will continue to play in the next game. If you need a break, you have a half-hour break. Genma Shiranui asks about Gaara. The next game is a 6-3 game. Konoha Village, Rock Lee vs Tsunagakuer, Gaara. No, let's start now. Gaara's face was expressionless and answered coldly. Finally it's my turn again. Youth, blood, Mr. Guy, I'm going to burn. Burn with all your strength, Xiaoli, you have a very good opponent. Only a real 1.9 opponent will make your youth even brighter, come on, go all out. Yes, Mr. Guy. In the auditorium, Xiaoli was holding his head and burning like Might Guy. It is as if, under the setting sun, the indomitable youth. Kakashi's eyelids jumped and he couldn't bear to look directly. Although he has seen Guy's youth for more than 10 years, looking at it now, it still makes him feel like he wants to complain. Candidate Rock Lee, hurry up, if you don't come down, you will be sentenced to automatically abstain. The voice of Shiranui Suinma came up. Xiaoli suddenly realized that he ended this period of youth with Guy. Mr. Guy, I'm going to play. Little Lee, go, don't let your youth regret. Mr. Guy. / With Guy's thumbs up, and under the flash of the white fang, Xiaoli leaped from the audience. Chapter 132. I didn't expect to fight with you so quickly, I'm so happy. Xiaoli rushed to Gaara and stretched out a hand, and his eyes were filled with raging fighting intent. Among so many candidates, the one who can arouse Xiaoli's fighting spirit the most is Gaara. The strange and unpredictable sand defense, the powerful sand escape attack. Powerful and dangerous. Makes you want to try. More importantly, Gaara has actually become the focus of the audience's attention. Even now, more than half of the audience still cheers for Gaara. Xiaoli is very envious. I'm so envious that I'm drooling. He also wanted to be so beautiful again. Gaara's face was expressionless. He didn't understand Xiaoli's mood. Although the killing intent on his body has been greatly reduced, Gaara will still unswervingly carry out the mission. So, this battle, he wants to win. Then, the game, start. With the announcement of Shiranui Genma, Xiaoli began to rush towards Gaara, and the speed was very fast. Leaf Hurricane. Boom. The sand was shattered, and Xiaoli's move was blocked. Bang bang bang. Like a phantom, Xiaoli attacked Gaara from all angles, and the audience could even see 5 or 6 figures of 30 Xiaoli punching and kicking Gaara at the same time. The sand around Gaara seems to have self-awareness. No matter which angle Xiaoli shoots from, the sand will automatically form a shield to block the attack. Gaara held her hands and stood still. A steady stream of new sand emerged from the gourd behind him, like a spirit snake, winding out towards Xiaoli, wave after wave. While attacking, Xiaoli had to dodge the strange and unpredictable sand invasion, so he could only keep running, his movements could not stop at all, and it was getting faster and faster. It's useless, any physical attack has no effect on Gaara, it has nothing to do with Gaara's will, the sand will automatically form a shield to protect his body, so far, no one. In the auditorium, Kankuro explained the battle with a smug look on his face. As he spoke, his face suddenly stiffened. He couldn't continue, but he thought of a person. Uzumaki Naruto. That person easily broke through Gaara's defense, leaving Gaara with no power to fight back. Ahem, no genin can break through Gaara's defense and hurt Gaara one. Kankuro changed his tone and continued to show off. Is that all there is to it? Get me excited a little more. Gaara opened her mouth, but her expression didn't change at all. Then, as you wish. Xiaoli was not discouraged, but showed a warlike smile. It's on. Xiaoli shot out again, and the speed increased again. Boom. The sand shield exploded again. Gaara's face changed this time, and she felt a fist blowing across her face, although it wasn't that big. Obviously, Xiaoli's attack this time has already broken through the sand shield, and he is only a little short of attacking his body. Oh, blood, youth. I beat. Xiaoli's fists were heavier, his legs were faster, and the sand shield showed signs of being unable to keep up with his speed. My eyes are full, this kid, the speed is too fast. A dozen phantoms appeared all at once. Hey, why is this kid in blue clothes fighting in close quarters all the time? Anyway, he stepped back and used some ninjutsu techniques? Just punching and kicking is not enough. You don't understand. This boy, I know him, is the watermelon skin boy who follows Might Guy. He hardly knows ninjutsu or illusion, but only taijutsu. Back then at the ninja school, he was always a crane. Tail. I see. It's a little difficult to defeat Gaara because of the light skills. Hey, haven't you been cheering for Gaara all the time? Why do you care about the watermelon rind boy now? Nonsense. This kid Gaara deserves sympathy, but now it's a matter of Konoha's face. Of course, I hope that the watermelon rind will win. This is a face problem between the two villages. Konoha village wins, that's what I want to see. Faster and faster, fists and feet heavier and heavier. Gaara looked around blankly, trying to chase Xiao Li's figure, but found that his eyes couldn't keep up with the speed of his opponent. It was an experience he had never felt before. All along, the Sand's automatic body protection has kept him in a safe position, which can be called an absolute defense. But now, the Sand will still automatically protect the body, but the reaction can't keep up with the speed of the enemy, and there is a feeling of being half a beat slower. This feeling. Gaara's eyes lit up, no longer empty. Fantastic. Unknown, scared, and excited. So fresh. He tried his best to control the Sand, chasing the figure that kept running, and the chakra in his body became eager to move. Boy, chakra is so active for the first time. He crouched in the sealed space with a look of surprise. Boom. Xiaoli was too fast, and Gaara finally had no time to defend. He got a kick in the face, and the whole person flew out and rolled several times in the conference hall. Not good. Gaara is going to be angry. Both Kankuro and Temari could not help but tense their nerves. Gaara stood up, and large chunks of sand shells fell off her face. The whole face was like yellow sand shells, cracked everywhere, and pieces fell off and turned into yellow sand again. What's that? His face fell off, it was horrible. Gaara has 2 layers of defense, with a sand shield on the outside, and a layer of sand armor to protect the whole body. If the sand shield is broken, there is still a sand armor defense. This is Gaara's absolute defense. Kankuro still couldn't help being a good teacher and explained it in detail. As he spoke, he was nervous, for fear that Gaara would release Xiaohe immediately and make a scene at the venue. Although the plan is so planned, it depends on the timing after all. Anything else? Go ahead. Hurry up and attack. Countless yellow sands revolved around, and in a blink of an eye, Gaara became as good as ever. He looked at Xiaoli, and for the first time there was emotion in his voice. Some can't wait. I can't deal with you like this. It seems that I have to resort to a trick. Xiaoli was also inexplicably excited. He untied the white bandages wrapped around his hands, and the 2 bandages hung down, blowing gently in the wind. Call. Xiaoli disappeared again, and around Gaara, a green whirlwind suddenly swirled, getting faster and faster. Gaara waited quietly. The sand of the automatic body protection was squirming around his body, flickering equally, chasing the volatile hostility, but at a loss, the opponent was too fast. Boom. Xiaoli appeared in front of Gaara, leaned over and shot up to the sky, hitting Gaara's chin. The sand shield is simply too late to defend. Can't react. Gaara floated up, but was about to fall again in a blink of an eye. Not enough distance. Xiaoli squinted his eyes, his body suddenly turned, and he kicked Gaara's stomach again. Boom. Gaara flew up again. Xiaoli roared, his feet like a chain of pinwheels, constantly kicking Gaara, taking him higher and higher, making the audience in the auditorium have to raise their heads and look up at all this in the sky. Fall down, by Lianhua. Xiaoli appeared behind Gaara's body, head down, and the bandages fluttering in his hands quickly wrapped around Gaara's body, and in a blink of an eye, Gaara was tied tightly, like a mummy. Xiaoli hugged Gaara and began to spin with all his strength. The speed was getting faster and faster, and there seemed to be a whirlwind in the sky. This whirlwind turned into a drill and fell from the sky. Boom! The entire conference hall was smashed into a huge pit, and the audience felt the smell of tremors. In the deep pit, Gaara's body was cracked everywhere, like a broken porcelain, and his appearance was extremely miserable. Xiao Li fell beside the deep pit, panting slightly. This move, he used now, is still a little reluctant. Did you win? Chapter 133. The whole place was silent. The fight was too fast and too ferocious. The audience was stunned, shocked by the tragic atmosphere that rushed to the face in this instant. What Xiao Li shows is the limit that ordinary people can imagine, the ultimate power that the body can bloom, fierce, violent, and even brutal. Ninja, is it really scary? Don't be afraid, they are also protecting us. Then will Gaara die? It's too pitiful. Although this child is a little fierce, he should be very soft inside. Slowly, there were more discussions. The audience finally came to their senses and discussed the outcome of this battle. Shiranui Xianjian also came to the side of the deep pit with a solemn expression. Xiao Li's actions just now were so fast that he didn't have time to react at all. As a referee, he was disqualified. Click. Gaara, who was lying in the deep pit, suddenly peeled off a piece of his face, revealing an empty scene inside. Shiranui Suinma's pupils shrank and retreated to the side again. Click. Gaara's body shattered inch by inch, peeling off piece by piece, and finally turned into yellow sand on the ground. It was just a sand clone. Hey, what happened? It's just a clone? This kid Gaara is so powerful. In that kind of battle, it's unbelievable to be able to separate clones without knowing it won. This time, Xiao Li is in danger. He has just used his ultimate move, so the consumption is not light. Xiao Li was suddenly horrified, turned his body forward, and fell to the other end after a few somersaults. In the place where he was standing, a Gaara was condensing from the sand, showing a weird grin at him. With Gaara's drive, the conference venue seemed to have turned into a big desert, and the monstrous sand waves rolled forward, as if to completely drown Xiao Li. Boom! The sand waves slapped the ground, and the grand hall trembled. Xiao Li landed on the wall of the venue and stood in the sky, looking at Gaara seriously. Don't admit defeat? Next, I can't control myself. 1. Gaara stared at Xiao Li, and there seemed to be a little more clarity in her grin, and her tone was also very sincere. But in the next moment, his eyes showed madness again, and his smile became even more sinister and terrifying. The fine grains of sand on his face and his body permeated, making his smile even more gloomy and cruel, and the whole person seemed to be a different person. Sad, the devil in Gaara's body came out. His reason can't control his consciousness anymore. Temari and Kankuro looked at Gaara's smile and couldn't help but feel extremely distressed. Although understand that this is required by the plan. Admit defeat? Hot-blooded youth, there is no such thing as admit defeat. Mr. Guy, can I do my best? Little Li, I have permission, let's go. Xiao Li didn't turn his head back and shouted loudly. In the audience, Guy also responded loudly, as if it was a tacit understanding between master and apprentice. It's a lie, how could this kid not go all out? That kid's physical skills just now, I'm afraid that the average Chuunin can't stand it, but it's not his full strength? God, how many monsters does Konoha have? Tsunagakure's Gaara is a monster, and this watermelon-rind boy from Konoha village is also a monster. How come the younger generation is getting more and more terrifying? We, the older generation, are about to be eliminated. The conversation between Xiao Li and his disciples caused an uproar in the audience. The information revealed in their words is amazing. Xiao Li squatted on the wall, took off the weight on his legs, the 2 weight belts, and the word root was written all over them. What, it's just a little weight. Temari Kankuro, who was initially taken aback by Xiao Li, couldn't help but sneer when he saw Xiao Li taking out the weight, disapprovingly. Lightening a little weight will not help the outcome of this battle at all. Next moment, the weight belt in Xiao Li's hand fell lightly. Boom! All the people who didn't take it seriously trembled, and were stunned by the huge vibration. Even Temari and Kankuro couldn't help but feel numb in their scalps, looking at Xiao Li as if they were looking at a monster. Guy, you're going too far, at least 1,000 pounds. Kakashi glanced at Guy and couldn't help but ask. It's not my fault. Originally, Xiao Li's weight was only 200 kilograms on 1 foot, and it was only 400 kilograms in total. Later, after Naruto's training camp, he thought that the original weight was too light, so he asked me to increase the weight. How much did you add? Double it again, 800 kilograms. 1. Hey, 1,600 catties. Kakashi gasped. This is the weight a person can carry. Afraid it's not a monster, is it? Thinking that Xiao Li had just brought 1,600 pounds to fight with Gaara, and that he could still exercise at that high speed, Kakashi couldn't help but feel numb in his scalp. Guy was already a monster, but he never imagined that his disciple was even more monster than him. It's so interesting, so interesting. Hurry up, hurry up. Gaara suddenly smiled strangely, and the look in Xiao Li's eyes became even more crazy. I'm up. Xiao Li smiled slightly, and his body had disappeared. Wow! In front of Gaara, a sand wall suddenly stood up, and the speed was equally astonishing. Boom! The sand wall exploded a huge hole, and Xiao Li crossed the hole and appeared directly in front of Gaara, with a heavy fist. Sand shield! Gaara leaned back, and a smaller sand shield blocked Xiao Li's fist. With a bang, the sand shield exploded. Suddenly, Xiao Li's figure disappeared again. Gaara took 2 steps to the left, and a sand wall was erected again. He didn't stop at all, and directly cast the sand shield again. Bang bang! The sand wall exploded, and the sand shield also shattered instantly. Gaara was punched in the face, and the sand armor was cracked. Sand when it rains. Sand came out of the gourd behind Gaara, and it turned into tiny sand needles, shooting out electricity in all directions. Like a pear flower needle in a rainstorm. That Gaara actually fell behind. Rock Lee, what kind of guy is he? Temari and Kankuro couldn't help being shocked, their eyes almost dropped. The strength Gaara showed was several times stronger than his usual, but he was stimulated by his opponent, chakra became more active, and his reaction speed was obviously improved. In other words, Gaara's real strength is several times stronger than the Gaara they know. But even so, Gaara is still beaten by Xiao Li in a mess, and can only rely on absolute defense to parry, he can't keep up with Xiao Li's speed. Come on, it's this feeling, this painful feeling. It really hurts. I really want to tear him apart, tear him apart. 1. He ran so fast, I couldn't catch him, I couldn't be like this. The smile on Gaara's face became more and more hideous, even if he was punched by Xiao Li, he still kept laughing like a madman. There was more and more sand around him, and even the venue of the grand venue was transformed into sand by him. Desert wave. Xiao Li struck again with lightning. Gaara roared, and the surrounding sand instantly gathered, swallowing him whole, forming a huge sand ball. Xiao Li's fist landed on the sand ball, and it felt as if it landed on an iron, monies, stone, which was terribly hard. More importantly, sharp sand spears pierced out from the sand ball, which was extremely abrupt. Xiao Li stepped back. His face was very solemn, and there was a trace of bloodline on his fist. In the face of this hedgehog-like defense, for a while, he didn't know how to make a move. It's almost time, let's get started. Okay, get ready for action. Already in place. 6th Squadron, arrived at the target location. The 8th Squadron, you can start at any time. Outside Konoha village, in the forest, silhouettes jumped up and down like ghosts, exuding a creepy killing intent. Below the huge high wall, one after another silhouettes appeared in random, clinging to the high wall. They are accumulating momentum, accumulating strength, waiting for an order, and then they will attack violently. Those wandering ninjas are on the move and Tsunade is ready, what about us? Wait a minute. Let them take the lead. In another forest, there were bursts of whispers. Undercurrents have been surging. Already on the line. Just wait for the last order. Chapter 134. Get started 1. The first step is to capture the control hub of the Konoha Great Array. On a summoning scroll, a white snake suddenly appeared and spit out a smaller scroll. Shimura Danzo, who was covered in bandages, took the scroll, and the white snake turned into white smoke and disappeared. Open the scroll and read it again. Danzo sneered and ordered instantly. Shhhhhhh. One after another silhouettes shot out from the yard, pouring like rain. Danzo followed suit. Looking at the large group of figures surrounded by him, he was content, feeling that the entire Konoha was in his master. Usually, if such a large group of ninjas suddenly appeared in Konoha village, Umbu would definitely appear to block the inquiry, but today, a group of people was unimpeded, and no Umbu ninja appeared at all, as if turning a blind eye. Okay, well done. Now that Konoha is on fire everywhere, making a mess, Umbu must have been caught off guard. He thought that if he caught those chess pieces on the bright side, Konoha would be safe and sound, so naive. The routes have been remastered by me, and the entire Konoha is full of loopholes for me. 1. Except for Xian Wang's detonating talisman, the old man has moved his hands and feet in more than a dozen key positions, and he will definitely be able to hold back most of Umbu's strength. Uzumaki Naruto, no matter how strong you are, how many things can you manage? Danzo looked around, Konoha was still calm. Only the villagers occasionally raised their heads and felt surprised when they saw the large group of root ninjas leaping forward above the building, that's all. Danzo even lowered his head to make eye contact with the villagers, and nodded lightly, showing a rare smile. 080 After this turmoil, maybe you will be injured and die, but it doesn't matter, this is a necessary sacrifice. When I become Hokage, rebuild Konoha and make Konoha stronger, you will know, the sacrifice is worth it. Even in the Pure Land, you will feel happy. Danzo seemed to see the scene in his dream, and the smile on his face became softer and warmer. Bright as the sun. Humph, neurosis. The villagers on the street shuddered, lowered their heads, and couldn't help muttering. That smile was so penetrating. Do you really want to let this flare? Do you dare to disobey Uzumaki Jonin's orders? However, this is a signal for the enemy to launch a general attack. Once it is released, the village will be in chaos, and some villagers will be injured. If you don't let it go, do you think the enemy will not attack? Don't think that there is only one flare. Really? Laugh. With a sharp sound, a wisp of white smoke rose into the sky, exploded with a bang, and turned into a gorgeous blood-colored fireworks. Blood red. Conspicuous. Here we go. Danzo narrowed his eyes and smiled. Here we go. In the assembly hall, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Luoshad, Ai, Onoji, and Yagura all looked into the distance at the same time, and these words came out in their hearts. Is it finally time to start? Ha 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 ha, I'm going to kill myself. Seeing the collapse of Konoha village, the leader of the 5 great ninja villages, Dabjay, and being able to personally participate in it, it is a life worth living. Start taking action. If you encounter obstacles, shoot and kill. Outside Konoha village, countless ninjas looked up at the blood-colored fireworks in the distant sky, with cruel light in their eyes, and their murderous intent was like a big wave. On the high wall, a group of Umbu ninjas, as well as the stationed Konoha shinobi, instantly tightened their nerves. They were informed early and knew that there would be turmoil today, and once the signal appeared, it would be the moment when the enemy would violently rise up. No matter what, you can't let the enemy invade Konoha and keep them all out of the village. Want to invade Konoha? Delusional. Unless you step over my body, this road will not work. The Konoha shinobi members cheered each other on each other, and one by one, they shared the same hatred, and the fighting spirit boiled over. Let's start. It is good. In Konoha village, every corner, every key note of the defense formation, suddenly came bursts of roaring sounds. Dust and smoke were flying, and fire bursts. The entire Konoha village changed from calm to turbulent in an instant. The wind blew duckweed, and the chaotic battle was like a stormy sea, and it resounded through the sky in a blink of an eye. What happened? Someone invaded Konoha. My god, how many people are there? It's so loud. Quick, don't look blindly, and hurry up and hide. Yes, hide in the basement. Children don't run around. The people of Konoha village panicked and looked around in the streets, not knowing what to do. Soon, we returned to Shen and hurriedly found a place to hide. Before I knew it, the whole street of Konoha village was completely empty, and there was no half-person figure to be seen anymore, only the figure jumped over the building. The sound of battle, the roar of thunder and lightning, the bright flames of fire style bursting into the sky, and the earth-style casting of earthquakes. The momentum is getting louder and louder. Is this what Naruto said, the Konoha collapse plan? Sasuke stood quietly in the empty training ground. From all directions, there are sounds of battle, messy and noisy. He was a little nervous and wanted to help Konoha, but he resisted the urge and stayed on the training ground. Sasuke, your only task today is to stay in this training ground and stop a person. You don't need to take care of other things. If you stop this person, you will complete the task. Who? You'll understand when you see him. This person is very important. Kill him, or capture him, it's up to you to decide. When that time comes, let go and fight. As a ninja, in the face of the task entrusted by the superior, it is instinctive to execute it resolutely. What's more, Sasuke believes that Naruto will not deceive himself. Today, he only needs to do one thing, which is to stop this person who arrives at the training ground. Coming. Sasuke's eyes suddenly opened, and his eyes were bright. Dozens of figures swept over towards the training ground, aggressively. It's not as promised, Naruto. Too many people. Sasuke groaned inwardly. Shhhhhhh. A group of people fell on the training ground and stopped. The kid in the Uchiha family. Danzo narrowed his eyes, smelling an ominous smell. However, looking around at the root ninja beside him, and seeing that there was only Uchiha Sasuke on the other side, he immediately relaxed and walked forward. Danzo? Shimura Danzo. Sasuke was still a little uneasy at first, but the moment he saw Danzo, his eyes suddenly brightened, and a fire burned in his eyes, which was extremely fiery. He will never forget this face. Over the years, although Sasuke has suppressed the hatred of genocide and Hine has improved his own strength, Shimura Danzo, he has kept it in his heart, all kinds of intelligence information, photos, etc. Absolutely can't go wrong. This guy is Shimura Danzo. Hatred can be suppressed, but it will not disappear. Now that the real murderer appeared in front of him, the hatred and anger that had been thought to have subsided with the passage of time suddenly surged up, burning to the extreme. Shimura Danzo, this road is dead. Sasuke took a deep breath and spoke coldly. Uchiha kid, you have such a big tone. Amir Chuunin also wants to stop me, I don't know how high the sky is. Shimura Danzo couldn't help laughing, feeling hilarious at Sasuke's overreach. Let alone him, the root ninja behind him is enough to tear Sasuke to shreds. You don't even look at me, there are so many people behind me, why do you fight with me? Uchiha kid, you Uchiha are born evil, just right, I will kill you today, after a while, I will trouble your brother Uchiha Itachi again, and let your family reunite in the Pure Land. Shimura Danzo burst out laughing, looking at Sasuke's eyes full of murderous intent. What did you say? My brother isn't dead. Sasuke couldn't help exclaiming, his face changed greatly. His chest heaved and his mood fluctuated so much that he was in a trance and his brain was buzzing. What? You didn't know Uchiha Itachi was alive? Ha ha ha, I can also tell you some good news. Do you know who did the Uchiha extermination, the Uchiha whole clan, and your parents? Danzo seemed to have thought of something funny, stared at Sasuke with a weird face, and said with a half-smile. Isn't it you? Sasuke's expression was cold. That kind of public statement, just listen to it. In fact, the real murderer who wiped out the entire Uchiha clan and killed your parents is your dear brother, Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke was struck by lightning, and his whole body was stunned, with a look of disbelief. Danzo looked at Sasuke's pale face, and his heart was happy. It was extremely refreshing. Just in time, taking advantage of Sasuke's absent-minded opportunity, he started. Kill him. Shimura Danzo waved his hand and ordered the root ninja to shoot. Chapter 135. Do it. Why haven't you done it yet? There was no movement. Danzo felt like he gave orders to the ghost, but he didn't respond at all. He turned his head. A group of root ninjas just looked at him coldly, without the slightest movement. You want to rebel, don't you? Facing those icy and ruthless eyes, Danzo felt a basin of ice water pour down, and his whole body was completely cold. Dreams, scenery, and Hokage in the reverie are all shattered and invisible in the blink of an eye. It was like falling from heaven into hell all of a sudden. That painful feeling made Tuanzang almost go crazy. He couldn't help roaring loudly. A bear may took the root, you still don't do it, quickly kill this Uchiha kid. Kaze Yamanaka, I order you to kill Uchiha Sasuke. Tarai, you don't listen to my orders anymore. Even Sasuke, startled by Shimura Danzo's roar, came back to his senses and looked at all this in astonishment. In fighting? Lord Danzo, in the past we followed you, even at the cost of abandoning everything, no name, no feelings, no past, no future, only tasks in our hearts, supporting the big tree of Konoha village behind it is deeply rooted in the earth. Root in. We believe in you, we don't hesitate to dye our hands with blood, deal with all kinds of dirty and evil things, and firmly believe that this is for the good of Konoha. Even if the root is disbanded, we still adhere to the belief in our hearts that the root will be reborn and will continue to take root in the earth for Konoha. Unfortunately, as the founder of the root, Mr. Danzo, you were the first to betray the will of the root. A bear may took root as a representative and told Danzo about their psychological process. It's been almost 6 years since the roots were disbanded. The root ninjas cultivated as tools have recovered their respective feelings and wills little by little, but how powerful Danzo's brainwashing is, the will of the roots will always remain in the hearts of these root ninjas, and they will take root and sprout again only after an order is given. But this time, Danzo, the leader of the root, actually joined forces with outsiders to subvert Konoha. Boom! Like a thunderbolt from the blue sky. All the root ninjas felt that their beliefs had collapsed and they were about to go mad. In the end, someone came forward, stabilized their beliefs, and let them regain their life direction, so that they would not collapse completely. I betrayed the will of the root. Nonsense, when did I betray the root? The root is obviously the organization I created, how could I betray myself? Shimura Danzo feels ridiculous. Betray yourself? Absolutely impossible. But the eyes of the root ninja revealed an indisputable resentment. He hated him, and he was so confused. As the root of Konoha, he tried his best to dig the corner of Konoha. It seemed that he wouldn't give up until Konoha was pushed down. I see. Lord Danzo, you've always regarded the roots as yours, no wonder, no wonder. A bear may suddenly realized that the last trace of guilt in his heart was gone, and his eyes became cold. Why isn't the root my thing? I built it with my own hands. I brought you into the root and cultivated them one by one. Isn't it my thing? Shimura Danzo panicked and defended loudly. His intuition is sharp. If it is said that the root ninja still retained a little incense for him before, but as he talked more and more, the incense became thinner and thinner until it was exhausted. But why? The root exists because of me, the root is me, I am the root, I will not betray myself. These guys, but they say that I betrayed the root. Simply inexplicable. Lord Danzo, you are such a disappointment, we are all wrong. A bear may took the root and shook his head again and again, and the other root ninjas also showed disappointment. Let's go to support other places and contribute to Konoha. A bear may took the root and gave an order, and the root ninja flew away instantly and disappeared from the training ground without a trace. Why? Why are you betraying me? What am I doing wrong? Shimura Danzo growled loudly, his voice full of anger and grievance. Lord Danzo, you forgot that the root is the root of Konoha, not the root of your Danzo. The sound of a bear may taking the root came from far away. Shimura Danzo was shocked, and his face was blank. Does this make a difference? Isn't the root of Danzo the root of Konoha? The root of Konoha, isn't it the root of his Danzo? Ha ha ha, Shimura Danzo, how does it feel to be abandoned by his subordinates and become a bereaved dog? 1. Sasuke burst out laughing, and his mood suddenly became very good. Uchiha Sasuke, where do you think you're good? You and I have killed your entire family and your parents. You are also a pitiful creature. Shimura Danzo cast aside all distracting thoughts and stared at Sasuke coldly, his eyes full of murderous intent. He is now full of resentment, waiting to vent. The Uchiha boy in front of him is a good target. I don't believe a word of what you say. Sasuke looked stern and ready to go. No one else intervenes, one-on-one. This man, this task, he must do it beautifully. The signal is coming, act. In the conference hall, on the high platform, Feng Luoxia's eyes turned cold, his head turned slightly, his eyes collided with fourth Hokage AI next to him, he passed AI again, and met Sarutobi Hiruzen's turned eyes. Onoji and Yagura both blinked and were also ready to go. The 5 cage level powerhouses all tightened their nerves. Call. The 2 guards of Tsunade, Chuunin, started at the same time, and the smoke bomb exploded with a bang, and the high platform was filled with smoke. Ding! Kunao strikes, sparks fly. Konoha Chuunin, who was standing beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, took a few steps back, his expression alert to ultimate. Lord Hokage! He exclaimed, only to find that Sarutobi Hiruzen had been held hostage by a Sand Shinobi Chuunin, with Kunao pinned to Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. 0. Feng Luoxia also appeared on the side with a monstrous aura. Mizukage Yagura and 2 guards appeared on the eaves on one side, while Tsuchikage Onoji and the guards retreated to the eaves on the other side. Both sides stared at everything on the high platform with great interest, preparing to be a melon eater. And fourth Hokage AI, still sitting in the original position, 2 guards guarded vigilantly. AI tapped the handrail with his fingers, and looked at the confrontation that was so close at hand, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Nirvana Jingshi technique. In the auditorium, snow-white feathers floated across the sky. The audience fell asleep. Untie. Solution, 1. Many ninjas pinched their seals to unlock this illusion. In the arena, Xiaoli also stopped his movements in astonishment, looking at what happened on the high platform and in the auditorium, he was very puzzled. Shiranui Xianjian had a grim expression and fell beside Xiaoli. 0. Only Gaara, who was hiding in the sand ball, still didn't know what was going on outside, hiding in the dark space in a daze. Master Feng Ying, what are you planning to do? Are you trying to cause a war? Despite being held hostage, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not change his face, just looked at Luoxia, his eyes were cold, and he asked. This matter has nothing to do with me. I'm just a watcher. Rosa shrugged. He looked at Sand Shinobi Chuunin who was holding Sarutobi Hiruzen hostage, and said, according to the agreement, the 3rd Hokage will be handed over to you next. I hope you don't disappoint me. I also hope that you'd better not plant it in Konoha's hands. 1. Then Sand Shinobi Chuunin smirked and jumped to the roof above with 3rd generation. Lord Hokage. As the guard, Konoha Chuunin looked anxious and wanted to block, but was blocked by another Sand Shinobi Chuunin. Go away. Konoha Chuunin was furious, his aura rose sharply, and with 3 or 2 blows, Sand Shinobi Chuunin retreated, and he was about to lose. Magnet style, Aventurin spear. With a sound, a golden yellow spear pierced out with lightning, straight Chuunin. That won't work. A slender fist appeared, and the gold dust spear instantly broke into 2 pieces and flew out. Wearing a green robe, with an incomparably conspicuous gambling character behind him, and a splendid blonde hair, the heroic Tsunade appeared in front of Luoxia and stopped him. Master Tsunade. Konoha Chuunin was overjoyed and cheered. Oh my god, why is Tsunade so impatient? Obviously everyone is allies, breaking the covenant and dragging the 2 villages into war. I don't even know what is in your mind, Kazekage-sama, have you gotten into the water? Stupid home. Wearing a red coat, a tall man with long white hair and clogs appeared on the high platform and spoke to Luoxia with a puzzled expression on his face. Jiraiya-sama. Konoha Chuunin cheered again, and his heart dropped completely. Chapter 136. Huh? What happened? In the auditorium, little Sakura screamed. Whether it was the change on the high stage or the change in the auditorium, everything was beyond her expectations. Shhhhhhh. A white-robed Umbu ninja led 3 black-clothed Umbu ninjas over the audience and rushed towards the high platform at full speed. At this time, the smoke on the high platform has not dissipated, and it is still chaotic. They landed on the wide roof, where the Umbu ninja had already arrived. The first class is up, the second class is down, protect the daimyo and them. Yes. Call. A gust of wind came. The smoke completely dissipated, revealing the confrontation on the high platform. The Umbu ninjas couldn't help but be overjoyed. Tsuchikage, Mizukage stood aside for a while, not to mention, in the scene, there were Kazekage Luoxia and Sand Shinobi Chuunin beside him, as well as Hokage AI and his 2 guards, as well as Jiraiya, Tsunade and the guard Konoha Chuunin. The situation is a little delicate. In the 5 major villages, the 5 shadows are all there, and no one knows what is in their hearts. Although Tsuchikage and Mizukage showed their 080 attitude of not interfering in this matter, it is difficult to say whether they will fish in troubled waters in the middle. As for Feng Ying, it is obviously the enemy, needless to say. As for Raikage, seeing that he is still sitting firmly in place, unlike Tsuchikage and Mizukage who have withdrawn, it is obvious that he has other thoughts, and there is a high possibility that he will make a move. The emergence of Jiraiya and Tsunade stabilized the shaky situation. AI snorted, took a deep look at Jiraiya and Tsunade, and withdrew from the high platform with the guards. Sir Raikage. The second Konoha Sunin appears, it's not appropriate to make a big fight at this time, let's wait and see what happens. AI warned the guard in a low voice. He looked at the turbulent dust and smoke everywhere in Konoha village, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Let's mess up, make it a little messy, even if you can't dismember Konoha, you can still damage its vitality. For a time, only Feng Ying Luosha and Sand Shinobi Jonin, Jiraiya and others were left on the high platform, and the situation became unfavorable for Tsunade. Lord Raikage, this is not what we said at the beginning. Lord Feng Ying, we have never promised anything, it's all your own wishful thinking. Luosha's face was ashen, and she was extremely angry at AI's answer. If it wasn't for the fact that Cloud Shinobi Village had also dispatched a large team to sneak into the vicinity of Konoha, he would not have made a desperate attempt to put the power of Tsunade into it. Now that it has officially started, Cloud Shinobi Village has shrunk back and began to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. It's like using their Tsunade people as cannon fodder. Jiraiya, you Konoha are so messed up, you still have the heart to be here, don't you worry, the village is completely destroyed. Luosha has no choice but to attack Jiraiya. Standing on the high platform, you can see from a distance that the whole Konoha village is in chaos, all kinds of ninjutsu attacks, lightning and thunder, fires soaring into the sky, dust are rising in waves, and you can see all kinds of figures intertwined fighting. Scenes. The affairs in the village are naturally handled by someone. Feng Ying-sama, please stay here obediently, how about you? Jiraiya narrowed her eyes. He could also see the chaos in Konoha village. Although he had known Naruto's plan for a long time, he couldn't help but feel restless. However, the most important thing at the moment is to stabilize the wind shadow. If Luosha were to use his bloodline limit in the heart of the village, most of the Konoha village would be destroyed. Since it is a cordial invitation, then I am welcome. Facing Jiraiya and Tsunade, Luosha did not dare to act rashly. Anyway, the whole Konoha is in chaos now, and it is not him who is anxious, but Konoha's people. My god, what the hell happened? How could a Chuunin exam be like this? Guideng Shuiyu was so shocked by this sudden change that her chin almost dropped. He was amazed, and couldn't help shivering. On the high platform, it was a group of cage-level powerhouses confronting each other, and the momentum was so strong that one could feel it from a distance, it was too terrifying. Don't talk nonsense, and don't run around. Yes, at this time, we should not do anything to avoid being misunderstood. Both Terumi Mei and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish spoke with solemn expressions. They pulled the Genins, Suizuki and Kojuro, to their side to protect them, while they looked around vigilantly. Iwagakure, Lois, and Wenya also protected Genins such as Black Soil. In Cloud Shinobi Village, Samui and she also cling to a corner, protecting the Genins like Amwa and Yurui. Tsunade, Beiki also protected Tamari and Kankuro while confronting Konoha's ninjas. Teacher, Gaara. Don't worry, he doesn't need us to worry for the time being. Everything was messed up. Silver Guy looked at each other and nodded secretly. Go. A signal spread. In the auditorium, a famous audience groaned and fell to the ground softly. The people around them have all become Konoha Shinobi, Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, Yuhaka, etc., all of them are clearly listed. Kakashi-sensei, Guy-sensei. Little Sakura, Koji, Teeth, Shino and others were stunned and looked at the instructor beside them. Changes come in waves, overwhelming them. With so much information, their minds are so full that they can barely think. Just watch it quietly. Don't run around. Kakashi instructed them a few words, and concentrated again. Although all the people on the list have been dealt with, there are other Jonins from the 4 major ninja villages, especially the people from Tsunade, who can't help but be vigilant. What's more, there are so many comatose spectators at the scene, and once a war breaks out, it may affect them. 0. Konoha Shinobi have become cautious now and dare not act rashly. Everyone in Union Village has been eliminated. Damn it, they're useless at all, they can't even contain Konoha, they're a pile of waste. Beiki's face was ashen, and his mood continued to sink. He jumped off with Tamari Kankuro and landed in the field. Gaara, can you hear me? Come on out, it's time for you to finish your mission. Beiki shouted sharply, and his voice entered the sand ball. Mission? What mission? Why is it so quiet outside? I'm so tired, so sleepy, so sleepy. Gaara narrowed her eyes and nodded her head. In the sealed space, Xiao'erhe couldn't help but grinned. Is it this time? Come out first and scare them. The sand ball suddenly made a crunching sound. A piece of sand shell fell, revealing a lacquered black hole, and in the cave, there was a strange gasping sound, like the sound of a beast, making people horrified. Not good, Gaara is going to transform. Damn, the plan should be to transform in Konoha. Here, the situation is not right, it is too wrong. Baki's face became more and more ugly. A series of changes made it difficult for things to go according to plan, all kinds of chaos, all kinds of variables, and now, even Gaara has become one of the variables. What it is? This smell, this breath, is wrong, so wrong. Xiaoli and Shiranui Suinma both looked solemn, staring at the sand ball formed by Gaara, and their spirits were tense to ultimate. A sandy monster arm slid out of the cave. Boom! It landed on the ground with a heavy, muffled sound. The sand balls are breaking apart. A sand monster with a black Madara pattern swelled up a little and turned into a huge monster, towering majestically in the conference hall. Ha 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 1.9 ha, your Lord Crane has come out again. Freedom, this is the taste of freedom. I like it so much. The cheerful laughter was like a giant thunder, rolling around in the conference hall. One tail shower he, a complete body, appeared in front of everyone. The chakra with a strange and ominous aura on it made people shiver all over, and their eyelids twitched. It turns out that Tsunade also has this trick, directly bringing the tailed beast Jinchuriki over. Reikage burst out laughing, his voice equally loud and wanton. Jiraya's heart became heavy, and Tsunade frowned. The tailed beast appears, which is not good. Although Shaohui did not appear in the hinterland of Konoha village, but appeared in the assembly hall, which was completely different from the plan, but Luasha still showed a relaxed smile. If they want to suppress the tail beast, Jiraiya and Tsunade can't care about staring at them. And Jiraiya wants to stare at them, the tailed beast will go wild in Konoha village, causing countless casualties in Konoha village. Dilemma. Depends on how Jiraiya chooses. Chapter 137. One Tail, Konoha village is in trouble. Yudaki Yagura looked down at Morizuru in the arena and murmured. As the tailed beast Jinchuriki, he is too aware of the consequences of the tailed beast's rampage. Unless Konoha has a superpower like Kira of the Red Sun Society, he can suppress the tailed beast in a short time. Otherwise, once the tailed beast bomb is rampant, Konoha village will definitely be severely damaged. More importantly, there are big names from the 5 major countries in the venue now. Once a big name falls in Konoha, the invisible loss Konoha suffers is even more terrifying. Do you want to take action? This opportunity is too rare. Onoji's eyes flickered. This time, he brought a lot of jonin, who were nominally guards, and they were all in the audience now. As long as he gave an order, it would definitely cause serious damage to Konoha. Send the signal and let them start attacking. Today's Konoha is already in a mess, and he has no time to care. AI whispered to jonin beside him. There was uncontrollable delight on his face. The losses suffered by Cloud Shinobi Village in the Hyaga incident, as well as all the pressures that Konoha's booming momentum brought to Cloud Shinobi Village during this time, all vanished at this moment. The next step is to attack Konoha, completely destroy Konoha, and take the rich land of Fire Nation into his pocket. Yes, Lord Reikage. Cloud Shinobi Village jonin made no secret of it, took out the flare bomb and fired it into the sky. High in the sky, another smoke 30 flower lit up, and the dark light formed a strange pattern, which was extremely bright and dazzling in this sunny day. The signal is there, start moving. Outside Konoha village, in the forest, countless Cloud Shinobi ninjas have their eyes brightened and acted one after another, rushing towards Konoha village like a tide. Lord Reikage, what do you mean? Jiraiya couldn't help but ask aloud. Jiraiya, are you still in the mood to question me? If you don't stop it, the audience in the auditorium will suffer heavy casualties. Reikage burst out laughing, flamboyantly. Luo Shad also showed a bright smile. Finally, Cloud Shinobi Village has also joined the battlefield, and Tsunade is no longer alone. Tsunade, who are you? Go to the auditorium and do everything in your power to send the unconscious audience away to prevent them from getting hurt. I'll stop Morizuru. Jiraiya's face was gloomy, and he didn't even bother to stare at these cage-level powerhouses. Tsunade and Konoha Jonin's expressions were extremely ugly, and they nodded when they heard Jiraiya's words. In the arena, One Tail Xiaokeku went wild. Originally, it didn't want to wreak havoc according to Tsunade plan, it just came out to take a breath, gave Tsunade a little hope, and then retracted, so that Tsunade's hope was dashed. After being transformed into a complete body, he felt this indescribable freedom, that kind of wanton and carefree feeling, which made Xiaohui fascinated. The feeling of freedom is so comfortable. Let it go back to that suffocating cage, absolutely impossible. It fluttered happily in the arena. Yellow sand filled the air, dust and smoke flew up, and the entire conference hall was shaking. Shiranui Xianjian took Xiaoli and had already retreated to the edge of the arena. Baki, with Temari and Kankuro, also had to back off. Although the behemoth hadn't attacked them yet, the huge body just fluttered and moved, and the heavy pressure like the top of a mountain still made them breathless. Tail beast, too scary. What kind of monster is that? God, how did Gaara become such a monster? Hey, I actually fought this kind of monster before, and it's still safe? It's incredible. What should we do? Kakashi-sensei, what should we do? Little Sakura and the others were stunned, and immediately panicked and at a loss. This change is too big. Suddenly, such a terrifying monster appeared. Jonin from other shinobi villages also frowned, as if facing a great enemy. This is not a question of whether they can fish in the muddy waters of Konoha, but whether they can protect the genin beside them during the rampage of the tailed beast and prevent them from being affected by the aftermath. All Konoha shinobi, follow my orders and do everything in your power to get the audience out of the venue. 1. Tsunade appeared in the audience and ordered loudly. The Konoha shinobi people suddenly had the backbone and started to act, and they didn't care about stalking other ninjas in the ninja village. Tsunade was in front of the audience, and Jiraiya was in the arena, facing off against Morizuru. They didn't dare to act rashly. The current shower he hasn't completely gone berserk, he's just having fun, and he hasn't taken action against the audience, so they can only wait and see what happens. Teacher Sarutobi, this scene is really wonderful, don't you think? On the roof of the highest part of the venue, the 4 purple flame formation had formed, trapping 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen inside. On the opposite side, Sand Shinobi Jonin has taken off his clothes to reveal Orochimaru's true colors. The two of them are not in a hurry now, and they are watching the changes in the venue and the turmoil in Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was ashen, his fists clenched tightly. He did not expect that the turmoil this time would be so loud. He originally thought that it was only Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo who had a relationship, and that even though the other 4 major ninja villages might be confused, they would not be completely torn apart with Konoha. Konoha can still endure this kind of riot. But now, everything is beyond his expectations. Tsunagakuer actually joined Orochimaru's team to directly invade Konoha village. What's more, Cloud Shinobi village has just released a signal, and it is obvious that he will join the carnival of carve-up leaves. In the venue, there was also a tailed beast, Xiao'erhe, who was running wild. All of this, once it broke out completely, would be even more terrifying than the Nine Tails Rebellion. After all, the Nine Tails Rebellion only had to deal with one tailed beast. Today's Konoha needs to face countless ninjas with ulterior motives, as well as a tailed beast. Orochimaru, is this what you want? Destroy the village where you grew up, and destroy this peaceful and prosperous Konoha. 1. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru sadly, and for the first time murderous intent appeared in his eyes. I hate things that stay still. Orochimaru spoke slowly, looking thoughtful. However, the current Konoha did blow a fresh wind, and the stationary windmill began to rotate. However, the rotation was not strong enough, because there was a final obstacle that prevented the fresh wind from blowing. Ms. Sarutobi, I never imagined that as Konoha Hokage, your confidence in Konoha is not as strong as my rebellion. Sure enough, it is better to remove the rotten things as soon as possible. Orochimaru laughed again and again, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, the same murderous intent. Sarutobi Hiruzen froze for a moment, then murmured, new wind. His eyes lit up, his heart was heavy, and he relaxed a little. Uzumaki Naruto. The most enchanting genius in Konoha village has not appeared until now. But Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Naruto must be running around, suppressing unrest throughout the village. Naruto and the 080 families changed the defense plan ordered by Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was actually aware of this, but he did not stop it. Just as he did not stop Shimura Danzo's actions, he did not restrict Naruto's actions. Indecision, and always the greatest weakness in Sarutobi Hiruzen's character. But today, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally put all these distractions aside. Yes, the new storm has set off, and I, the old thing, is really going to retire. Where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow, and the fire will illuminate the village, and the new shoots will grow vigorously. Believe in Jiraiya, believe in Tsunade, believe in Naruto and they can stop this storm, believe in the new shoots of Konoha, which can support the towering tree of Konoha. This is what I, Hokage, left them with, fire will. Now, the only thing I need to do is to kill you, my disciple Orochimaru, here. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Orochimaru with a gleam in his eyes extremely complex. In the end, it only condensed into a stern light of killing intent. Teacher Sarutobi, good, this is my good teacher. With surprise in his eyes, Orochimaru laughed, seemingly satisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's generous and dignified gesture. How can the ending battle of a generation of shinobi be as mediocre as the mediocre generation? Only this kind of indomitable and heroic momentum, a vigorous battle, and the climax and the most dazzling moment came to an end. Would it be worthwhile for him to do his best to plan this Konoha collapse plan? Orochimaru's smile faded, his aura also erupted, and his killing intent was surging to ultimate. Chapter 138. On the roof, the tiles rattled. In the space shrouded by the 4 purple flame formation, there was originally no wind, but at this time there was an air current rolling around, forming a strong gale. Orochimaru rope hunting. The black streamer on Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead is also constantly floating. The finely broken tile fragments floated up out of thin air, in front of the two of them, beside their ears, and fluttered around their bodies, spinning erratically along the airflow. The two were on the verge of breaking out. In the Shizen formation, the four Yin-Ren couldn't help swallowing. Outside the battle, the guarding Umbu ninja also tensed his nerves. Everyone is waiting for the battle between the master and the apprentice to start. Boom! There was a deafening loud noise from the entire assembly hall, the building was shaking, and even the tension between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen on the roof was swept away. Both turned their heads and gave up the idea of starting a war immediately. All of them had an idea in their minds. One tale went wild. In the arena, Shiranui Genma led Xiaoli to the auditorium, like a rabbit fleeing in embarrassment. Beiki, like Damari and Kankuro, fled at a high speed. A sturdy and thick high wall suddenly stood up, but was smashed by the slapped Xiaohe who ran away. The debris slammed into the wall beside the auditorium, and it was overwhelming, causing the entire conference hall to shake. Jiraiya stood on the wall with a distressed look on her face. He has tried his best, and the chakra input by Earth-style 2 Lyubi is absolutely amazing, but the result is still unable to stop Xiaohe's attack. In another place, there was a mere Xiaohe, and he really didn't take it seriously. As long as summoning out Toad Buntad, with the same huge body, entangled with Xiaohe, Jiraiya can come up with 180 ways to handle Xiaohe at will. But right now the place is not right. This grand venue is already wide enough for the Genin Chuunin exam. But for a behemoth like a tailed beast, it seems too narrow. If you add another Toad Buntad, let alone fighting, just a random collision of two giant beasts will cause the entire assembly hall to collapse, and the spectators who have not evacuated will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Xiaohe became more and more manic. This arena is obviously a new cage for the newly freed it, and it seems aggrieved everywhere. Its eyes are getting redder and redder, it is snorting, and it is extremely irritable. It wants to go out and return to the boundless nature of the ninja world. The only remaining rationality was constantly suppressed by the urge to desire freedom, and its aura became more and more violent, deeper and more dangerous. Lord Yellow Earth, do we want to take action? This tailed beast is obviously indistinguishable between us and enemies. If we don't do it again, these genins will be in danger. Wait, Konoha village won't be the only way. The Lois Urn said loudly, with a very calm expression. Tsuchikage Onoji, his father has not ordered, he will not act rashly. As for the rampant-tailed beasts, he is confident, Iwagakure's other abilities are not to mention, the defensive ability is unparalleled in the world, and it is more than enough to protect a few genin. Mizukage Yagura has joined Kirigakure's people and is guarding a corner of the venue. Tsuchikage Onoji also gathered with the Lois with his guards. Kazekage Luasha also assembled with Beiki and the others. Reikage AI was still on the high platform, she and Samui gathered behind AI with the genins, witnessing this turbulent scene. The Konoha shinobi were desperately sending the audience away, and several large holes were broken in the big hall. All the ninjas have 2 or 3 clones to act. There are many chakras, even 5 or 6, but more than a dozen clones, bringing 3 or 4 spectators at a time, and there is an endless stream. Lord Reikage, don't we act now? Such a great opportunity. No, wait for Konoha shinobi's chakra to consume a little more. If so many viewers are sent away, even if they don't exhaust them, they can make their chakra consume 70-88, and when the time comes, they will be able to shoot without any effort. AI looked at the scene below, the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, and his mood became more and more cheerful. Seeing this huge leaf collapse little by little, that feeling is really so refreshing and so happy. Mizukage-sama, do you really want to watch Konoha get attacked by Tsunagakure Cloud Shinobi Village? We don't deal with Tsunagakure, and we also have grudges with Cloud Shinobi Village. Just watching them gain power like this may have a big hidden danger to the future of our village. Wait and see, Konoha today doesn't need our help. Besides, we are only enough to protect ourselves. It's very difficult for us to interfere in this incident. Tachibana Yagura squinted and answered Terumi Mei's question. He naturally understands the truth that the lips are dead and the teeth are cold. Originally, it was just to watch the fun, but now with this huge momentum, it seems that Tsunagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village will directly dismember Konoha Village. At that time, the situation in the ninja world will become serious. Kirigakure wants to stay out of the way, but may not be able to. Lord Tsuchikage. Don't bother me. I'll think about it again. Onoji's expression was grim, and his mind was turning desperately. The situation is ever-changing, and it is often not driven by human will. Now Iwagakure has 3 options. One is to join the team of Tsunagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village to jointly divide Konoha, the other is to join Konoha Village to fight against Tsunagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village, and the third is to be completely neutral and choose to watch the fun to the end. At the beginning, Onoji was inclined to be the first choice, to fish in troubled waters in this incident, and to grab enough benefits for Iwagakure. But at this time, he realized that although he brought a lot of manpower, compared with the manpower of Tsunagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village, it was obviously insufficient. It's lost. It's not as good as a human being. To gain benefits, it's basically ability. If I knew earlier, I would bring some more people here. Onoji's eyes flickered, hesitating. The third option, he gave up immediately. The first one, or the second one. As an old man who has experienced countless years in the ninja world, Onoji has nothing else, but his intuition is very keen. He always felt that Konoha village was acting a little weird in this Konoha collapse plan. Where the oddity was, he couldn't tell. But it's weird. It is precisely because of this intuition that Oyemu was always hesitant and did not dare to make up his mind to join this carnival. My god, what is that? That's Tailed Beast Bomb. Shikaku is about to use Tailed Beast Bomb attack. It's aimed at the direction of the auditorium. Is it crazy? There are so many audiences here. Hurry up and run for your life, the power of Tailed Beast Bomb is earth-shattering, and everyone in the direction of Tailed Beast Bomb will die. No, there are still so many people who haven't been sent away. Don't hesitate, save one is one. Suddenly, everyone was startled. In the arena, Xiaohe finally completely lost his mind, and the chakra visible to the naked eye in his mouth was condensing, forming a purple-black chakra ball. The high-density chakra is spinning rapidly, more and more condensed, and its power is more and more amazing. This is the ultimate move that all tailed beasts are masters, Tailed Beast Bomb. A tailed beast bomb can destroy mountains and seas, and its power is earth-shattering. Once the tailed beast bomb is launched, everything in the direction of the tailed beast bomb, whether it is people or buildings, will be completely destroyed. Those who knew the power of tailed beast bomb all looked solemn and their moods sank. With a sigh, Jiraiya appeared in front of Morizuru, her hands quickly forming seals. The 100 healings mark on Tsunade's forehead was also unblocked, and he ran wild with chakra. She stands with Jiraiya, ready to face the tailed beast bomb together. Shoot, block this tailed beast bomb. Onoji's eyes flickered a few times, and he finally made up his mind and gave the order decisively. Mizukage-sama. Shoot, we can't let Xiaohe destroy this place, there are too many audiences. Yagura, of the money, also gave orders. After all, it is unbearable, and there is a side of kindness to Konoha. Humph, do the guys from Iwagakure and Kirigakure also want to swim in this muddy water? But it's alright, if you can use Xiaohe to consume their chakra, if you can wipe them all out, in this ninja world, I, Cloud Shinobi Village, have the final say. Fourth Raikage AI still stood still, watching all this, indifferent. Not him from Cloud Shinobi Village, life or death has nothing to do with him. Fengying Luasha took Tsunagakure's people to avoid the direction of Tailed Beast Bomb, and also did not intervene in all this. Rather, he prefers that the Tailed Beast Bomb's power is a little bit stronger, and it would be best to destroy the entire Konoha village once it is fired. Tailed Beast Bomb has been condensed into ultimate. Everyone's nerves were also tense to the ultimate, just waiting for the Tailed Beast Bomb to be launched. Tisk tisk, is this the only person who has emerged? It's really boring. A voice suddenly rang out, clearly spreading throughout the entire assembly hall, like a breeze blowing across the face. The unconscious audience members rubbed their eyes after the sound blew, and woke up one by one, looking at all the things in front of them in astonishment. Who? Fourth Raikage snorted loudly, with a look of surprise on his face. Chapter 139. A man fell from the sky. Like a shooting star. Boom. The visitor landed on Xiaohe's head, as if a mountain was pressing down. Xiaohe's huge body couldn't hold it at all, he slammed down heavily, his limbs were broken, and he was paralyzed in the arena. The tailed beast bomb in its mouth swallowed it involuntarily, and exploded in its body, causing it to let out a terrifying scream. Little thing, I told you earlier that in Konoha village, you can only be free and comfortable in Konoha village. The coming person is wearing a scarlet cloak and a Konoha forehead protector. Although his face is immature, his eyes are as deep as the sea and as bright as a star. Just one person, a teenager. But all of a sudden, everyone in the entire assembly hall was stunned by him, even if they were as noble as 5 shadows. Under the young man's flying gaze, they felt awe-inspiring and felt a heavy pressure. The tailed beast that made everyone look like a great enemy, in front of the young man, was just like a pet, vulnerable to a single blow. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto? Uzumaki Jonin. Sir Uzumaki. Raikage AI, Kaze Kage Luasha and many ninjas in Konoha all exclaimed and recognized the boy. Jiraiya and Tsunade were also relieved and put down the knot in their hands. This is Uzumaki Naruto? Konoha village's genius Jonin, his strength is so strong that one tail Morizuru can't last around in his hands. I heard that he was only 12 years old. 12 was so tall, like a 15-year-old boy. Even if you are 15 years old, it's terrifying, this kind of strength, this kind of talent, simply won't let ordinary ninjas live, it's too enchanting. In the 4 Great Ninja Village 080, people who have not seen Naruto exclaimed, and their eyes were full of fear when they saw Naruto. The ninjas of Konoha village were ecstatic, feeling that the big stones in their hearts were put down. Just appearing on the stage has stabilized the hearts of all Konoha people, just like the mainstay. Woo! Shoukaku's broken limbs were restored to perfection at some point, and he was struggling to break free from Naruto's feet. Be honest with me. Naruto raised his foot slightly and stepped down. Boom. The entire assembly hall was trembling, as if a 12-magnitude earthquake had occurred. In the center of the arena, there was a huge deep pit. He sank deep into it, cracks appeared on the huge body, and the head was even more fragmented, which was horrible to see. He cried out again. This time, it was not just the oppression from the mind, but the direct physical pain. It was only then that he suddenly woke up, recalling the panic and fear when he first saw Naruto. Naruto's kick imprinted this fear in He's heart again, making it even more sincere. It wailed, its body shrank rapidly, and it drilled directly back into Gaara's body. The sealed space that originally made it feel frustrated and angry is now like heaven, allowing it to avoid the great fear outside, to quietly lick its wounds, and to hide its ears. Naruto took Gaara and came out of the pit. He threw Gaara to Genma Shiranui and said, "Take care of him. This is the tailed beast Jinchuriki, don't be careless." "Yes, Uzumaki-sama." The always arrogant Shiranui Genma, but now respectfully, took over Gaara. "Gaara." Temari looked at the unconscious Gaara worriedly, but did not dare to approach, let alone snatch him away. "Mizukage-sama, Tsuchikage-sama, Kirigakuer and Iwagakuer have helped me at Konoha village just now. Uzumaki Jonin, you're welcome. Even without our help, Konoha can survive this disaster. With Uzumaki Jonin here, Konoha is really peaceful." Both Yagura and Onoji opened their mouths with complicated expressions. Gaji Tangerine Yagura is a breath of relief. Onoji was madly complaining in his heart. "It's not right. I'll just say, instinct is always warning that something is wrong with Konoha village. This Uzumaki Naruto is hidden deep enough. He is fishing. Do you want to attract all the enemies, and then kill them all at once? Really insidious. Another Uchiha Madara? No, scarier than Uchiha Madara. He is only 12 years old. At Uchiha Madara's age, he couldn't compare to Uzumaki Naruto, it was too far behind. Then, Kazekage-sama, Tsunade and I were allies of Konoha village, but now you are ripping off your face, are you going to start a war with my Konoha village?" Naruto is now carrying the momentum to suppress the tailed beast, and his voice is like thunder, deafening. Luo Sha's face was ashen and gritted his teeth, he didn't know what to do. "Now, I don't want to say anything more. Kazuki-sama, surrender. Even if it's a war, Tsunade will lose. With me here, you will never want to hurt Konoha in the slightest." Naruto stared at Luo Sha, sneered after a while, and shook his head. "Surrender? Uzumaki Naruto, you are so arrogant that you alone want me to surrender, Tsunade, I don't know what to do." Luo Sha was stimulated by Naruto's contemptuous eyes and couldn't help roaring. His temperament has a radical side. If you don't do one, then you will never stop. Although Gaara, the tailed beast's strategic weapon, has been taken down, there are countless Dabjay people in Tsunade who are invading Konoha. As long as he can join these ninjas, Luo Sha believes that even if the Konoha collapse plan fails, he can lead Sand Shinobi ninjas to retreat successfully and return to Tsunade. The 5 ninja villages fought and reconciled, and it was not bad this time. Chakras surged on his body, Luo Sha stared deeply at Naruto, and the wall behind him turned into sand gold, revealing a huge hole. "Let's go." Luo Sha was about to leave the conference hall with the Sand Shinobi ninja beside him. "Go? How easy is it?" Naruto chuckled softly. "Ninja, 4 red yang formation." The entire assembly hall, in 4 directions, has a red transparent flame wall lifted into the air, enclosing the assembly hall and making it airtight. In each of the 4 corners, there is a Naruto clone, quietly maintaining the formation. Just as Luo Sha rushed out, she quickly retreated with a livid face. 4 red yang formation? You can set up this formation with a clone? UBD, how many chakras do you have? Rosa glared at Naruto and let out an indignant growl. 4 red yang formation, that is a super strong formation that requires 4 cage level powerhouses to shoot at the same time, and Naruto can actually arrange it with 4 clones. The implication here makes Luo Shagwang horrified at the thought of it. He recalled the scene of the battle with Naruto, and suddenly had a cold thought. That Uzumaki Naruto, could it be that this is also a doppelganger? Not only did Luo Sha feel cold all over, but even 4th Raikage AI on the high platform couldn't help but feel fear after seeing what Naruto did after he appeared. It seemed that all he had done was to shove his head into the pocket clothed by Uzumaki Naruto and snared himself. What happened? Uzumaki Naruto, this fox boy, why is he questioning Tsunade's Kaze cage? Hey, after we were in a coma just now, Tsunade broke the alliance with Konoha village? Tsunade sent someone to invade Konoha? Also, Cloud Shinobi village also sent a signal and invaded Konoha at the same time? There were monsters raging just now, but it was suppressed by Uzumaki-sama. Now, is it your turn to suppress Kaze cage? It's amazing, looking at Feng Ying's face like a dead father and mother, Uzumaki-sama really put a lot of pressure on Feng Ying. Legend has it that Feng Ying was defeated by Uzumaki-sama. I always thought it was 8 trigrams, but I didn't expect it to be the 8 trigrams. It is true. Kaze Cage, Raikage, 2 cage level powerhouses, can Master Uzumaki handle it? Don't worry, we still have Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama. Hi, so I can feel at ease. Even the invasion of the 2 major ninja villages can be safe and sound, Konoha is too powerful. Where's Hokage-sama? Where's third Hokage-sama? Hokage-sama is on the roof, confronting Orochimaru. Wow, I saw it, really. What's going on, Hokage-sama? All the other enemies don't care, just deal with one Orochimaru, that's too much. SHH, keep your voice down, Orochimaru is a direct disciple of the 3rd generation, so special treatment is inevitable. In the auditorium, many awakened spectators looked at the stunned scene in front of them, and couldn't help but whispered and discussed the 8 trigrams. They were in high spirits and were interested in the privacy of these great men. Hokage, Raikage, Kaze Cage, Tsuchikage, Mizukage, the 5 cage level powerhouses, as well as Konoha's Sunin such as Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Uzumaki Naruto, the enchanting genius of Konoha. There are so many people, and the grudges and hatreds among them are as many as mountains. So exciting. As for your own safety? It was just asleep, and, moreover, with Konoha shinobi all over the place, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Uzumaki Naruto, the audience didn't worry about their safety at all. Chapter 140. Luo Sha took Sand Shinobi's people and retreated to Raikage AI's side. Sand Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi merged. Lord Feng Ying, are you trapped and fighting? I still can't understand your thoughts, how stupid you are to think of invading Konoha. Tsunade said something bad, you are the weakest in the 5 great ninja villages, instead of taking a good rest and strengthening yourself, you want to invade other villages instead. Haven't you heard a sentence that says you can hurt your enemy by 800, and you'll lose 1,000 by yourself? No matter how bad Konoha is, it won't be a problem to destroy all the ninjas you invaded. You never thought that Tsunade would be severely damaged. Naruto stood on the roof, across the field, and rushed to the opposite luasha to open. His voice spread throughout the conference hall, and even the audience could hear it clearly. As Feng Ying, you are seriously unqualified. The Tsunade executives who didn't stop you from acting are also extremely incompetent, and they are a bunch of waste. Your country of wind is maintained by you incompetent guys, and the people of the country of wind can be. It's really tragic, no wonder the environment in the land of wind is still so bad for countless years. I don't want to look inward to find a way out and improve the harsh environment of the village. Instead, I think about invasion, war, and killing. Luo Sha, you deserve it, but it's not as good as bullshit. Naruto eloquently spoke of Kazekage's incompetence and stupidity, impassioned. Record it, it's good news material. The camera is aimed at Uzumaki Naruto, and Kazuki Luasha, and close-up of them. Director, this miniature drone is too difficult to control. I have tried my best to maintain stability. I don't care. If I can't catch a good shot, I will definitely cut you down after I go back, and let you know that if you don't work hard, you will end up. In the corner of the conference hall, there was a big screen in front of Xianglin, and several camera images were displayed on the screen, which were impressively the pictures of Naruto and Luasha, the big figures in the ninja world. The whole Chuunin exam, from the very beginning of the Genin fight, until the accident happened, the wind and shadows rose up, and then one tail appeared and ran wild, then Raikage sent a signal, burst into laughter, and finally Shao Crane gathered tailed beast bomb, Uzumaki Naruto fell from the sky, suppress the tail beast. Everything was photographed by Xiang Phosphorus. She was shaking with excitement. Such a big news, edit it, Red Sun TV definitely has a brand new program that is sensational in the ninja world. The name is called, Konoha Collapse Plan, The Grievances of the 5 Major Ninja Villages 1. Listening to what Uzumaki-sama said, the shadow of the Land of Wind is really stupid. It was originally a good and peaceful day, but if he had to invade Konoha, his brain was flooded. Once such a big thing happens, the 2 villages will be greeted by war. Maybe it will be the 4th Ninja War. Even ordinary people like me can think of the consequences, doesn't Kawak think about it at all? What? Sir Uzumaki said that the senior management of Tsunade are all incompetent, and he is absolutely right. Without considering the changes in the situation in the ninja world, regardless of the future direction of the village, it is simply stupid to think about the invasion war. So, Raikage from Cloud Shinobi village doesn't have a good mind. The audience whispered and looked at Luo Sha with disgust in their eyes. Even Raikage AI, who was next to him, was swept away, and he shook his head again and again. Even though the voices of their discussions were separated by a huge space, Luo Sha and AI could still hear them clearly. Luo Sha's face twitched, and his eyes were full of anger. AI also clenched his fists tightly, his joints cracking. On the bronze-colored face, there is a faint flash of thunder. Shut up, Uzumaki Naruto, you yellow-haired boy, what do you know? How hard is it to keep a village going? Do you think White Fang can make money and make the village better? Luo Sha finally couldn't hold back and roared. The daimyo cut their budgets one after another, and many ninjas in Tsunade have difficulty maintaining their daily lives. I am dignified and need to use my own blood to dig gold for the village to maintain the operation of the village. Do you know how uncomfortable it is? There is no money, and the number of quests is decreasing day by day. The ninjas can't open the fire. If I don't seek out Tsunade, if I don't make Tsunade's reputation, how can I increase the number of quests and let the ninja live? Luo Sha's voice was full of grievance and exhaustion. Tamari and Kankuro couldn't help but be amazed, looking at their always stubborn and serious father. This is another side of the father they have never seen before. Is the village really so difficult? So, you chose to invade Konoha? Just wanted to advertise Tsunade to let the ninja world know, wow, my Tsunade is so good, even Konoha was killed, why don't you come and entrust us with the task? Hurry up, yes, give us money. Naruto couldn't help smirking. Idiot, incompetent. Except for the task, the ninja can't do anything else? With the strength of the ninja, as long as you put down your body and do whatever you want, you can't make money? Don't tell me, ninjas are even worse than ordinary people. Ordinary people are still able to be self-reliant and make a living, what a ninja can't do. Naruto's words were like a gun, and he hit Luosha with a thud, making him pale and shaking. Not doing assignments? Do something else? What can ninja do when they don't do quests? And you, Lord Fourth Hokage, is your Cloud Shinobi village so eager for war? You have repeatedly targeted me Konoha, and now you are using Cloud Shinobi power to invade Konoha, you Cloud Shinobi village, that's how it is. Wanna die? Naruto looked away from Luosha and fell on Ai. His eyes were very cold. The murderous aura in his words was extremely strong. Humph, Uzumaki Naruto, you have sharp teeth and sharp mouths, I won't play these tricks with you. Ninja world, what follows is the law of the weak, and reason with your fists. If you beat me, you are right. If you lose now, no matter how much reason you say, it won't help you. Ai spoke loudly, and the arrogant and domineering aura suddenly dispersed. Luosha's spirit couldn't help but regained his senses, and said, Sir Hokage is right, winning the king and losing the bandit, the ninja world will always remember only the winner. Zero asking for flowers. Ai and Luosha's eyes swept across the audience in the auditorium, looked at each other, and understood each other's thoughts. Now in this big venue, Konoha's power has an absolute advantage. Even if he was arrogant and faced Uzumaki Naruto, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, he knew that even if he joined forces with Luosha, he would not be able to defeat the other three. If you want to turn the situation around, you can only find another way. Uzumaki Naruto, you'd better open the four red yang formation obediently and let us go, otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Luosha opened her mouth, with a dazed expression on her face. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade froze, understanding the threat in each other's words. Naruto smiled, with a very bright smile. If you don't take the consequences, let's talk about it, look at the meaning of safety and life. Tisk tisk tisk, Lord Hokage, what did you say just now that the weak will eat the strong, and that you were reasonable with your fists, but now you are unreasonable, and you are playing hostage threats? 0. As soon as Naruto said this, the audience was in an uproar. What does Uzumaki-sama mean by this? Kazuki Hokage is taking us as hostages? Damn it, Kahi and Hokage are too despicable to actually play such a dirty trick. You don't understand, the meaning of Kazekage Hokage is very clear. If Lord Uzumaki wants to stop them, they will definitely fight to the death. Under the war between the two sides, it must be earth-shattering. Even if they don't shoot us, the aftermath will be enough to cause us casualties. Heavy. It's not a threat, it's more of a threat. The uproar was endless, and many audience members left the seats one after another, trying to escape from the conference venue. Riots erupted. Don't worry, Hokage, a mere wind shadow, can't hurt you. I, Uzumaki Naruto, come to assure you. Naruto spoke loudly. Behind him, clones appeared one by one, scattered to the front of the auditorium, turned their backs to the audience, and looked like they were guarding them with all their strength. The scarlet cloak is hunting and dancing, and the back looks thin, but it gives people a majestic feeling. The rioting audience suddenly calmed down. They felt that as long as this back was there, even if the sky fell, they would be safe and sound. The vast majority of the audience returned to their seats. Without so many audiences, who will I show my wise and heroic appearance? Such a big stage, such a big event, can't be done without an audience. One. Naruto smiled slightly. Earth style, refers to the ground into steel technique. He started to make marks on his hands, and the majestic chakras spread with a bang, covering the entire assembly hall. All the buildings in the conference hall actually glowed with a metallic luster, and they looked extremely solid and steadfast, making people feel at ease. Lord Kazekage, Lord Hokage, if you don't hold back, let's talk about the truth of the fist, and see if you are more reasonable, or I, Konoha, are more reasonable. Naruto's loud voice, confident and domineering, enveloped the audience. Chapter 141. Naruto stepped out from the roof. In the arena, a stone pillar rose up into the sky and just fell at Naruto's feet, one by one, step by step. Naruto came to the center of the arena, standing on a high stone pillar, looking at Hokage on the high platform. Don't say I don't give you a chance, Lord Kazekage, Lord Raikage, you can go together, even, all of you can go together. Naruto glanced around, and the arrogance and disdain in his eyes were revealed. Uzumaki Naruto, you are too arrogant, do you think you are invincible? Fourth Raikage AI couldn't help the anger in his heart. Lightning flashes. He was like a fierce lightning bolt, straight towards Naruto. Lightning style, lateral bolt of pain, chop. The hand knife was raised, and the thunderbolt chakra lingered between the palms of the fingers, making AI's palm turn into a flashing sharp thunder knife, which slashed down suddenly. This is Raikage-sama's lightning style hand knife. Its power is terrifying. It once cut off a corner of 8 tails. I didn't think that Raikage-sama was such a big move when he made a shot. Uzumaki Naruto 080 was miserable. Humph, this yellow-haired boy has been arrogant, as if he is invincible. Lord Raikage, come on, teach him a lesson. I have an ominous feeling. Shut up, Omoi, and don't promote your pessimistic ideas. Lord Raikage will do it himself, and it will be fine. Everyone in Cloud Shinobi Village widened their eyes, watching AI's shot. One by one, they were in high spirits, as if victory was in sight. For Raikage AI, they are full of admiration and admiration. AI is like the spiritual symbol of Cloud Shinobi Village. The world is invincible? Haha, in this ninja world, there are indeed a few guys that I can look forward to. However, Lord Raikage, you are not among them one. Facing the lightning-style hand knife that once cut off the corner of 8 tails Jayaki, Naruto smiled and stretched out a finger. Only one finger. Not much. Tsutsuize. The crackling of thunder and lightning is incessant, and the dazzling electric light is even brighter. The terrifying power, the aftermath that splashed everywhere, and the wisps of chakra wire, fell on the arena, like a bomb exploded everywhere, rumbling non-stop, and dust and smoke flying all over the sky. The momentum is huge, making people creepy. Hey, this is the battle between the cage-level powerhouses? Just the collision, it's like turning the world upside down, it's too terrifying. Fortunately, there is Lord Uzumaki's clone blocking the front, and the aftermath cannot spread to us. Hey, this auditorium is too secure. Before Genin's battle, we could all feel the vibration, but now this deafening momentum, I can't feel the slightest movement, it's incredible. It should be Lord Uzumaki who strengthened the venue just now, afraid that we will be affected, he is too careful and gentle. The audience talked a lot, looking at Naruto's eyes with more admiration and awe. Naruto is probably going to show his true strength today. Real strength. That's right. When he was 7 years old, I had an intuition. At that time, I was no longer his opponent. Over the years, I have never been able to detect the depth of his strength, and there is always an unfathomable feeling. Today, I should be able to see it. To a little of his true level 1. Kakashi's eyes were deep, and his emotion was inexplicable. Is the yellow-haired boy back then going to show his true self now? The blue is better than the blue, and to have such a disciple, hey, take Kakashi's life is worth it. Next to Kakashi, everyone in Konoha was shocked. In their eyes, Naruto's strength, being able to keep pace with several shadows, is already a mouthful. But Kakashi's words seem to be saying that the strength of a cage-level powerhouse is not the limit of Naruto at all, and Naruto's strength is even higher than that of a cage-level powerhouse, which can be called a super cage-level powerhouse, referred to as for super shadow. A new generation replaces the old. Tsunade, I suddenly have the feeling that I'm getting old. Nonsense, I'm not old, I'm always a pink and tender 18 years old. Jiraiya squinted, staring at the dusty arena, and sighed suddenly. Tsunade felt the same way, but he couldn't help but jumped up and retorted loudly. Wild hunting. The dust and smoke scattered, revealing the scene in the sky. Naruto put his hand behind him, one hand outstretched, revealing a finger. Raikage's powerful hand knife, the amazingly powerful thunder and lightning chakra, under Naruto's finger, seems to have encountered the immobile mountain, unable to move an inch. AI's face was flushed red, and he wanted to do his best to press down the hand knife. A larger chakra frantically poured out from his body and merged into the hand knife, making the thunder light even more dazzling. Yes, to no avail. You alone, can't do it. Naruto shook his head lightly, the contempt in his eyes deeply hurt AI's heart. Naruto pushed forward lightly. AI snorted, and flew back upside down and landed on the high platform. He stepped back several steps, and stopped until he hit the wall. The people at Cloud Shinobi Village were stunned and felt like they were dreaming. The audience was even more speechless, and their eyes seemed to fall, and they were all stunned. Is Uzumaki-sama so strong? I feel like Raikage is like a child in front of Uzumaki-sama. Just now, Uzumaki-sama only used one finger. 1. Hey, we have another first Hokage from Konoha Village. Too fierce, too strong, too powerful. Master Uzumaki is only 12 years old now. This is not something that Master First Hokage can describe, I'm afraid. I'm afraid it is the legendary Sage of Six Paths that can be compared. Sage of Six Paths? Doesn't that mean that the latter Uzumaki-sama will be the latter, you are the Uzumaki immortal? Soon, the silence in the assembly hall turned to noise. 0. The audience talked a lot, their faces flushed, and they were beyond words of excitement. Most of them are Konoha village residents, and they all have a sense of pride in front of Naruto. Konoha shinobi's eyes are bright, and Naruto's eyes are filled with a kind of respect and admiration. Kakashi's words, they were still dubious, but now, they are convinced one by one, without the slightest doubt. I said, Lord Hokage, you can't do it alone. Even if you go together, it's hard to say whether you can let me finish the warm-up exercise 1. Well, I'll relax the conditions a bit more. As long as any of you can let me take half a step away from this stone pillar, even if you win, I'll open the 4 red yang formation and let you go, how about it? Naruto opened his mouth with a smile, his expression very gentle. AI was gasping for breath, the anger in his eyes was so hot that his whole body was cooked, and his whole body was steaming. Luosha was also trembling with anger, but at the same time, her body was also cold. The young man in front of him gave him an unparalleled and powerful sense of oppression, which was completely different from the feeling he had met before. The previous Naruto, although the ninjutsu was unparalleled, the crazy ninjutsu bombing made people tired, and the speed of casting spells was amazing. But in the end, everything has a trace to follow, even if it is strong, you can see the limit. But Uzumaki Naruto in front of him pushed Hokage back with just one finger. This strength is as deep as the sea, and it is terrifying. Can't see the end. Everything is unknown. Do you mean what you say? Hokage spoke suddenly, his voice was very quiet, and he didn't look grumpy at all. His anger was suppressed hard. Already feeling 1.9 by Naruto's strength, AI knew very well that even if he shot with all his strength, he would not be Naruto's opponent. At such a time, it was no longer a time of personal sentimentality, and he had to consider what Cloud Shinobi Village had planned. The most important point is that his Hokage must not fall into the hands of Konoha Village. In any case, he has to break through the limits of Konoha Village and lead the Cloud Shinobi ninja back to Cloud Shinobi Village. Luosha had the same idea in his heart. In the face of Uzumaki Naruto, the evildoer, now they no longer have any plans for Konoha to collapse. What his hind thought about was to get out of Uzumaki Naruto's hands and lead his subordinates to evacuate from Konoha. But the 4 red yang formation outside the grand venue firmly locked their retreat, and they could not escape if the formation did not retreat. Since Uzumaki Naruto is so arrogant, let him taste the consequences of his words. Both AI and Luosha firmly believed in their own strength, and it was not difficult for Naruto to step back from the stone pillar. The two looked at each other, their eyes gleaming. Chapter 142. What I've said, naturally counts 1. You can make a move together, anyone can do it. Naruto's eyes swept over the people of Cloud Shinobi Village Tsunade, whether it was Kazekage Hokage, or Jonin Baki, Nozomi, Samui, and others, even Genin Tamari, Kankuro, Amwa, Karui, Yurui, Azui, and the others were all within his sight. A group of Genin couldn't help shrinking their necks, not daring to look directly into Naruto's eyes. The Jonin clenched their fists and showed fighting intent on their faces. It is a fact that their strength is inferior to others, but to say that they cannot even make the opponent take a step back is too small. At any rate, they have been cultivating hard for more than 10 years, and even the elite ninjas of decades, even the shadows of the villages, dare not say that they will not retreat half a step under their attack. What's more, they are not alone, but a group of people. It even includes 2 cage-level powerhouses. With so many people taking a shot, if Naruto couldn't even make a move, then they would have to obey and surrender. Cloud Shinobi Ninja, give me a shot, go all out. Sand Shinobi Ninja, don't hide and tuck, attack. AI Bao shouted, jumped directly from the high platform, and landed in the arena. Luosha stepped on the carpet of sand and drifted in midair. A group of Jonin also jumped off the high platform and attacked the stone pillar from all directions. The Genins gritted their teeth, and also from a distance, threw 30 attacks like Shuriken Kunao at Naruto, and 1 point for interference was counted as 1 point. The main force of the attack, after all, are still 2 cage-level powerhouses. Lightning style, heavy burst dash. AI Wan was like a tank, rushing towards the stone pillar at the foot of Naruto. He was holding a hard elbow, and chakra gathered at the tip of the elbow, and suddenly smashed towards the stone pillar with a destructive momentum. As long as the stone pillar is broken, Naruto has no place to rely on, and if he moves, he will retreat, and it is not a matter of 1 step or 2 steps. Magnet style, placer gold. Luosha also showed no signs of weakness, and sharp gold dust like bamboo shoots suddenly appeared in the air. The gold dust was more like a cannonball, and it shot towards the stone pillar at Naruto's feet. Sparks were rubbed out of the air, and the traces of flames could be seen, and the speed was astonishing. Wind style, wall of wind. Naruto put his hands together, and in an instant, a violent airflow spun around the stone pillar, forming an extremely violent wind wall. The attack of a group of Jonin Genin was completely isolated by the wind wall. Only Hokage followed Feng Ying's attack, forcibly penetrated the wind wall, and still attacked the stone pillar. Earth style, King Kong technique. In an instant, Naruto performed another ninjutsu again. On the ground, countless soils turned into liquids and walked up along the stone pillars. The color changed rapidly, from khaki to the cold color unique to metal. In the face of Luosha's gold placer method, a pair of extremely sharp diamond spears also emerged from the stone pillars. In a tinkling sound, Luosha's gold placer method was completely blocked by the diamond spear, and the tip of the needle was pointed at Meimang. As for Ai, facing the diamond cone that suddenly appeared, the tip of the cone was even more pointed at his elbow, shining with a faint metallic luster, and he wanted to hit it hard. But at the moment of contact, Ai was horrified, and his elbow shifted. With a whimper, Ai brushed past Shisui. This powerful and heavy storm was released by him into the air, and a fierce and unparalleled airflow suddenly rolled up in the arena, and a long crack was rumbled. Honey, is this really what people do? Uzumaki-sama's earth-style technique is simply superb, and has reached the point where he can do whatever he wants. It can't be described with normal earth style at all. Have you forgotten the wind style at the beginning? It can block the wind wall of a group of Jonin's full-strength attacks. This power definitely reaches the realm of S-rank ninjutsu. The same is true for the earth style at the back. A super ninjutsu with different attributes, tisk tisk, the title of Doctor of Ninjutsu by Lord Third Hokage, it is going to be replaced. Sir Uzumaki's nickname spread in the ninja world is true. This ninjutsu is just like a continuous cannon. It is fired with a swish swish. The combination of both hands is a new ninjutsu, and the mudra is simply omitted. I heard that first Hokage-sama never forms ninjutsu when he uses ninjutsu, and a slap with both hands is a big move. Uzumaki-sama has reached the realm of first Hokage-sama. In the arena, Raikage regrouped with Feng Ying and attacked again. Cloud Shinobi Village and Tsunagakure's Jonins also fought hard, pouring out all their amazingly powerful ultimate moves without breathing at all. However, Naruto was always high, standing quietly at the peak of the stone pillar. His footsteps did not move at all, only his hands were clasped together, and countless ninjutsu swayed like a storm, calmly to the extreme. The audience opened their mouths wide, and their scalps were numb in shock. Even if they couldn't understand the battle between Jonin, they still knew the battle situation at the scene at a glance. The contrast is too obvious. Kazekage Raikage and the others did their best, not to deal with Naruto, but to break the thigh-thick stone pillar. And Naruto was one enemy, but he was able to do it with ease. The Konoha Shinobi fans were also amazed and their eyes glowed. The various ninjutsus performed by Naruto include their common normal ninjutsu, and Naruto's own ninjutsu. The details of the changes have opened the eyes of many ninjas, and they feel that a brand new door has slammed open in front of them. Lord Tsuchikage. Lois approached Oyemu, staring at the battle with burning eyes, and wanted to say something. Onoji reached out his hand to stop him. What else can I say, isn't it the strength that Uzumaki Naruto showed that scared the Lois? Onoji squinted his eyes and felt extremely heavy. He had seen Uchiha Madara and felt the aura unique to the super strong. What Naruto shows now is almost the same as that of Uchiha Madara back then, even in the face of cage-level powerhouses, he is still at ease and calm. What's more, the big intuition told himself that this Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki, really went all out. In the ninja world, there is another ninja who oppresses the contemporary age. He is still so young. In the future, where should Iwagakure go? Onoji felt that the big waves of the times had been set off, and the ninja world had entered a turbulent era. A little carelessness could destroy the village and destroy the country. And Uzumaki Naruto is standing at the top of the wave of this era. Mizukage-sama, I look at this Uzumaki Naruto and feel like he is alone. Kira of the Red Sun, I know you want to say that name. I feel the same way. Yagura's expression was equally solemn, and he felt exactly the same pressure as Onoji. A person suppresses a village. This kind of thing, originally Kirigakure people regarded it as myth and legend. But the appearance of Kira of the Red Sun Society allowed them to experience firsthand how the legend felt like a reality. A super strong person can really push a ninja village by one person, even the 5 major ninja villages are no exception. Today, Uzumaki Naruto's posture is equally fierce and invincible, one person overpowering a village seems effortless. Uzumaki Naruto, is it Kira of the Red Sun Society? Yagura is thinking about this. If Uzumaki Naruto is the same Kira who pushed Kirigakure back then, it means that Uzumaki Naruto can cross the contemporary era at the age of 7, which is too scary and hard to believe. The negative answer means that the 5 great ninja villages are not the most powerful forces in the ninja world at all. At least, there are 2 people who oppress the 5080 ninja villages. Just like first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Even in today's ninja world, whether there are other more terrifying powerhouses exists, it is worth pondering. In any case, we must be good to Konoha village and good to Uzumaki Naruto. Yagura and Onoji came to the same conclusion. If you can't beat it, join in. For the sake of the future of the village, it is not a difficult choice for Fulo to be small. The battle continues. The group of genin was already out of breath, and chakra had almost bottomed out. The jonins were also sweating profusely, feeling that their attack was going into the sea, and they could not see the slightest effect at all. Only Kaze and Raikage are still doing their best and are still at their peak. Of course, their mood is also not very good. It's really scary, Mr. Sarutobi, there is such a terrifying successor in the village, I'm afraid that after this time, whether you can survive or not, you will have to abdicate. On the roof, Orochimaru grinned wickedly, as if thinking of something funny, and laughed especially cheerfully. Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted and looked at the invincible Naruto below, as if he had met Naruto for the first time, his eyes were extremely complicated. In his eyes, the boy who had always been sunny and confident was now covered with a mysterious color. In this incident, Naruto showed his wrist. And the terrifying power now displayed. As Orochimaru said, regardless of whether he agrees or not, after the Chuunin exam, he Sarutobi Hiruzen had to abdicate to give way to a sage. If you do not agree, you may be abdicated. It's hidden deep enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed suddenly, and his mood suddenly became much lighter. He figured it out. With such a successor, Konoha village will inevitably go further and prosper. If that's the case, why should I think about it? Chapter 143. That's all? Didn't you say that a large number of ninjas invaded? The people of the Yamanaka clan have been interrogated, and there are indeed a group of Sand Shinobi ninjas, Otokaku ninjas joined forces to invade, and a large group of wandering ninjas, numbering in the thousands. Just now, in the direction of the Chuunin exam venue, a new signal flare appeared, not a signal from our village, which means that a new enemy has joined. But, what about the enemy? On the border of Konoha village, on the high wall, a group of jonin looked at each other, feeling extremely confused. They have already prepared to face the crazy impact of a large number of enemies, and they are also prepared to sacrifice heroically for Konoha. But the impact of this kitten and puppy, 20 or 30 ninjas, was simply not enough for the group of them, and they were all taken down in a blink of an eye. Too easy. It was so easy that they felt a chill in their hearts. Could it be that the signal just now was a signal for them to retreat? Impossible. Whose invasion would be so anticlimactic? Maybe, there may be a big change at the Chuunin exam venue. It is also possible for the enemy to see that they are invincible. Your inference is too unbelievable. It's very possible. Uzumaki Jonin had long anticipated this change, and took targeted actions in advance. There must be arrangements on the side of the assembly hall. Maybe, he has already suppressed Kaze Kage Luasha, and Sand Shinobi will not be allowed to do so. Retreat without giving the signal 1. No, the signal just now, I have studied, it is not the style of Sand Shinobi, but the signal of Cloud Shinobi Village 1. You mean, Cloud Shinobi Village also joined the operation? Impossible, right? Cloud Shinobi's savages are very likely. They have to take 3 points for no reason, and they are extremely arrogant. Now that such a big change has occurred in the village, if they don't come to participate, it is like a dog eating shit. It is absolutely impossible. Things that might happen. There was a group of people talking about it, and they all looked at each other, feeling that things had a strong sense of weirdness. It's strange, is Konoha so far? It's been so long, and it hasn't arrived yet. 1. In the forest, a Sand Shinobi ninja couldn't help but muttered, feeling tingly in his heart. He was about to ask his companions to ask, but when he looked back, his hair stood on end, and he was terrified. Behind him, it was empty, and there was no one. The companions who had been going all the way, I don't know when, disappeared without a trace. There are enemies. He couldn't help but want to shout loudly, but felt a pain in his neck, as if he had been stung by something. Can't make a sound. He was at a loss, bewildered. The body became more and more numb, and finally fell to the ground softly. This Sharingan's combined illusion is too powerful, even Jonin can't find the difference. After a single injection of anesthesia, he collapsed. There is no need to fight. 2. It is said that this is something that Uchiha Itachi researched. It's easy to use, I'm just unhappy. After so many years, you still can't get past this threshold. I will never forget that night for the rest of my life. Although it is only an illusion, it gives me the feeling that it really happened, and I will never deal with him for the rest of my life. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and take people away, there are still many people. The Sand Shinobi ninja disappeared silently, and the forest regained its tranquility. One by one, in the forest, the ninjas who were preparing to invade Konoha fell one after another, and were then dragged away without the slightest resistance. Of course, there are also ninjas who are vigilant enough to find something wrong. They united with each other and scurried through the forest like frightened birds. But he still had to take a needle, and his whole body was numb, and he fell to the ground. Who are you? Konoha Umbu is not dressed like you, who is targeting us? The whole body is numb, only the mouth can move. Sand Shinobi Jonin looked desperately at the mysterious man who appeared in front of him, a man wearing a white tiger mask. The opponent's strength was so terrifying that it terrified him. In an instant, he was hit by the opponent's trick, and he didn't have the slightest power to fight back. This made Sand Shinobi Jonin extremely terrified, and there was an indescribable sense of grievance. Damn guy, even if he shoots from the front, the opponent can easily defeat him, but the opponent still uses the trick of sneak attack, and he doesn't talk about martial arts. Shut up and be honest. You guys who wantonly provoked wars and invaded other villages for no reason are not good things. The man in the white tiger mask sneered and didn't look at Sand Shinobi Jonin. He waved his hand, and soon someone appeared, sealed the person's mouth, and dragged him away. Master Shisui, why don't you kill them happily, but use anesthesia needles? It feels so uncomfortable, and you have to arrange for someone to deal with them one. This is what the president ordered. You can just do it. Why are you asking so many questions? However, we don't understand the intention of doing this, and many people have opinions. Can't you think of such a simple truth? What is the biggest goal of our organization? To unify the ninja world, and by then, whether it is Konoha village, Tsunade, Cloud Shinobi village, Iwagakure or Kirigakure, they will all be one family. You guys, now that the killing is happy, in the future the ninja world will be unified, how will you face their relatives and friends? Those who don't plan for the world are not enough to plan for a while. The president has a lot of things in his heart. Why is there so much hatred in today's ninja world? It's not because of the major villages, you kill me, I kill you, and the hatred chain continues. Only then will conflicts continue, and there will never be a real peace. If we want peace, we cannot create more killings, we must start with ourselves. Sir Shisui, I understand, I will tell my companions these words. You just understand. Shisui nodded and shot away, continuing his hunting trip. Not just him. Yujiu, Lin Yuli, Yakang, and others are also playing as hunting hunters, specifically targeting the strong among the invading ninjas. Among them, Yakang's mood was the most complicated. Because what she has to deal with are all her former companions. Touching the anesthetic injection on his body, Gaara couldn't help but feel a deep sense of gratitude towards Naruto. It is precisely because of Naruto's order that this time, all members of the Red Sun Society adopted a method that would not hurt anyone's life, and they were bound and taken away after anesthesia. Therefore, Yakang can act without psychological barriers. Although she has been away from Tsunade village for so many years, she still has feelings for Tsunade, and it is indeed gratifying for her to be able to solve things without hurting others. Gaara-sama, we are in trouble and need your support. 1. What's the trouble? When dealing with the Cloud Shinobi village ninjas, they were too alert, and their bodies were too strong, and the anesthetic injections were not effective enough to completely anesthetize them, and some people were injured. Okay, I'll go to support right away. Gaara took the lead in the direction of the Cloud Shinobi village ninja, and the speed was very fast. Tsunade ninjas have handled pretty much the same. Although the remaining Cloud Shinobi ninjas were stubborn and had some trouble, Yakang firmly believed that it would be easy to solve them. The current strength of the Red Sun Club, coupled with the intentional calculation and the lack of intention, if even a team in the Cloud Shinobi district can't deal with it, they can really find a piece of tofu and kill it. Konoha village, a training ground. Shimura Danzo looked at the boy in front of him with a terrified look. He didn't expect that Uchiha Sasuke, who was only 12 years old, could push him to such a level. It was ridiculous. Danzo, listen to Naruto, your heart is higher than the sky, you want to become Hokage, and lead Konoha to prosperity and glory. Shit. Now it seems that it is really funny. What is the ninja world like? You Konoha's darkness, it should be clearest, the weak eat the strong, and the fittest survive, this is the truth of the ninja world. Nyozhao, you only have this strength, so you just want to be Hokage and lead Konoha to become strong? It's just a daydream. Even I can't beat a Chuunin. There are countless strong people in this ninja world, who can you beat? Is your brain flooded? Don't you think it's funny that you don't have enough strength, but you want to think about things? Sasuke sneered loudly. Shut up, Uchiha kid, what do you know? As long as I. Shimura Danzo growled, trying to retort. But as he spoke, his voice dropped, and the dazed and bewildered eyes kept flashing. Yes, the strength is so weak, why do you think that the dream can be realized? By the way, the damn Uchiha Shisui giant. If it weren't for him, the distinguished heavenly god's Mangekyo Sharingan would have become his own thing. With the help of distinguished heavenly gods, Shimura Danzo could control 9 tails, and with the power of 9 tails, Danzo could become a ninja as powerful as first Hokage. At that time, his dreams will be realized one by one, instead of being beaten to pieces by a young boy like he is now. I'm not convinced. It's definitely an illusion, I don't believe it, it's not real. In the roar, Danzo looked like a madman, really like a madman. Chapter 144. Shimura Danzo even changed his style of painting during the madness. The whole person twisted up. Like a maggot. Bang. White smoke exploded. Danzo was so stimulated that he couldn't even maintain his avatar, and his mood swings were so great that he was tongue-tied. Sasuke was stunned. He didn't expect that what he was facing was only a clone. It's abominable. Mission not completed. Whoosh. A cracking sound came. Sasuke's heart skipped a beat, grabbing what was flying over. It's a compass-like thing. A man wearing a Quai-Niu mask appears in front of Sasuke. That kind of temperament, Sasuke can recognize at a glance. Absolutely right, it is his master over the years, the Quai-Niu of the Red Sun Society. Take it, find Danzo's body, and kill him. Quai-Niu spoke up. Why? Sasuke narrowed his eyes and stared at Kuei Nu, his voice very calm. After so many years and so long in contact, Sasuke actually had some guesses about Kuei Nu's identity. Now, he finally has a guessing target. This is your job as a teacher. After completing this job, you will even be a teacher from me and become a full member of the Red Sun Society. At that time, you will be qualified to learn about many things. It is good. Sasuke should take the task. Danzo is his mission target, and adding another mission is just a matter of the way. After understanding the function of the compass, Sasuke looked overjoyed and saw that the pointer on the compass spun around several times and finally stopped in a certain direction. Danzo, it's time for you to end the curtain. Sasuke ignored Kuei Nu, stood up, and began to swipe in the direction of the pointer, all the way. Kuei Nu also followed silently. His biggest goal today is Shimura Danzo. Everyone else can live, Danzo must die. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Water style, Water Dragon Bomb Technique. The huge fireball collided with the water dragon, shaking its head and tail in midair, cancelling each other out. A thick mist of water permeated everywhere, and the air became extremely humid. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall Technique. Earth style, Counter Soil Wall Technique. On the street, the tall earth-flowing wall stood up with a bang, with extraordinary momentum. The next moment, another chakra poured into the wall of the earth flow, making it softened instantly, like a liquid, flowing back again, paving the ground, and condensing into a smooth and flat ground. Hey, don't tell me, the streets that have been organized with earth style are flatter and smoother than before, and I feel like I can skate on it. It's not good if it's too smooth. If you break the villagers and go back to the source, you'll have to eat the top. Then trimming? Okay, look at me, earth style, rough particles. What the hell did you name it? Also, the ground isn't slippery anymore, but now it's clumsy again. That's because the chakra is too much, the particles are a little bigger, I'll change it. Earth style, smooth particle technique. Okay, it feels almost the same, it is both flat and not so smooth that it makes people fall. Dab J, perfect. In the fog, the two Umbu ninjas muttered around an earth style ninjutsu for a long time, studying with great interest. Wait until the fog is about to dissipate. They started humming and jutsu to the sky again, like setting off fireworks. Bang bang bang. The momentum is very huge, as if there is a wave of ninjas fighting desperately, life and death, bloody and cruel. How did they put ninjutsu into the air? Didn't they say that some ninjas invaded Konoha? Why are these two Umbu ninjas? They're still like fools, no ninjutsu is accurate. Could it be that in other parts of the village, there are such foolish ninjas setting off fireworks? Otherwise, the momentum has not changed, and the sound seems to be the same as the beginning, with the same rhythm. What the hell is going on in the village? I was so frightened that I almost lost my soul just now, and I'm still in a cold sweat. Otherwise, go out and have a look. Aren't you afraid of meeting a ninja in a decisive battle and accidentally losing your life? What am I afraid of? I've looked carefully just now. On this street, there are only these two fools, Umbu, playing fireworks, and none of the other ninjas can be seen. It's definitely fine. In the buildings on the street, countless villagers looked at the situation outside through the cracks in the door. As they whispered, the fear faded and confusion followed. The courageous villagers came with a heart, looked at him for a long time, and walked towards Anzan. The Konoha Umbu costume would normally make them intimidated, but now, it is a sign of peace of mind for the villagers. All of them belong to Konoha, so they will never give them two shuriken. Konoha people do not beat Konoha people. Hey, what are you doing? The residents of Konoha village asked in a low voice. We are on a mission, you hurry back to the house and hide, the village is still very dangerous now. What mission? Ninjutsu into the sky? Wouldn't that waste chakra? This is confidential, don't ask more. FK, what secret? It feels like two big idiots. The villagers were frightened by the secret Umbu ninja said, and hurriedly backed away, not daring to ask any more questions. However, they were still angry and couldn't help muttering. Big fool? Us. It feels a bit like. How long will this kind of task continue? Lord Uzumaki didn't seem to say when to stop when he gave the order. Hey, are we going to keep going like this? God, I don't have much chakra left. The two Umbu ninjas looked at each other, their scalps tingling. The ninja code, however, states that as long as the superiors do not cancel the mission, as long as the mission can continue, they must continue to execute it until they receive another order. Baby, there seems to be a lot of trouble. A bunch of idiots, Uzumaki-sama said that as long as they make a big splash, they didn't say that they must use ninjutsu. So, are you so fooled? What, how can this be called fooling? You can see that in so many corners, we are the most powerful, and we can save chakra. If this goes on, I can last for 3 days and 3 nights. At another node, 3 Umbu ninjas used the wind-style ninjutsu with the least power to lift the dust into the air for a long time. They also got a bunch of pots and pans and buckets, and they took a kunryudang hammer and banged it. Don't tell me, this momentum is indeed grand. Just like a symphony. In addition, they occasionally let out a scream, shouting, and mixed into these voices, which made the street look fierce, as if hundreds of people were fighting with all their strength, and it was unparalleled. The Umbu ninja who came up with this idea is obviously a music fan, and even the percussion has a rhythm, murderous and fierce, making people's blood boil. Have so many enemies invaded the village? Why is the battle so fierce after so long? Shall we go to support? The battle is so fierce, it means that the two sides are in a stalemate. We must station here to prevent the enemy from invading from here, trust our compatriots. I heard that this incident was caused by that Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru. Danzo, I heard, was the assistant elder who later killed the Uchiha clan and defected from the village. Who is that Orochimaru? Hey, you haven't even heard of Orochimaru? It's too ignorant. Hey, this kid is a stuffy gourd. He only knows how to train and do tasks. How can he understand the kindness and grievances in the village? Let me tell you, Orochimaru is a disciple of Lord 3rd Hokage and one of the famous Konoha Chuunin. It is said that when 4th Hokage was selected, 3rd Hokage chose Lord 4th Hokage as Hokage and gave up Orochimaru. Always with resentment. So, Orochimaru is back for revenge. Who knows? The grievances between these big men are not something that we little ninjas can know. As long as we stick to our position and don't make mistakes, everything is enough. At a certain Konoha station, the ninjas stationed there looked at the various turmoil in the village, worried and discussed the various 8 trigrams of this incident, very curious. At the beginning, they were very worried about the village and could not wait to rush out to support. But as time went by, the sound of the ping-pong-pong fighting was still incessant, and it seemed that it had never changed. This lore-kun into the urn has been a perfect success, bringing out Sand Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi. Why are they still tossing? It's weird. On the roof, Orochimaru whispered. Naruto's series of actions, he can see the whole situation through a glimpse of Madara, and can guess 7 or 8. But the ongoing riots in Konoha village have left Orochimaru wondering, feeling that his IQ is not enough. Could it be that Uzumaki Naruto has bigger goals? Who is it? Can't figure it out. Orochimaru was a little crazy. Chapter 145. My god, is this the same age as us? Damn it, I'll be anxious about whoever calls me a genius in the future. Is there such a rubbish genius as me? It's all wasted effort, it's better to surrender obediently. Anyway, you're going to lose. Shut up, Omoi, no one thinks you're dumb if you don't speak. Yo, you can still scold people, it seems that you have quite a lot of chakra. A group of genin, lying staggered on the roof, all pale, chakra exhausted. They teased each other, the only fun in despair. The jonins are almost the same, their movements are much slower than at the beginning, and the power of ninjutsu has also begun to weaken. On the stone pillar, Naruto still did not change his face, swaying ninjutsu casually, resisting the attack of the crowd. People began to despair. Even if the will is as determined as the wind shadow raikage, it is painful to discover that no matter how powerful the ninjutsu they use, the other party can easily block them, and they can completely eliminate the earth-shattering power, so that the entire venue can always be maintained whole. That slender stone pillar was intact from beginning to end. Uzumaki Naruto, too, did not move half a step from beginning to end. This Uzumaki Naruto, not the person I once met, is definitely a different person. This kind of strength, saying he is sage of 6 paths, I believe. Both Luosha and Ai had the same thought in their hearts. Looking up at Naruto on the stone pillar, and seeing the bright smile on the other's face, they both shivered in unison. Smiling devil. True to his name. The smile is as bright as the sun, but the person is like a demon in the abyss, which is creepy. On the field, everyone stopped moving. The jonin were panting, sweating profusely, and their hands and feet were shaking from exhaustion. Luosha couldn't maintain his floating attitude and fell to the ground, with endless regret and despair in his eyes. Before taking action, he actually hesitated, struggled, and imagined the possible consequences. This is simply gambling. Once you lose, what you lose is the vitality of Tsunagakure's generation. When things came to an end, Luosha still regarded Tsunagakure as a weight and placed it on the gambling table. He wanted to gamble. Sorry to lose. 4th Raikage Ai also began to regret. He originally thought that he would never regret it in his life. His temperament was originally so stubborn and proud, and the word regret never appeared in his dictionary. But now, he really regrets it. If he can become Raikage, Ai is not really a fool. How can he not understand? Once he falls in Konoha, plus the people who bring him, most of them will be served by Uzumaki Naruto, who has already calculated, Cloud Shinobi village will inevitably greatly hurt. And Konoha, who owns Uzumaki Naruto, will soar into the sky, repeating the scene of first Hokage covering the contemporary era, Cloud Shinobi village, and has to endure the humiliation and bow its head for decades. Everything, just because he, Ai, was too greedy, and when he saw the appearance of the tailed beast shower he couldn't hold back and sent out the signal to attack. Close your eyes and take a deep breath. Ai opened his eyes again, and his eyes were suddenly cold. Lord Feng Ying, it's up to now, let's fight to the death. Luo Xia looked at AI in astonishment, and when he saw the determination in AI's eyes, he suddenly understood the other party's thoughts. A desperate fight? Luo Xia pondered these 4 words and couldn't help but smile. Then fight to the death. I will enter the lightning style chakram mode, use the strongest armor of lightning style, and then use the hell stab. This is the most powerful trick I can use now. My most powerful trick is the explosion of gold dust, the tornado cone. It can gather the chakra in my whole body, let the strongest gold dust condense at the tip, and use the power of rotation to drive the power of the cone thorn. The faster the rotation speed, the greater the power. AI and Luo Xia communicated openly, and their voices were not concealed at all. Naruto didn't interrupt them, but smiled and waited for their move. Tsunade and the Jonins from Cloud Shinobi Village both had bright eyes, squeezed out the chakra from their entire bodies again, and prepared their own tricks as well. They were determined to pave the way for the shadows in the village, and even if they were no match for the opponent, they would weaken the opponent's strength to a certain extent and clear a path for the 2 shadows to explode. Hey, this is going to be done in one battle. Hokage and Feng Ying are going to fight hard. What should I do? My heart is beating faster and faster, I'm so excited. Me too, this kind of scene, but it's rare to see 2 cage-level powerhouses teaming up to unleash their most powerful trick. It's like a dream. Ha ha ha, this Chuunin exam is worth it. After watching this, I have something to brag about in my life. Let's make a bet, whether Master Uzumaki can block this blow, and whether he will take half a step back and let Kazekage Hokage get a chance to escape. When it comes to gambling, I'm not polite. Come on, whoever sits in the bank, I'll bet Naruto can block this move. Cough cough cough, Tsunade-sama, you, just don't. What? Look down on me. In the auditorium, there was chaos because of Tsunade's sudden insertion. More, is a pair of eyes that have reached the ultimate, excitement, blood and passion. Whether it was the audience or the ninja, the heart began to beat faster, thumping. Their cheeks were flushed with excitement. Even Mizukage Yagura, Tsuchikage Onoji couldn't help but hold their breath, concentrate, and pay close attention to the next blow. Uzumaki Naruto, can you stop this blow? On the roof, Orochimaru, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, stared at the battlefield below. Defeating the enemy and resisting the enemy's amazingly powerful tricks are 2 completely different concepts. Naruto wants to defeat his opponent easily. But even Konoha Shinobi, who was full of confidence in Naruto, couldn't help but feel uneasy in order to block the amazing trick of the 2 cage-level powerhouses. This is too difficult. Lightning style, lightning pillar of lightning. Yunlu, Shun, Millennium Slash. Wind style, Ultra Gale Blade. Intense thunder, like the light of the scorching sun, shot straight towards Naruto. There is no power, just a thunder light that is bright and dazzling to the ultimate. 0 for flowers. Samui's slash, Baki's wind style, and the other Jonin's wave after wave of tricks all poured into the stone pillar at Naruto's feet in an instant. First dazzle my eyes with a beam of illusion, and then another wave of attacks will confuse my heart, opening the way for Kazekage Hokage's attack. How naive. Naruto smiled slightly. Wind style, wind blade flurry. He just clasped his hands together and used the wind blade with general power in wind style. Amidst the clanging noises, all the attacks of the Jonin were all scattered by the transparent wind blade without exception. A simple C-rank ninjutsu, Naruto used the power of S-rank ninjutsu. The lightning-style beam of light, shining on his eyes, had no effect at all, just like ordinary sunlight. Lightning-style chakram mode, lightning-style's strongest armor, hell thrust, one hand. On the other side, 4th Hokage's attack emerged. His hair rose into the sky, and his whole body was surrounded by bright thunder and lightning, and his whole body was like a blue thunder god, leaving a blue phantom in the air. 0. The speed was so fast that in the entire assembly hall, almost no one could capture his figure. If it weren't for the phantom flickering, the audience wouldn't even know where AI Xian was, and could only stare at the air in a daze. AI revolved around the stone pillar, accelerating and accelerating again. He wants to make his speed the fastest, and at this time, the power of the book will also reach the most astonishing level. Old man, I didn't want to use your trick, but now, I have to. I am 4th Hokage, 3rd Hokage, even if you are my father, even if you claim to be the strongest Hokage, but today, I am also to surpass you, surpass the Hokage of all generations, and become the strongest Hokage in history. Only in this way can I get a chance to escape from the monster Uzumaki Naruto. Please, I want to be faster, speed up, AI, you can still be faster. AI's thoughts were flooding, and the flames were burning in his eyes, bright to ultimate. He roared, pouring the whole body of chakra into this move, his feet seemed to be freed, and suddenly, the speed doubled. Hokage has worked hard, how can I lose to him, Luo Xia? This time, I lost the bet. I'm not as good as others, and if I lose, I lose. If you want me to give up and give up the chance to save Tsunade, that's absolutely impossible. Even if my whole body is burnt out, this blow must succeed. Luo Xia pursed her lips, her hands crazily knotted. In the arena, countless gold dust gathered together to form a huge cone of gold dust. The cone quickly compressed and became smaller, and finally turned into a small cone the size of a fist. The thorns began to spin, and they kept spinning, getting faster and faster. The air was swept, and a terrifying tornado was formed out of thin air. At the center of the tornado, the golden thorns could no longer see the body. Only the golden light made people feel an inexplicable chill. The momentum has been upgraded to ultimate. The two cage-level powerhouses didn't shout at the same time, and went all out. The air vibrated, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread to the outside world. It's creepy. Chapter 146. Hellthorn One-Stop Dash. Magnet Style, Gold Dust Explosion Tornado Cone. The two cage-level powerhouses, who cooperated to the extreme, rushed forward from two opposite directions, taking the same plane and the same straight line of the stone pillar at Naruto's feet. Like thunder, like shooting stars. Exploded. Ah, what happened just now? I'm deaf and can't hear anything. My dear, this is too terrifying. I can see the ripples with my naked eyes. If it wasn't for the avatar of Lord Uzumaki blocking the front, this sound wave could send us directly to the west. What did you say? It's too loud for me to hear. My ears hurt, I was shaking, I couldn't control myself. In the audience, the sound of panic kept ringing. But no one pays attention to them. The ninjas widened their eyes and held their breaths. These two moves, even if I enter Sage mode, I can't stop it, I can only dodge. Jiraiya narrowed her eyes, pondering secretly, and was terrified. I use the Baihao technique to condense the magic power technique to the ultimate, and the power of the shots is only as if the difference is 0.97. Tsunade pursed his lips, his fists clenched tightly. My dust escape, the realm stripping technique is more powerful than these two tricks, but they are too fast, can't keep up, and can't react. What a tough guy. Onoji pondered secretly, and his heart was cold. Even if I turn into a full-body tailed beast and use tailed beast bomb, I'm afraid I can't stop these tricks. Cloud Shinobi Village and Tsunagaku really have their own amazing skills, which should not be underestimated. Yagura sighed, feeling the heavy pressure. He, the perfect Jinchuriki, can wreak havoc on everything on the battlefield, but when it comes to fighting alone, in the face of Raikage's masterful hand, Feng Ying's tornado cone, he really has a feeling of being overwhelmed. So, Uzumaki Naruto, how will you deal with these two moves? The cage-level powerhouses present all opened their eyes wide, staring at all this with a burning gaze. Earth Style, Diamond Earth Flow Wall. Wind Style, Spiral Tornado Dash. In an instant, Naruto completed two ninjutsu. In front of Raikage, a high wall with metallic luster suddenly stood up. In front of Feng Ying's tornado cone, there was a hedging tornado air current, which actually rotated counterclockwise, stripping away the power of Feng Ying's unique move at a frantic speed. One of a kind. The thunderous sound of ZZ lingered on AI's fingertips, and the thunder element chakra gathered frantically on his fingertips, turning his fingertips into faint blue cones. Boom! The incomparably sturdy diamond earth flow wall shattered, and Raikage AI passed through the rubble and continued to charge forward. When he reached the stone pillar at the foot of Naruto and poked his fingertips on the stone pillar, the whole person stopped abruptly. His face was pale, and he was sweating profusely. The blue light on his fingertips had disappeared without a trace. In his body, chakra was also completely consumed, and he felt powerless throughout his body. On the other side, Feng Ying Luosha was also on the verge of swaying, looking at his own big move with split eyes, and was continuously peeled off by the counterclockwise tornado, and finally, the gold dust cone stopped spinning. The incomparably condensed gold dust was peeled off layer by the cyclone and became fluffy again. A puddle of gold dust hit the stone pillar and turned into grains of sand in the sky, with no power at all. A dirt wall. A Class B wind style. AI and Luosha both sat down, looked up blankly, and looked at the high above the stone pillar, the red-clothed boy with a bright smile. Monster. Peerless monster. How could it be possible to win against such a monster? It didn't surprise them that Naruto blocked their trick. Even if they knew before the shot that the probability of success is very small. But they still couldn't think that Naruto just shot two ordinary ninjutsu, just right to offset the two of them's unique moves, just let them exhaust the chakra, and the power of the ultimate move was completely lost. The hardest thing to do with anything is getting it right. The most terrifying, and just right. What else is there to say? Even if they are cage-level powerhouses, in front of Naruto, they are just like bugs in the opponent's palm, the kind that can be crushed to death in minutes if they are touched at will. Sir Raikage. Master Feng Ying. The Jonins, who were also exhausted, couldn't help but feel sour when they looked at the two dazed and dejected figures, and couldn't help but shout. Stop it all, Cloud Shinobi Village, surrender. Tsunagaku, surrendered too, conceded defeat. AI and Luosha spoke one after another. They were convinced that they had lost, and it was impossible for them to escape. If they simply surrendered, there might be a chance of survival. The Jonin all seemed to have their strength taken away in an instant and fell to the ground one by one. Surrender? It was the first time they heard this word. It's ridiculous. In the past, even if they encountered a strong enemy, they couldn't defeat it, and the big deal was that they would die and surrender. That was an absolutely impossible thing. But now, they really want to surrender. Too weird. It feels like a dream. Naruto smiled and nodded. He put his palms together. I saw the green branches spread, and in a blink of an eye, everyone in the Tsunade Cloud Shinobi village was tightly bound, not a single one leaked. Some people are not convinced and want to struggle. However, he found that the seemingly delicate branches were tougher than the strongest steel and could not break free at all. Wood style? This kid, when did you learn wood style? Both Jiraiya and Tsunade stared at Naruto, and their curiosity rose to the ultimate. My god, both Hokage and Feng Ying have become Konoha's prisoners, and they also have so many Jonin and genius genin from the two big villages. This is simply one pot. It's miserable. If this goes on, aren't we going to start a war with the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Wind? The Fourth Ninja World War is about to kick off. Idiot, with Uzumaki-sama here, and giving Cloud Shinobi Village Tsunade 10 courage, they didn't dare to act rashly. Back then, when first Hokage was there, which of the 5 countries and the other 4 countries dared to make a fool of themselves? 1. Yeah, I forgot, and Uzumaki-sama is there 1. When did Uzumaki-sama become Hokage? 5th Hokage, Uzumaki-sama, what a nice name. What nonsense are you talking about? 3rd Hokage is still here. Hey, if you don't say it, I almost forgot, where is 3rd Hokage? Ah, by the way, on the roof. The audience was stunned after watching the victory and defeat, and watched the people of Cloud Shinobi Village Tsunade tied up. This scene was the first time in history. It was the first time in history that after the Ninja World Self-Ninja Village system appeared after capturing the shadows of the 2 major villages. Today, it will definitely become a famous scene in history. At the thought of being able to participate in such a historic event, the audience blushed and trembled with excitement. Their worship of Naruto reached an unprecedented level. Someone even called out 5th Hokage. It was not until they were reminded that people suddenly realized that 3rd Hokage was still there. Why hasn't the 3rd generation Sama abdicated? For a time, countless audiences had the same idea in their minds. This is an upright conspiracy, with the most astonishing and greatest credit, to force you to take the position. Mr. Sarutobi, do you feel the strong wind blown by the young people? Too domineering. I love it. On the roof, Orochimaru laughed, laughter full of joy. Of course I feel it, it really leaves people speechless. Sarutobi Hiruzen also had a smile on his face. He relaxed a lot. Feng Ying and Hokage are both prisoners. 1.9 means that Konoha village has turned the corner in this incident. Without worries, Sarutobi Hiruzen's fighting spirit was even more boiling. Shhhhhhh. Naruto appeared on the roof carrying the Kaze Cage Hokage. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, Guy, many Konoha shinobi people, also appeared. The men of Kirigakuer, the men of Iwagakuer, also swept to the roof. What should I do? My legs are weak. Cheer up, Zojin, isn't it? Your legs are weak, I'll accompany you. My dear, this time is miserable, we can't escape, are we going to die? Don't talk nonsense, we are protected by the 4 purple flame formation, who can break the formation and hurt us? 1. That Uzumaki Naruto should be able to break the formation. P. The 4 people of Yin and Nin, who worked hard to maintain the 4 purple flame array, looked at the ninjas in all directions, and couldn't help trembling all over, even if they were not afraid of the sky, facing a group of Jonin, and even more terrifying peerless powerhouses than Jonin, they also feel creepy. Terrible. If it wasn't for Orochimaru's power, the group of 4 might have surrendered on the spot. Chapter 147. Lord 3rd Generation. Naruto, you don't need to say more, this battle is a grudge between me and Orochimaru, you don't need to intervene. Naruto stood outside the 4 purple flame formation, his eyes flickered, and he said. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand to stop him. He announced it loudly, so that everyone could hear it clearly. Old man! Old man! Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at the 2 in the barrier with complicated expressions, not knowing how to speak. One is their teacher. One is their former companion. Now the 2 are facing each other on the battlefield, endlessly. In this situation, how can it be so emotional? Miss Sarutobi, are you ready to die here? Orochimaru laughed. Instead of being terrified by being surrounded by Konoha shinobi crowds, he rejoiced at having so many viewers. So happy. Orochimaru, I don't know when you changed, it would be great if you were always the disciple I have always been proud of. It's a pity that you made mistakes again and again, turned a blind eye to human life, and trampled repeatedly. Evil ways. Oh? Mr. Sarutobi, I don't agree with you. Didn't you condone the path I chose step by step? Danzo, the roots, and even my research, are not all in your eyelids. What's going on underneath? Don't tell me, as Hokage, you don't know what your subordinates are doing behind the scenes. I know, of course I know. So I regret it now, and regret that I have repeatedly indulged you and made you make mistakes again and again, so that it has become an irreversible big mistake. Sarutobi Hiruzen's thin body seemed to instantly become burly and tall. Back then, Orochimaru, when you defected, I softened my heart and showed mercy to let you escape from the village. Today, I will come to make up for the mistakes of the past. I am 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and today, in the name of Hokage, I will bring you, Konoha betrayal Orochimaru, and bring you to justice. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice is sonorous and powerful, and his eyes are cold and chilling. At this point, all he can do is to do his best to face Orochimaru in the most tragic manner, and finally end in the image of Konoha hero. In this way, his reputation can continue to be maintained. His character is perfect as ever. Come on, Orochimaru, my disciple, do your best, and let me see, teacher, what you have learned over the years. Mr. Sarutobi, 3rd Hokage, it is a great honor to send you back to the west with your own hands. Orochimaru laughed. In the laughter, his tongue suddenly stuck out of his mouth, turned into a long snake, appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen like lightning, and bit Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck with one bite. The strangeness and swiftness of the shot make it hard to guard against. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body twisted a few times, turning into a mass of mud, and he was a stand-in. Earth style, earth stream. The Sarutobi Hiruzen body appears in another corner. He has already begun to seal. The roof instantly turned into a big river of mud, rolling forward with Orochimaru, as if to swallow him into the endless mud river. Just 2 times. In the muddy river, the swaying Orochimaru began to form seals, and his hands flew, turning into phantoms. Earth style, earth dragon bullet. Fire style, dragon bullets. Sarutobi Hiruzen completed the seal in an instant, and the 2 ninjutsu bursts out at the same time, and finally merged into one, turning into a mighty earth fire bomb, like a heated forest, pouring down on Orochimaru. Orochimaru let out bursts of screams. On the roof, it quickly turned into a raging fire, and Orochimaru was wrapped in flames and turned to ashes in an instant. The muddy river washed away, and a piece of ruins appeared on the roof. Let's stop playing such frivolous tricks, Orochimaru 1. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, without the slightest joy in his expression. As expected of you. But I've also been looked down upon by others. Do you think a move of that level can kill me? In the strange laughter, Orochimaru slowly emerged from the ruins with a cold smile. You guy, you're still so unlovable. Don't say that. Doesn't it mean that the more troublesome students are, the cuter they are, Mr. Sarutobi? The 2 were confronting each other on the roof. While they were murdering each other, they wanted to kill each other, but they were talking about the teacher-student relationship with a smile. Quick, record this scene. Tisk tisk, what a lovely picture of the battle between master and apprentice. Fortunately, there are cameras here, otherwise, we wouldn't be able to capture such a wonderful picture. Xianglin looked at the image on the screen, shaking with excitement. The images of Naruto vs Hokage and Raikage before were the pinnacles, dazzling and confusing. But right now, the battle between the master and the apprentice is equally fascinated and talked about. Naruto's battle is the pinnacle of power, the crushing of domineering and mighty, and the most vivid display of the pinnacle of the ninja world. The battle between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen, however, reveals a sense of mystery that makes people explore and pursue. The grievances between the master and the apprentice, the intertwined affection for each other for decades, and finally turned into this ultimate battle, the love and hatred in it, really makes people yearn, and I can't wait to open up the various piles in it and put these things together. 8 trigrams see-through. This sense of freshness, curiosity, and the most fascinating. This is the strife fight. 3rd generation Sama is really strong, and Orochimaru is not inferior, as expected to be one of the Chuunin. I don't know who will win and who will lose. Hey, aren't you betting on 3rd generation Sama? Lord 3rd generation is amazing, but he is getting old after all. Orochimaru is at his peak, and the outcome of the 2 sides, I am more optimistic about Orochimaru. Lord 3rd generation is indeed old. Well, it's old. Konoha shinobi whispered to each other, discussing the battle. After watching the battle between Naruto and Hokage Raikage, they were a little bit interested in the battle in front of them, but it was the identity of the 3rd generation that made them concentrate. Not to mention, after watching it for a while, they began to lift their spirits. This kind of battle between normal ninjas seems to be more to their taste, and they can understand the details of the changes and gain insights from them. Mr. Sarutobi, I think the 2 of us will stop playing, this is not a ninja school course. With so many audiences here, you are so dignified, 3rd Hokage-sama, show the audience this kind of trick and lose your identity. Orochimaru sneered. Humph, that's true. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed as well. Between the 2, there is an extremely strong aura colliding. The sturdy roof tiles began to crackle and shatter, and a murderous wind swirled between the 2 of them, bringing up bursts of tile fragments. Mr. Sarutobi, although you are old, I will not show mercy. It's exactly what I want. If your magic skills are not good, I want you to go back to school to rehabilitate. Please don't disappoint me too much, Mr. Sarutobi. Between the master and the apprentice, it seems that they are talking about old love and past events. But the eyes of both of them were equally cold, containing endless murderous intent. Really amazing, such a strong Cha 097 carat. That breath, as if bursting from the body, is horrifying. Outside the barrier, everyone was breathing tight, and their hearts were lifted. The crushing game is wonderful. But in front of this kind of evenly matched, and equally astonishing battle, it is equally astounding. Swish! Orochimaru acted at the same time as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a seal while charging forward. The shuriken that he threw out early was split into 2 in a blink of an eye, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, and finally turned into a shuriken that roared away like a storm. Summoning, impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru showed no signs of weakness, and the printing speed was extremely fast. He folded his hands together and patted it suddenly. Boom! The roof was shaking. In the strange dim light, a coffin slowly rose and appeared in front of everyone, with the word beginning written on it. Immediately afterwards, the second coffin also rose, marked with the word 2. This trick is. He used summoning as a shield, and the dead were 1. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed drastically. On the roof, the third coffin has risen by half, the characters on it are very clear, and the word 4 is clear at a glance. Stop the third one anyway. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth, and the chakra suddenly emanated from his body, covering the third coffin tightly. The third coffin swayed and seemed overwhelmed, then slowly sank and disappeared. Orochimaru hid behind 2 coffins. In the sound of duo-duo, the shuriken flying all over the sky, all the coffins, slapped densely. Chapter 148. The 2 coffins shook, and the lids of the coffins slowly opened. Bang bang! The coffin lid fell on the roof. Among the bystanders, some Konoha shinobi couldn't help widening their eyes, and an indescribable feeling floated in their hearts. They vaguely guessed something, and they trembled with horror. So, what are you going to do? Mr. Sarutobi? No, third Hokage. After the coffin, Orochimaru's face showed a very excited expression, as if he was watching the most exquisite artwork in the world, and the unparalleled sense of accomplishment filled Orochimaru's whole body. Click! In the coffin, 2 ninjas in armor and Konoha forehead protectors came out. A man with red armor, long black hair, and cracks on his face, like cracked porcelain. The other had grey armor, white hair, and the same cracks on his face. Both of them closed their eyes, as if dead, motionless. Hey, it's really these 2 adults. They are. It's first Hokage-sama, and second Hokage-sama. It's the 2 of them. What the hell is going on? How did Orochimaru do it? The 2 adults should be dead. The Konoha shinobi fans were terrified and couldn't help but talk about it. Jiraiya's face was cold and her fists clenched. Tsunade was even more furious, gritted his teeth and rattled his teeth. Ninjas outside Konoha village felt weird about this scene, and it seemed that all of a sudden, the atmosphere in Konoha shinobi changed. Only Onoji felt inexplicable and showed a nostalgic expression. Naruto was expressionless, watching all this quietly. The 2 people who came out of the coffin finally opened their eyes were a little empty, and after a long time, there was a hint of aura. Long time no see, monkey. Oh, it's you, you're old, Sarutobi. The man in red armor opened his mouth and recognized Sarutobi Hiruzen at a glance. The white-haired man suddenly realized that, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes were full of emotion. I didn't expect to see you 2 brothers again in this situation, what a pity. Be conscious, Shode, Nidame. Sarutobi Hiruzen had cold sweat on his face, but his body was even more majestic and wild. The fighting spirit is even higher. Is impure world reincarnation. Second Hokage Senjo Tobirama turned to look at Orochimaru behind the coffin. It's this young man who summoned us with the forbidden technique, it's not easy. In that case, we have to fight you, Sarutobi. First Hokage Senjo Hashirama stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes still empty, with only basic awareness. Orochimaru pushed open the 2 coffins. You old people don't talk anymore, it's almost time to start. 2. Holding a kunai with red talismans in each hand, he walked behind the 2 Hokages. No matter what era or world, is war inevitable. Senjo Hashirama continued to speak, his voice was very indifferent, but his tone was full of emotion. You are talking too much. Orochimaru inserted the 2 kunai into Senjo Hashirama and Senjo Tobirama's heads, and the kunai merged in instantly, and white smoke curled up from the 2 Hokages. Gradually regained his anger. Senjo Tobirama muttered to himself. On his body, the grey color that was like a dead person gradually added a layer of ruddy aura of a living person, and his whole person became much more agile. Senjo Hashirama also slowly straightened his body. He was originally colorless, but his whole person seemed to exude an incomparably powerful force, which made people couldn't help being horrified. This feeling is like Uzumaki-sama. No, it's weaker than Uzumaki-sama. Uzumaki-sama is like an unfathomable sea. Shode gives people the feeling of a lack of energy and a serious lack of momentum. This is the drawback of impure world reincarnation. The strength of a reincarnated ninja depends on the strength of his container before his reincarnation. If the container is too weak, the strength of the reincarnated ninja will not reach the original peak state. Will be weakened by a large layer. It's no wonder that Shisui, known as the god of ninjas, has such a weird aura. Konoha shinobi present, almost all Konoha elites, no impure world reincarnation is not surprising. They were talking and it felt so strange. First Hokage, second Hokage teamed up to deal with third Hokage. This scene really made Konoha people have all kinds of flavors and inexplicable emotions. Slowly, they returned to the way they used to be. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the revived Senjo Hashirama and Senjo Tobirama with complex expressions, reminiscence, nostalgia, pain, and a faint gleam of water in his eyes. Slowly, all the emotions in his eyes disappeared, leaving only the cold murderous intent. Orochimaru, how dare you play with the souls of the dead, it is an unforgivable sin. He gritted his teeth and looked at Orochimaru, his killing intent reaching the ultimate. You know, Mr. Sarutobi, the sense of success and joy that hurts those who used to be called teachers, this is for you to experience that kind of joy, please enjoy it. Orochimaru begins to seal. Senjo Hashirama and Senjo Tobirama began to take steps towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Their footsteps began to accelerate. Senjo Hashirama went straight ahead. Senjo Tobirama, however, made a big circle and walked to the top of the roof. Boom! Senjo Hashirama was already fighting with Sarutobi Hiruzen, fighting with fists and feet, and his movements were vague and stiff, and he was quickly thrown away by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Senjo Tobirama appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, and after 2 rounds of fighting, Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbed his ankle, swirled, and threw him out. Why, the 2 Hokage-samas don't seem to be very strong. Idiot, what kind of ninjutsu do you think impure world reincarnation is? It's the forbidden technique. Orochimaru can use it, it's already very powerful. Under his control, the 2 Hokage adults can't use their full strength at all, they are just 2 puppets, the strength depends on the strength of Orochimaru who controls the puppet. So, I said, first Hokage is called the god of ninjas. This method is too far from that title. Outside the barrier, the audience kept talking, and there was a feeling of disillusionment. Fortunately, someone explained this kind of key, and this feeling was suppressed a little. How can these idiots, the real god of ninjas, be comparable to this kind of puppet? The real Senjo Hashirama is 10 times, 100 times stronger than the puppet in front of him, they are really a bunch of ignorant guys. Onoji raised his beard and couldn't help thinking angrily. Collect fire style, fire dragon bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest swelled suddenly, and in an instant, he exhaled a blazing flame from his mouth. The flames rolled forward, and the flames became brighter and brighter, even turning into an incandescent color, the temperature suddenly increased, and it was extremely terrifying. Water style, water barrier. Senjo Tobirama just made 3 seals on his hands, and a wave of water spurted out of his mouth, blocking the fire dragon bullet. Water and fire collided, and water vapor permeated everywhere. Water style, water rush. Earth style, earth flow wall. Just after one move, Senjo Tobirama didn't stop, another move water style. A huge wave roared forward, completely submerging Sarutobi Hiruzen. But under the seal of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a tall wall of earth flow suddenly stood up, blocking the huge waves. The entire roof was shrouded by a barrier, and the huge waves formed a large lake on the roof. Only the earth flow wall towered high in the lake, which was particularly conspicuous. Senjo Hashirama started stepping on the lake, dashing forward suddenly. Sarutobi Hiruzen jumped off the earth flow wall. He began to breathe out fireballs, like a cannonball, blasting forward bang bang bang. Senjo Hashirama swung his hand around and shattered the fire bullets without any loss of speed. Nyozhao, boom! Senjo Hashirama leaped high, broke through the air, appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen in a blink of an eye, kicked out with a kick, and reached ultimate block with both hands. Boom! Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled violently, staggered back, took 2 more strokes, and he was exhausted, getting a heavy punch from Senjo Hashirama in the face, half of his face contorted. Senjo Hashirama kicked and hit Sarutobi's belly. Sarutobi Hiruzen tumbled and flew out like a shabby sandbag, utterly embarrassed. It's still as good as ever. Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself. The next moment, bubbles appeared in the water behind him. The water dragon jumped up like a rope, tied Sarutobi Hiruzen directly, and dragged it directly into the water. It's really uncomfortable to have these 2 adults as opponents. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally broke free from the bottom of the water and fled like a monkey on the towering earth wall. His appearance was extremely miserable, and he did not have the demeanor of a generation of Hokage at all. This stunned the audience outside the enchantment. Senjo Hashirama and Senjo Tobirama seem to be more and more flexible, and the strength they show is more and more terrifying. Chapter 149. This is the true strength of first Hokage, second Hokage? It's terrible, third Hokage barely has the strength to fight back. No, that's not the true strength of the 2 Hokages, it's just that Orochimaru has become more proficient. At the beginning, the movements of the two Hokages were very stiff, but now, they have become more and more flexible. What's going on? Isn't third Hokage Dr. Ninja? Why doesn't he fight back? Why does he keep being beaten passively? Why does he behave so badly? You don't understand. Orochimaru, there are two Hokages, and an impure world reincarnation, so that third Hokage needs to face 3 cage-level powerhouses at the same time. To be able to last until now, is already a strong enough performance of the third-generation adults. Many Konoha shinobi practitioners feel that their 3 views have collapsed when they look at the embarrassed appearance of the third generation in the barrier. In their eyes, first Hokage and second Hokage are just 2 heads on the Hokage rock, and even if the legend says it, it doesn't feel real. On the contrary, third Hokage, from their birth until they became Jonin, this man has always stood at the forefront of them, leading them and controlling Konoha. Their whole lives have grown up in the shadow of this man. Whether he approves or disapproves of third generation, this man has become a very important and iconic symbol in the lives of many Konoha shinobi people. Now, the idol has collapsed. Sarutobi Hiruzen still showed the fighting power of a cage-level powerhouse, but his opponent was too strong, which kept him at a disadvantage and could only passively be beaten. The situation is so bad that it makes one sigh with embarrassment. Let me be in the position of third generation, I may not be able to perform better than him, 2 cage-level powerhouses, and 1 Orochimaru 097 hiding beside him, the pressure is too great. Whether it was Onoji, Ai, Luoshat, or Yagura, all of them felt awe-inspiring when they saw this battle. They instantly saw Orochimaru as their toughest opponent. The technique of impure world reincarnation was also kept in their hearts. So weird, so scary. It can actually make the soul of the deceased return from the Pure Land, and it can even show part of the strength of the deceased during his lifetime. If there is no limit, Orochimaru can make dozens of cage-level powerhouses in one breath. Who else is his opponent in this ninja world? They turned their eyes to Uzumaki Naruto, who had been quietly watching the battle, and couldn't help sighing when they saw that the other party's face had not changed at all. Probably, only this evildoer cannot be afraid of this impure world reincarnation. On the high earth wall, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still a little frightened. The moment he was dragged into the water, he almost thought his death was over. His teacher, Senjo Tobirama, a man known to be able to escape from the sea, in the water, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no confidence in defeating Senjo Tobirama. Fortunately, Senjo Tobirama did not appear on the main body after all, and there was a bit of lag in the middle, allowing Sarutobi Hiruzen to find an opportunity to break free from the water. He struggled to climb up, just not wanting to fight Senjo Tobirama in the water anymore. In this case, only once in a lifetime is enough. Horrible. The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was horrified and turned outwards subconsciously. A wisp of water line broke through the air and instantly penetrated the thick soil wall. Chi-chi. Another 2 thin jets of water sprayed, like cutting tofu, cutting the thick soil wall into pieces. Boom. The rocks collapsed, and the walls of the earth flow shattered like hills. The lake on the roof is also fading rapidly, and it is obvious that the effect of chakra has reached its time limit, so that this mighty wave finally disappears. Sarutobi Hiruzen managed to escape the collapse of the stone and landed on the roof. The next moment, his pupils shrank, and his whole body was cold. In front of him, the tiles shattered, and a small green seedling burst out of the ground. In an instant, it swelled to the limit as if it had eaten a bulking agent, turning into a towering tree. No, this is Shodai's unique secret skill, wood style. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was ashen, and his fingers rubbed his lips in an instant. Wood style, the tree world is born. Senjo Hashirama clasped his hands together and gave a loud shout. On the roof, more trees rose from the ground, and in the blink of an eye, an incomparably dense forest was formed on the roof. The surging roots directly flew out the top of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he continued to travel through the forest in an incomparable embarrassment, trying to avoid the ubiquitous green branches. But, ultimately failed. Shhhhhhh. The branches were entangled, and in an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen was tied tightly, like a zongzi. Turn chakra into life energy, and instantly grow a forest. It's really amazing. Is this the wood-style ninjutsu of first Hokage who is said to calm down the troubled world and create the foundation of Konoha? Those who had Konoha shinobi couldn't help smacking their tongues and had a first-hand experience of the name first Hokage. A group of little devils are really rare and strange. This Senjo Hashirama is just a fake. The real Senjo Hashirama is so powerful that you don't know at all. Anemo pouted, with a look of pride and disdain. Among the people present, he was the only one who had seen with his own eyes the most primitive battlefield left over from the battle between Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End, the kind of battlefield that was torn apart. Compared with the small jungle on the roof right now, it was vast and vast. Outside the barrier, Jiraiya clenched her fists, and chakra was surging on her body. He couldn't watch it anymore. Dabjay. Tsunade's expression was also extremely cold, but her gaze fell on Orochimaru, not looking at third generation. Little devil, open the formation to me. Jiraiya stared at Kidomaru, who was shrunk in a corner, the murderous aura in his eyes, as if real, extremely terrifying. Kidomaru was so frightened that he trembled all over, and the marks on his hands were almost unstoppable. Jiraiya, but a super strong at the same level as Orochimaru. Although Gitongmaru was domineering and arrogant when facing Genin, but when facing the real powerhouse, his arrogance disappeared without a trace, leaving only a belly of humbleness and fear. The Orochimaru population, I will not open the formation. Gitongmaru held on, but his words were low-spirited. After all, Orochimaru's shadow was a little more terrifying, holding him back from Jiraiya's death stare. Naruto. Jiraiya couldn't scare Kidomaru, so she turned to look at Naruto, her eyes full of pleading. If he spent a certain amount of time and attacked with all his strength, he would still be able to break through these 4 purple flame formations. After all, the formation consisted of only 4 young brats. No matter how many chakras there were, they would not be able to maintain such a large formation for long. But in these times, Orochimaru killed Sarutobi Hiruzen thousands of times. Among the people present, only Naruto had the strength to break the 4 purple flame formation with a single blow. Naruto pondered for a while, then slowly stretched out his hand towards the 4 purple flame array. Everyone's eyes fell on this hand, even Orochimaru in the enchantment stopped and turned his head to look. ZZ. As soon as Naruto's hand touched the barrier, a wisp of purple flames spread over, trying to burn him out. Naruto shook his hand, and the purple flame went out instantly. On the barrier, there was a hollow palm with no flames. Naruto shook his hand again, and the void actually expanded, and cracks spread out in all directions along the void, as if the 4 purple flame formation would explode with a bang. The people present couldn't help but stunned. 4 purple flame formation, as long as it is strong enough, at the level of Chuunin, you will have heard of it a little bit. As long as it is set up, even if it is a cage-level powerhouse, if you want to break it, you have to go all out to blast it for a while. And Naruto, just stretched out his hand lightly, like tearing a piece of white paper, and poked a big hole effortlessly. Naruto, thank you. Seeing Naruto withdrew his hand and took a few steps back. Jiraiya understood what Naruto meant and couldn't help opening her mouth with gratitude. At this point, as long as he attacks the loophole of this formation, he can easily break the barrier, enter the barrier, and save Sarutobi Hiruzen. A mass of high-density chakra swirled in Jiraiya's hands. The dense chakra turned into a ball of light, extremely bright. Oversized Rasengan. Jiraiya was obviously not big enough for the Rasengan, so he poured more chakra into it, causing the spinning Rasengan to swell up. The breath revealed was extremely terrifying and creepy. Old man, I'm here to save you. Jiraiya, stop. Jiraiya was about to blast this Rasengan into the hole opened by Naruto, completely shattering the 4 purple flame formation. In the barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was bound tightly by wood style, suddenly spoke up, with a loud voice. As I said, this is a battle between me and Orochimaru, and no one is allowed to interfere. Jiraiya, if you still treat me as your teacher, don't do it. I beg you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was actually pleading. Looking at the determination and pleading in his eyes, Jiraiya was stunned, and the Rasengan in his hand shrank unconsciously and disappeared. That barrier, thanks to the efforts of the Union 4 people, was once again bridged and became unbreakable again. Chapter 150. Old man. Jiraiya looked up at the trapped Sarutobi Hiruzen, her voice trembling. If he is far away from the battlefield, he can still harden his heart. But now, being here in person, Jiraiya's mood is extremely complicated and extremely uncomfortable. Oh, Mr. Sarutobi, did you give up voluntarily and choose to die in my hands? Although I really want to send you away, it's hard for me to do it like this, and I have no sense of accomplishment at all. Orochimaru walked under the tree and looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was tied up in midair. His mood also fluctuated slightly. Give up? I haven't finished teaching you a rebel, how can I give up? With all his strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched his hand out of the bondage and slammed it against the tree trunk. Ninja, summoning. Come out, Monkey King, Monkey Demon. A puff of white smoke dissipated, and an old ape covered in tiger skin with white hair appeared on the tree, looking down at Orochimaru with cold eyes. Imposing and full of haki. Orochimaru. It turned out to be like this. It's all your fault, Sarutobi, you should have killed him. The old Monkey King and Ape Demon said. It's not too late to start now. Hey, it's too late. Please, Ape Demon, King Kong Rui stick. Sarutobi Hiruzen burst out. The Ape Demon also began to deform. Bang bang bang. A long iron rod flew over, and the extremely strong branch was smashed by the iron rod in an instant, and Sarutobi Hiruzen escaped directly from the bondage. Holding an iron rod, he stared at Orochimaru below, and said coldly, why didn't you do it just now? To send you on the road, teacher, always needs some sense of ceremony. It's not good to go too fast. Alright, now it's finally getting interesting. Orochimaru laughed. He held his abdomen with both hands, and suddenly opened his mouth. A black snake crawled out of his mouth. The black snake also opened its big mouth, and a long sword spit out from the black snake's mouth, which was extremely strange. The pheasant sword. Does he want to use the pheasant sword? Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank, fearful of the long sword Orochimaru held in his hand. That sword is extremely sharp and can be called a divine weapon. Even the ape demon with the indestructible body of King Kong is difficult to fight against the grass pheasant sword. Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed up. He jumped high, and in midair, the Vajraruyi rod incarnated by the ape demon suddenly stretched and hit Orochimaru like a nail. Orochimaru dodged. The two of you came and went, the movements were so fast, and the physical skills were so strong that Might Guy couldn't help but be amazed. Jingle jingle. In an instant, the two of them passed dozens of tricks, all of which were flashes of lightning, and they staggered in an instant. The wish-fulfilling stick extended again, poking at Orochimaru. Orochimaru held the sword in front of his eyebrows, blocking the stick, and the two of them were deadlocked together, and they actually compared strength. Out of the corner of his eyes flickered. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed drastically. The next moment, the others were swept away by the sudden appearance of Senjo Hashirama, who instantly turned his head and avoided the kick. At the moment of the roll, Sarutobi Hiruzen affixed a detonating talisman to Senjo Hashirama's inner thigh. The next moment, Senjo Tobirama appeared on the other side and punched Sarutobi Hiruzen. Another detonating talisman flew out and stuck to Senjo Tobirama. For this action, he paid the price, was punched in the face by Senjo Tobirama, wailed, and flew out. Successful. Orochimaru threw the pheasant sword directly, rushed up like a normal person, and punched and kicked Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seemed that the only way to vent his mixed emotions about the teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Bang bang bang. One punch. Another punch. Another punch. One more kick by the way. Sarutobi Hiruzen was beaten like a sandbag by Orochimaru, screaming in agony. Finally, the other man lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his face bruised. Retracting his kicked foot, he said with a sullen face, "It's really stupid, to attack directly without using the shadow technique." He walked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen step by step. Very slow. Very ceremonial. "Lord Third Hokage, are you really old? Don't you even have a chakra that splits a shadow clone? Damn Orochimaru, that's your teacher, how can you bear to commit such a vicious hand? Lord Third Generation, it's so pitiful." The Konoha shinobi people talked a lot, and their expressions were extremely gloomy, and some people couldn't help clenching their fists, looking at Orochimaru with hatred in their eyes. Regardless, Sarutobi Hiruzen is Hokage of Konoha. Hokage was beaten like this, and every Konoha shinobi felt the same way and was furious. "It's all right, teacher. Please cheer up." Orochimaru stepped over Sarutobi Hiruzen, bent down and grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest and clothes, with a wild smile on his face. "Teacher, aren't you called a ninjutsu doctor because you know all ninjutsu? Please don't disappoint me too much." Orochimaru stared down at Sarutobi Hiruzen and laughed even louder. His smile was eccentric, as if smug and sad. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his eyes and looked at Orochimaru, his eyes blurred, as if he saw that young boy with an odd personality again. A line of tears suddenly slipped out of his eyes. "Orochimaru, you idiot." The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and growled, suffering to ultimate. His action is also approaching the ultimate. Grab Orochimaru's hands with the backhand and fold it. Orochimaru crooked. Sarutobi Hiruzen's legs swept away, Orochimaru's center of gravity changed again, and the whole person was shaky. Swish. The Vajraruyi stick that flew to the side suddenly stretched out a big hand and grabbed Orochimaru's throat. "Orochimaru, this is the end of you, this is the end, it's about to break your neck." The ape demon suddenly exerted force. Boom. Orochimaru turned into mud and his head exploded. The next moment, Orochimaru emerged from the mud again, showing a sneer as always. As soon as he smiled, he was kicked out by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Senjo Hashirama and Senjo Tobirama want to rush up. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly made a seal and pointed at the two of them suddenly. "Zero asking for flowers." Bang bang. With two explosions, the two Hokages of the first generation and second generation instantly broke their legs and fell to the ground, unable to move. What is horrifying is that pieces of dust floated from the two of them, causing their broken hands and feet to quickly regenerate. As expected, it doesn't work if you don't deal with the soul of the impure world reincarnation body. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank and his face became even more ugly. So, is it just the same trick fourth Hokage used to do? "Shode, Nidame, I'm sorry, I'm going to use that forbidden technique." He put his hands together and his eyes became extremely cold. Although he knew that as long as he opened his mouth, people outside the barrier, especially Naruto, would be able to break the barrier in an instant, save him, allow him to live well, and maybe even enjoy his time with his grandson. Child's joy. That scene, just imagining it, made Sarutobi Hiruzen yearn for it. However, no. Zero. He can't do this. 1. It represents, life is set, thoroughly. He has worked hard for Konoha village all his life, he has made credits and faults, but the only thing that makes him persistent is that on the surface, everything he does is for Konoha, just like the White Lotus, he is a kind and amiable Hokage grown-ups. If he survives, Konoha shinobi can't help but turn over his old accounts little by little, and his character will continue to collapse until it is pitch black. Only when he died in battle for Konoha, could he live in the memorial monument as a hero. For His Holiness's taboo, everything about his third Hokage will be covered up and become an unspeakable part of history. Only the glorious deeds will appear in the textbooks and become the history for later generations to learn. Therefore, he cannot live, and can only die in this Konoha collapse plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen is determined to die. No way, teacher, you are still old after all. I've never seen you in such pain. Orochimaru turned to the grass pheasant sword, pressed the hilt, and laughed again, very strangely. He also seemed to realize that the next move was the key to the outcome for both sides. What's so funny? It's so sad. Even you, the teacher who was once called a generation of ninja, has been devastated by the years to be as old as you are now. Orochimaru tore off a piece of skin from his face, revealing a pure and youthful face, like a girl. Who are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but burst out. The person in front of him was too unfamiliar. It's too sudden to understand? It's me, Orochimaru. Could it be that you have already completed that taboo technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen was dumbfounded, and his face slowly changed from shock to anger to the extreme. You unethical BD. He couldn't go on, anger, sadness, determination, countless emotions filled his eyes. Orochimaru laughed wildly, and staggered backwards and forwards with laughter. That laughter made people shudder and shudder.